The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers. Before we begin what is going to be a long day today, as we have a loaded agenda, I want to extend, I am sure on behalf of the entire legislature, condolences to two of our employees, Ms. Sunita Buddha Singh, whose mom, Tara Buddha Singh, is being buried this morning, and also our longtime employee of the legislature, Ms. Sonia Andrews, whose mom, Mary Andrews, passed away last week. So deepest condolences to those two individuals. With us today, before we start, it's always good when we have an education committee hearing and we have students in the well. And we have a class from the St. Mary's School who is here accompanied by educator, longtime public school educator and former mathematics coordinator, Ms. Juanita Bonique. Ms. Bonique, you could stand so that they can see you. And we have Sister Pascaline, who's also here with the students. And we want the students to come to the front so that everybody will be able to see you guys. And it's perfect for them to be here because we're having a discussion about Virgin Islands history, implementation, and it's good to have students here. Oh, we have two of them that are primping up a little bit before they come to the front. Media, do we have a cardless mic? I should have asked you before. Sister Ms. Bonica, you also come, please. It's on. I'm going to give the students an opportunity to introduce themselves. You guys are on TV. You see the screens around? That is being showed right now, and anybody that's tuned in or anybody that's on Facebook looking at the legislature hearing. So you are going to introduce yourself and let the public know what grade you're in, starting from the young lady on my left.
My name is Talia Seeley, and I'm in 5th grade.
Say it again. Put it close to your mouth and say it nice and clear.
My name is Talia Seeley, and I'm in 5th grade.
Okay, that's better.
My name is Ava Grace Burton, and I am in fifth grade.
My name is Kaden Scotland, and I'm in 5th grade.
My name is Joe Reynolds, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Ariana Sage, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Fantasia Alexander, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Jazzy James, and I'm in 5th grade.
My name is Makai Denery, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Aaron Webster, and I'm in the 6th grade.
I'm Sister Pascaline Kingran, the 6th grade teacher of St. Mary's.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a little round of applause. I'll listen to a lot of us. We are
and
going.
Of course, I didn't introduce
Bonique.
myself.
Go ahead.
I'm Miss Juanita Bonique. I'm the 5th grade teacher there at St. Mary's School, as well as I teach the 6th graders math and science as well.
And the 6th graders that are here also in the Close-Up Club?
Right. The 6th graders that are here are the ones that are going to Close-Up in April. They're going to DC. So they're going to be learning some civics as well and going up there. So we're giving them this exposure so that they could get a little taste of what they're going to look at up there in DC.
And Close Up is a wonderful program, and it really teaches students about the function of government. So at this point, we're going to take a 1-minute recess because we're going to take a picture with the student. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Colleagues, after the first block, we're going to take like about a 10-minute recess where we'll engage with the student from St. Mary's and allow them to access any questions that they so desire. I also want to announce that at this time, we also have students from the public school who are attending close-up as we speak. The students from John H. Woodson, Furby Larson, and Juanita Guardian are presently in Washington, D.C., attending close-up. So congratulations for whoever are the advisors of those particular schools who have organized close-up clubs now in the junior high school. Before it was a high school thing. Oh, Dr. Larson. So congratulations on that. Before we even go to roll call, Dr. Larson, tell me what's going on with close-up and these 3 schools that are presently attending.
Yes, good morning, everyone. The Close-Up program has been in the Department of Education for quite a while. And this year, I think this week, we should have some students from our middle schools and junior highs up in Washington, D.C., attending the Close-Up program for a week. And in the spring, we normally send our high school students, and they get an excellent opportunity to apply their knowledge of civics as it relates to local government as well as the national government. And they get a tremendous exposure to institutions, and they understand as part of this their responsibility as citizens, citizens of the Virgin Islands in terms of what they need to do to help their community. So the Close-Up program is an excellent program that really builds character and gives our students an opportunity to see our government at work.
Thank you so much. And I was a close-up advisor for a number of years at a complex and had the opportunity to travel with students, and it's just by far, you also, St. Louis, one of the best experiences with students that you can carry them to, and it's so structured. As you were speaking, I saw another group of students walk in. Those students are from what school? Who's a spokesman for those students? One of you guys elect to be the spokesman quickly and come up. Come, young lady, come. Come. No. No, young lady, you literally raise your hand, so you're selected. Come all the way up so the camera's gonna capture you.
Good morning.
Morning.
We are from Freewood Baptist Christian School.
Okay.
Yep.
And you came to look at the proceedings today?
Yeah, we're here to learn about this. Just here to I'm from government class. That's a senior class, and we also have the junior class, which is from speech. We're here to just listen and just like learn more from you guys and see what you guys are gonna talk about.
Yeah. Okay. Call your fellow students up. You guys come. We got a picture with you guys. Come up.
Come on.
All of you.
Oh, okay. Keep going along.
I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to introduce yourself, beginning with your teacher.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Anthony Martinborough Jr., instructor at Free Will Baptist Christian School. This is my speech, 11th grade speech and 12th grade government class.
Good morning already. My name is Zoe Hughes. I am a senior and I'm in government class.
Good morning. My name is Kian Joseph, and I'm a senior and I'm in government class.
Good morning. I'm Colette, and I'm a junior from speech class.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Jacobs, and I'm a senior in government class.
Good morning, and I'm a senior from government class. Yeah, I'm a C.
Good morning. My name is Dejana Fair, and I'm a junior in speech class.
Hi, I'm Gabriela. I'm junior, and I'm from government class.
Good morning. My name is Michaela Benton. I'm a senior and I'm in government class.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Henry, and I'm a junior in speech class.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Cohen, and I'm a junior in speech class.
Morning, my name is Angeli Johnson. I'm a junior and I'm in the speech class.
Good morning. My name is Raina Phillip, and I'm a junior in the speech class.
Good morning. My name is Shadia, and I'm a senior in the government class.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Tirado, and I'm a senior in the government class.
Thank you so much. To get a group picture, we're going to take a 1-minute recess again. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 1 minute. Guys could come closer together so the The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present. Present.
Senator Joseph, present.
Here.
Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
November 10th, 2025, the Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, Somali, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Senator Kurt Viale, Due to unforeseen scheduling conflict, I am unable to attend the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing scheduled for Wednesday, November 12, 2025. I apologize in advance for any inconvenience this may have caused as I attend my legislative assistant, Ms. Sunita Buddha Singh, mother's funeral, Mrs. Tara Buddha Singh. Please forward all documents distributed at my office. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Franklin D. Johnson, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much. Please mark Senator Franklin Johnson as excused.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any more correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
November 12, 2025, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Violet, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI, 00820. Dear Senator Violet, I sincerely apologize that due to an illness, I am unable to attend the Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, November 12, 2025. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience this may cause and I appreciate your understanding and kind consideration. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator James as excused. Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. You may proceed with reading the agenda into the record, but we're only going to read block 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Agenda, Wednesday, November 12, 2025, 9 a.m., Fritz E. Lowitz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix. The committee will assess education policies, review compliance with statutory mandates, and consider proposed legislation designed to enhance educational outcomes and strengthen the territory's public education system. Block 1. Promotion and retention policy as it pertains to the new Virgin Islands and Caribbean history curriculum implementation mandate. Invited testifiers, Kaiser A. Cowwood, PhD, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education, and Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickson, Ed D., Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers and good morning to the students who are visiting the legislature today. I'm going to begin by allowing the testifiers to put their name and title on the record and those other individuals that have accompanied them in reference to the testimony. So I'll begin with the Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Thank you.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction.
Morning, Yvette McMahon Arnold, State Director, Instructional Development.
Get a little closer to the mic.
Good morning, Yvette McMahon Arnold, State Director, Instructional Development.
Good morning, Lauren Larson, St. Croix District Social Studies Coordinator.
Thank you. Superintendent.
Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Emanuela Perez Casillas, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you. St. Thomas.
Good morning, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Jennifer Jones, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Simradi Brown-Gums, Deputy Superintendent.
Good morning, Astrid Hippolyte, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good morning, Michelle A. Rogers Bully, Social Studies Coordinator, St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the testimony, and we're going to begin with the Board of Education. Board of Education, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and Senator Kurt A. Violet of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Other esteemed members of the committee, legislative staff, fellow stakeholders, and listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to acknowledge the presence of Senator Dwayne D. Graff. We now have a quorum. You may proceed.
You want me to start over?
No.
No?
Let's continue where you...
Okay. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, appearing on behalf of the Virgin Islands Board of Education alongside Vice Chair Emanuela Perez Casillas and Attorney Jennifer Jones. The Virgin Islands Board of Education appreciates the opportunity to provide this testimony regarding the ongoing efforts to achieve full compliance with the 1983 law requiring the teaching of Virgin Islands history throughout the territory's public school system. The board remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring that Virgin Islands history is taught with fidelity, cultural authenticity, and academic rigor. This commitment reflects the board's statutory mandate under Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code to provide educational policy direction, approve curriculum standards, and monitor compliance across the public education system. The Board of Education acknowledged that the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands ruling dated January 20th, 2024, interprets 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection 41C1 as amended by Act 8730 effective June 14, 2023. The court order does not assess compliance with the original 1983 statute, Act Number 4844, and the board and the department are required to comply only with the current amended statute. Accordingly, this testimony addresses compliance solely with subsection 41C1 as amended. The implementation of the requirement to instruct students in the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history under 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection 41C1 as amended by Act 8730 is a shared responsibility between the Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Each entity operates with its legally defined role to ensure accountability and effectiveness. The Department of Education leads the development, instructional delivery, and teacher training associated with the Virgin Islands Social Studies curriculum framework. The Board of Education provides policy oversight, approves the curriculum standards, and monitors the progress towards compliance through its standing committees and official actions. The Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment Committee of the Virgin Islands Board of Education has assumed direct responsibility for evaluating progress as this committee conducts campus walkthroughs, document reviews, and structured discussions with department officials. This division of responsibility ensures that the department maintains operational control over instructional delivery while the board fulfills its statutory role of oversight and accountability. Following the Superior Court's reaffirmation of the government's obligation to comply with the 1983 law, the board and the department have worked collaboratively to advance this priority. Since December 2024, the board has convened multiple formal discussions with the Department of Education to monitor progress, clarify roles, and review the implementation framework. These meetings were held on December 9, 2024, January 27, 2025, March 17, 2025, May 28, 2025, and August 2nd, 2025. During these meetings, the department presented its plan for the development and phased implementation of the Virgin Islands Social Studies curriculum framework, while the board provided feedback to ensure alignment with statutory expectations and policy standards. In addition, the board is slated to conduct school walkthroughs through CILE committee to observe instructional practices and assess readiness for full implementation. Reviewed and endorsed the Virgin Islands Standards of Achievement in Social Studies, VISA-SS, which form the foundation of the new curriculum framework, revisit regular status updates and written report from the department to document progress towards full compliance. The development and implementation of the Virgin Islands Caribbean History Curriculum Framework was spearheaded by the Department of Education, supported by the American Institute for Research, with direct input from teachers, curriculum specialists, historians, and cultural practitioners. The board participated through the process in its oversight capacity, reviewing drafts and ensuring that the curriculum met the standards established by the Virgin Islands Standard of Achievement and the court order. Over the summer, the board and the department worked diligently to bring the plan into compliance with the court order by the 2025-2026 school year, ensuring that a standalone Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history curriculum was developed and implemented at each grade level from kindergarten through 12th grade, fulfilling the statutory requirement. In August, the board formally approved the VI History Comprehensive Implementation Plan for the Virgin Islands and Basic Caribbean History for the 2025-2026 school year. Stakeholders engaged in this process included K-12 educators from both school district, curriculum coordinators and subject matter experts, community members and cultural organizations committed to preservation of Virgin Islands heritage. This inclusive and collaborative approach reflects a lengthy and intensive effort that required rethinking how history has traditionally been taught under social studies. The board and the department had to essentially invent a new approach to develop a curriculum that is academically sound, culturally grounded, and responsive to the unique historical context of the Virgin Islands and the broader Caribbean. The board continues to emphasize the importance of vertical alignment within the Virgin Islands History and Caribbean History curriculum, ensuring that concepts introduced in early grades build progressively towards advanced understanding and civic literacy at the high school level. Vertical alignment was a specific criterion in the board's review of both draft and final curriculum materials, and the final product reflects this intention. Through its review process, the board has verified that each grade level builds upon core themes such as geography, governance, identity, resistance, and resilience. The curriculum encourages continuity of skill development from foundational comprehension and inquiry in the primary grades to historical analysis and civic participation in secondary grades. The structure of the Virgin Islands Standard of Achievement in Social Studies supports this vertical progression. The board's CILE committee will review and observe how this alignment translates into practice through the lesson plans, classroom materials, and student engagement during school walkthroughs in November 2025. The implementation plan also provides for regular reviews and updates to the board through the school year, allowing for the identification of areas for improvement and ensuring continuous refinement of the curriculum. Based on the department's updates and the board's independent review and observation, the Virgin Islands and Caribbean History curriculum has been developed encompassing K-12 instructional design along with VISA, SS, and Virgin Islands cultural standards, with ongoing review and refinement. Full implementation will require the formal adaptation and promulgation of regulation. That process is ongoing. Pilot implementation has occurred in select schools with teachers testing new units and providing feedback on instructional clarity, pacing, and student engagement. The board continues to receive updates on resource allocation, teacher preparation, and the development of integration of standalone Virgin Islands history courses across all grade levels. The board's role remains focused on verification and monitoring, ensuring that the department's implementation aligns with both the spirit and letter 17 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 41C1, as amended by Act 8730. Transparency and public accountability are central to the board's approach. VIBE and VIDE have taken steps to communicate progress to the education community and the general public. These include public reports and updates, which will be provided by VIDE, committee briefings documenting school visits, teacher feedback, implementation observation, which will be a combination between VIDE and VIBE, public information sharing through boards and departments' website, VIBE and VIDE, engagement session with educators, parents, and cultural partners to ensure that broader community remains informed of initiatives' progress and purpose, VIDE and VIBE. Recognizing that this represents the first implementation of standalone courses, the board continues to monitor the initial implementation and gather data to inform a clearer reporting and improve oversight. As this process advances, the board emphasizes that communication and accountability will remain ongoing, inclusive, and transparent as the territory moves towards full compliance. In accordance with its statutory obligation, the board would also follow formal public notice and promulgation procedures to ensure opportunities for public review and comment. The Virgin Islands Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to the successful, full, and faithful implementation of 17 VIC subsection 41C1 as amended by Act 8730, ensuring that all students receive standalone instruction in the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history at each grade level. While the Department of Education carries the responsibility for development and delivering instruction, the board maintains its statutory duty to provide oversight, policy direction, and verification of compliance. The collaborative meetings held throughout the 2024-2025 school year have strengthened coordination, clarified expectation, and reinforced shared accountability. The board remains resolute in its belief that the teaching of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history is not merely a curricular requirement. It is an act of cultural preservation, civic empowerment, and national pride. Through continued partnership and monitoring, the board will ensure that every student in the Virgin Islands public school system learns, values, and carries forward the story of these Virgin Islands with knowledge, dignity, and purpose.
Thank you for your testimony. You may proceed, Mr. Sam, Department of Education.
Good morning, Chairman Viale, all other committee members present, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education, representing the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history curriculum implementation. Joining me this morning are members of the department's leadership team, to include Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Carla Bastian-Knight, Insular Superintendent for the St. Croix District, Dr. Simra D. Brown-Gums, Acting Superintendent in the St. Thomas St. John District, Astrid Hippolyte, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Yvette McMahon Arnold, State Director for Instructional Development, Dr. Lauren Larson, the Social Studies Coordinator in the St. Croix District, and Mrs. Michelle Bullies-Rogers, the Social Studies Coordinator in the St. Thomas St. John District. Additional departmental personnel are on standby in the chamber as well as at our headquarters to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. Compliance efforts and divided responsibilities. To ensure consistency in the development of a comprehensive implementation plan and to remain aligned with the court's mandates, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, through the State Office of Curriculum and Instruction, assumed leadership during the initial phases of the compliance efforts. The department's legal counsel coordinated the first series of meetings, which brought together key stakeholders from the Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and the Office of the Attorney General to clearly outline the expectations and requirements of the court's mandate. From December 2024 through August of 2025, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Renee Charleswell, coordinated external meetings with Dr. Kaiser Colwood, Chairperson of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and internally with the Office of the Superintendent in both districts, as well as her own Office of Curriculum and Instruction. Specifically, Dr. Charleswell scheduled, facilitated, and led meetings with the board and the department's leadership collectively, as well as with the department's curriculum leaders separately, to ensure alignment and progress towards compliance objectives. Following internal meetings between the state and district divisions of curriculum and instruction, during which the expectations for implementation plan were clearly communicated, both district leadership teams engaged in a collaborative process to develop comprehensive implementation plans outlining strategies and effective execution. Each district plan detailed objectives, timelines, and instructional events related to Virgin Islands and Caribbean history. instructional supports, resource considerations, and assessment methods. The plans also delineated roles and responsibilities, monitoring and support strategies, success indicators, and a curriculum resource guide. Additionally, implementation timelines, scheduling structures, and course options were included. After 3 iterations of review and revision, the Board of Education granted conditional approval for the proposed schedule and course options, with a separate grade for Virgin Islands and Caribbean history to be reflected on the report card. Actions taken since the Superior Court's ruling. Following the court's ruling, the department convened meetings with the Department of Justice, the leadership team at the Department of Education, and the Board of Education to examine the ruling's implications. Discussions focused on the challenges of implementing Virgin Islands and Caribbean history curriculum as a standalone course across grades K through 12. Key concerns included the potential impact on career pathway credits, Virgin Islands history requirements for high school, graduation credit distribution, retroactive obligation for upperclassmen, and the need for additional teachers amid an existing teacher shortage. Subsequent meetings with the board were held to address these issues and guide the next steps. Internally, the department outlined expectations for the implementation plan, after which each district developed and submitted its plans to the Deputy Commissioner, then forwarded the plans to the board and coordinated follow-up meetings to review submissions and incorporate the requested revisions. Curriculum development process. In April 2023, the department entered into an agreement with the American Institutes of Research, or AIR, a nonpartisan, not-for-profit organization specializing in educational research and technical assistance. The partnership aimed to create a comprehensive K-12 social studies curriculum aligned with the Virgin Islands Standards of Achievement for Social Studies, or VISA. This collaboration resulted in the Virgin Islands Social Studies curriculum framework, a culturally grounded and standards-aligned program designed to promote rigorous, coherent learning experiences that help students understand global interconnections among historical, cultural, social, and political identities. From this foundational framework, the Virgin Islands and Caribbean History Curriculum Framework was developed as a distinct but complementary document. While the Social Studies Framework provides the overarching structure for K-12 social studies instruction, the Virgin Islands Caribbean History Framework focuses specifically on the historical development and cultural identity of the United States Virgin Islands within the broader Caribbean context. Emphasizing critical inquiry, primary and secondary source analysis, and community-connected learning, the framework enables students to explore the territory's legacies and see themselves as active participants in history. Through this approach, students build pride in their heritage and develop the civic and analytical skills necessary for thoughtful engagement in their communities. Ensuring vertical alignment. Vertical alignment in standards and curriculum development refers to the deliberate and logical progression of knowledge, skills, and concepts across grade levels to ensure that learning builds coherently from one stage to the next. It helps educators understand how what students learn in one grade prepares them for the next, avoiding repetition or gaps in instruction. In the curriculum framework and curriculum units, vertical alignment is evident in how concepts of community, citizenship, and identity evolve across grade bands. For example, in grades K to 12, students learn about their immediate community and the role of helpers. In grades 3 through 5, they explore the broader Virgin Islands society, its history, and how citizens contribute to government. In grades 6 through 8, they analyze regional connections, migration, and economic development in the Caribbean. In grades 9 through 12, students engage in critical examination of historical movements, civic participation, and global interdependence. This structured progression ensures that each grade level deepens understanding, and prepare students for increasingly complex inquiry, promoting coherence and continuity in learning Virgin Islands and Caribbean history. Curriculum status. The United States Virgin Islands Social Studies Curriculum Framework has been completed and submitted in draft form to the Board of Education for review and approval. To support implementation, the department initiated professional development sessions to familiarize teachers with the new standards and curriculum. Complementary sessions for school administrators were also designed to ensure consistent monitoring and supervision of instruction across schools. These professional learning efforts will continue throughout the 2025-2026 school year as the department awaits the board's final action. In addition, the department developed assessment tools for both teachers and administrators to guide the evaluation and implementation of the curriculum. Those tools can be customized for any content. The teacher tool assists educators in identifying key components of high-quality instructional materials that includes lesson plans, text sets, and textbook chapters that effectively support instruction and student learning. As an extension, the administrator tool is designed to evaluate how material aligns with standards, engages students in authentic social studies practices, promote equity and inclusion, ensure accessibility, and provide support for both educators and learners. The administrator tool also facilitates the collection of data and the assessment of broader curriculum resources, including full units and textbooks. Implementation timeline. Both districts have established shared expectations for grades K through 8. However, several ongoing challenges persist at the 9th through 12th grade level. Efforts are currently being coordinated to ensure that the high schools have the operational capacity, instructional resources, and staffing necessary to provide the required courses with fidelity and consistency across both districts. A soft rollout was initiated at the start of the school year for the elementary and junior high levels to support gradual implementation and capacity building. In accordance with the established schedule, students receive instruction as follows. Grades K to 5, twice per week, 30 minutes per day. Grades 6 through 8, twice per week, 30 minutes per day. Collaborative communication on initiative progress. On May 22, 2025, the department submitted draft district implementation plans to the Board of Education with a second submission on June 10, 2025. Following a review meeting with Attorney Jones, the board attorney, on July 22nd, the board requested the development of a single territorial plan. The department met with the board on August 2nd, revised the plan in accordance with the board's recommendations, and resubmitted said plan on August 11th. After an additional meeting on August 16th, the board granted conditional approval. A general order of approval was later issued on August 21st. However, on August 18th, the board requested 6 deliverables to be submitted by August 29th. All deliverables were submitted by the specified deadline, and the department now awaits the outcome of the board's review. In conclusion, the Department of Education remains deeply committed to ensuring that our students gain a meaningful understanding and appreciation of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history as an essential part of their educational experience. We recognize the importance of this mandate not only as a matter of legal compliance, but as a vital step in preserving our cultural identity, fostering civic pride, and empowering future generations with knowledge of their heritage. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share our efforts and progress before this honorable body. My team and I remain available to answer any questions or provide additional information that may assist in advancing this important initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Song, for your testimony. Before I go to 5-minute round, of questioning, I'd like to ask the board and the Department of Education, do you think that your efforts thus far comply with the ruling of the judge? Department of Education first.
Good morning, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. Our efforts are ongoing, Senator. We are attempting to comply with the mandate by the courts, and we think we have done that, but that doesn't mean our work stops.
So you're giving me a partial yes or what?
I am giving you a tentative yes, sir.
Board of Education.
I will respond with a,
Dr. Gallo.
I will soundly respond and say yes.
Okay, and that response is also for grades K through 12 or specifically 9 to 12?
So that's for me would be specific grades K through 12. Of course, the board did review all the documentation. Now once we do our school visit and we see that it's being done, then we can check the box that the plan has been completed and implemented within the school system. Yes, Senator.
Okay, my concern is, and that's why I really held this meeting, because we've had a lot of discussion about the implementation of Virgin Islands history, but a lot of times we didn't think about the impact on the overall education system, how is it going to be incorporated, resources, et cetera, et cetera. Many individuals' interpretation is that this is a standalone course that is going to be taught on a regular basis. That's a tremendous impact on the high school level, because then you're talking about 4 additional credits in addition to everything else that they have. So I planned this meeting today so that we could begin to get clarity as to exactly how this is going to be implemented and how we're going to be able to document the implementation. In the testimony, it spoke about how much minutes per day, et cetera. Is this going to be reflected on the report card? Is Virgin Islands history, like all of the other specials at the elementary level, is this now going to be reflected on the report card, or is it just 30 minutes a day but no grade, no anything? How is it going to be reflected?
My understanding is that it will be reflected in the report card at each grade level, but I would refer rather to the subject experts. Dr. Charleswell.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell. So via history, to reflect the implementation, has to be a standalone class on the report card from K straight to 12. So science, math, reading, language arts, social studies, and VI history will be reflected on the card.
Okay, so stop there. So the board, is that going to be reflected in your policy? Because presently your policy says promotion from sixth grade to junior high, mathematics, science, social studies, health, computer science, and a minimum score of 70% on the exit examinations. Is that going to be reflected in the promotional policy for the Board of Education?
Yes, Senator, it will. We're right now making those edits.
Okay, I also see in your promotional policy, you speak to exit examinations. Have you waived that over the last couple of years? Because there's no exit examinations in the public school. And I'm seeing competency readiness exam for promotion from 4th to 6th grade. Has that been waived?
Yes, it has.
It's been waived by a written document, policy to the Department of Education, or it's just been ignored?
I don't think it has been ignored. It's traditionally practiced that they don't do this. The school system doesn't do an exit exam. Only the exams for the respective courses, the social studies, science, math, history, those will be those type of exams that students will have to take to ensure that they meet that 70% or higher in order to pass to the next grade or graduate from high school.
Okay, if it's not done, why is it in the policy? Why hasn't it been removed?
I think that's in the policy because of the Virgin Islands Code. It talks about exit exams where you have to ensure that students take. Of course, we in the territory are not there yet in terms of creating an exit exam in order for a student to go from grade to grade or even leave high school like the U.S. mainland does.
I need the board to take a deep dive into this exit examination because there's no exit examination. And if you're going to discuss an exit examination by subject area, and the student must have a 70% on that exit exam, you're going to increase the retention rate dramatically. Because a lot of students across junior high school and high school, the midterm and final exam is literally the lowest performance. At the end of this meeting, I'm hoping that the board and the department will be aligned in terms of the path moving forward. That the promotional policy, as documented by the board, will be a true reflection as to what is taking place in the school system on a regular basis. So the competency exam, I want that, but it's not implemented. So we need to decide, are we going to have it or we're not going to have it? And then the next one speaks to exit examination. We need to have that particular discussion. So, colleague, just one more second and I'll switch to questions. Now, Dr. Charleswell, you said that it's going to be a graded course, high school level, that creates a tremendous amount of issues because of the courses that are already required for graduation. How are you going to incorporate 4 additional credits on the high school level? Or 3 additional credits, because 1 is already named.
Senator, that is the elephant in the room. We have been struggling to provide guidance in that area. It has been a concern for the high school principals, superintendents as well. We did have the conversation with the board as to how we should proceed, whether or not it will be credited or how the credits will look for high school graduates. And it's still something that we haven't worked out the kinks, in all honesty. We did look at a model, but there are some concerns with that model that we've looked at.
The Board of Education?
I don't even have a response because I wasn't sure what was the question. We didn't hear it well on this side.
The question is, if it's going to become a credit, it's going to be additional 3 credits on the high school level because 1 credit of VI history is already required. How are you going to be able to incorporate that into the student schedule with all of the other requirements that they now need?
Well, one of the things that the board has to be creative in order to do it, because many of these things that's mandated is Virgin Islands Code mandated, not the Board of Education wants it to be done. So unless the Senate is going to work with the board to make some changes in the code, we have to follow what the code says. In terms of ensuring the credits, we also have to work with the CTEC board to ensure.
The board has to put the position on the record. We have to know exactly what is the recommendation of the board if there's going to be any change to statute. So I'm looking at it, and I'll just put it out there. A high school student needs certain courses that are mandatory in the event that student elects to go to college. You don't have a choice. Okay, there's certain courses that you must take by College Board, et cetera, that are mandatory for language arts, et cetera. So after you carve out all of those courses that are mandatory in the event that a student wants to go to college in order to be accepted because they require that, you then have your CTEC component, which takes up a number of courses, perhaps 8 credits, that you now have to make sure that if a student wants to go the CTEC route, that they're able to take those 8 courses. Required credits right now at the high school level is how much? Required courses.
26.
Not total amount to graduate. Required courses. 19 courses. And how much elective? It's a total of 24 credits still to graduate?
26.
26? So you have 7 electives?
Yes.
Is that one?
7 electives, yes.
Okay, I'm seeing on your policy, you're seeing 21 required courses and 5 elective.
Yeah.
So 21 required. Is that
It's more than
That's what I'm seeing in the document signed off by Winona Hendricks and your promotion policy for grade 9 to 12.
Where did you get that policy? I'm not sure which document you're looking at. Is it a dated document, or old document? What was the date that it was?
2013 for the Board of...
No, that's not the current one. That's not the current one.
Okay, can you... This is what you have online, though. So can you have someone from your office send us the correct document, and then I'll continue with the discussion.
I think online should have the updated one. I'll have them send it to you. No problem.
Amended by the 14th elected Board of Education, January 23rd,
That's not the
2003.
correct. That's not the correct one. That's the incorrect one.
Oh, okay, so I will get the correct one, and then we'll continue with the discussion. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, listening and viewing audience. Good morning to the students here in the chambers. Before I begin my line of questioning, I'd just like to comment on something that I think is very, to me, in my way of thinking, it's really disingenuous and frustrating to our students of the Virgin Islands. Recently, we've been having a lot of bomb threats. And I just want to put it out there to the public. I mean, if we know somebody that's consistently doing this, ask them to please stop. I mean, I know the department and the law enforcement is doing their best to try to get to the bottom of this, but I put in a plea out there because it's not funny. You're disrupting school, you're disrupting instruction. You know, we don't have other things that do this naturally. We don't need the additional frustration, and we don't need the ignorance anymore. Assistant Commissioner Soames.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, page 7 of 8, you talked about you were able to come in on time to submit 6 deliverables to the Board of Education. Have you received any correspondence back from the Board of Education? What's the update on the review? How soon you're going to receive it back?
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to refer to the Deputy Commissioner who oversaw that process.
Dr. Renee Charleswell. So yes, we had our first submittal. We received recommendations on the first submittal. We submitted a second one, which was a complete territorial plan. And the last request from the
3
board,
minutes.
we had 6 questions that they wanted us to respond to, which we did. We submitted that on August 29th, and we're waiting their response to those, their review.
I mean, that's what you testified on, but I'm just asking, since the August 29th, have you received any update? You know, because all of this is necessary for your implementation. You have your soft rollout, correct, Assistant Commissioner Soames?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Dr. Charleswell. To the 2 superintendents here in the St. Croix District and in St. Thomas District, what's your feedback from your instructors in the school system about this implementation?
Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. All social studies teachers I know fully support the implementation of the VI history. What we currently struggle with, and they have shared, is the continued teacher shortages and also almost like the redundancy, because they still have the remaining social studies courses that the students have to take. When you look at it at the high school level, I think Mr. Sum mentioned it in the testimony, is the retroactive credits that those students in 12th grade who are scheduled to matriculate out in May, will they have the necessary new credits required as it's outlined now?
Good. Dr. Brown? Gums?
Good morning, Dr. Brown Gums. On the elementary to the middle school, we do have full participation of it. We did meet some challenges. Not saying that the high schools didn't participate, but we are meeting some challenges on the high school level in reference to the credits, along with the information that was just shared by Dr. Bastian.
1 minute.
All right, Dr. Brown, while you're in front of the mic, let me ask this question to the two superintendents again. Let me put on my elementary educator hat this morning. I noticed, listening to Dr. Chalwell, she said that social studies is still on the table, and VI history now is added to the table. What we take off, what we take away?
Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District, we haven't taken away anything.
30 seconds.
So VI history couldn't be, I mean, based on the law, we have to do it, but
No.
we didn't take away nothing. We minus social studies for a minute. We sit with the board to say, well, next steps, how we could implement it a little better, how we could phase it in. There's a lot.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, let me wrap up with this thing. For years, we all have been hearing about teaching VI history in the schools, Caribbean history and so forth. And now we implement it. This was the most silent rollout. I mean, this is something big. I think the department, this was a win. We have our little issues here. We're going to roll out the kinks. But Assistant Commissioner Soam, do you think we should have been beating the drum with this?
Again, good morning, Senator. This is still very much a work in progress. I think that once we are able to fully roll out the teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history throughout all grade levels, then we will be ready to ramp up and have a big celebration and announcement.
And I'm in this department long enough, man. The 10 years won't come from now, we still with a soft rollout.
No,
we should have talked about it now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lewis. As I also like to recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. Thank you for joining us. Next, we'll have Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. Of course, if you're a veteran, I just want to say belated Veterans Day to all the veterans. It was wonderful to be there with them yesterday. And we had students from Ivana Udoraken High School, Yvonne Bowski Elementary School, as well as Charlotte Amalie High School represented. We didn't have the National Guard there, but it was a very good showing. It was a very good parade. And my commendation goes to the Office of Veterans Affairs, of course, Commander Hillis Benjamin from the Legion 90, and all of the persons who came out for the Veterans Day celebration and parade, as well as my colleagues. I wanted to ask a question because I didn't see it here, and I'm hoping that I missed it. Which schools and in which districts is the pilot program for the implementation of the Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history being conducted at? Is anyone?
Good morning, Senator.
Yes.
Victor Sumner, Third Assistant Commissioner. This is not a pilot, Senator. This is a mandate via the law as well as via the court. So this is not something that we're piloting. We have executed the implementation of VIA Caribbean history in K through 8.
Okay.
And we are near completion of that mandate in 9 through 12. So it's not a pilot. It's in all elementary and junior high schools at this time.
Okay, because I guess for me, I think I read something and it seemed like maybe it was in one of the readings that it seems as though it was in select schools. I saw that word. Select schools doesn't mean all schools. And so I saw that, and it may have been in the Board of Education's
testimony that they were select schools. So that's why I asked about pilot, because if you're in select schools, maybe I should change the question to the chairman. What schools are they implemented in? Because you are doing your monitoring, and you mentioned select schools.
So when we mentioned select school, as the Assistant Commissioner indicated that some of the schools they're having challenges with.
What are those schools? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So based on the walkthrough, I wouldn't know exactly which one of those schools that would have it.
So have you done your monitoring already?
That's next week. That's happening next week. Monday we start.
So which schools have been identified, because the commissioner and the superintendents would know which schools are having challenges with the implementation?
Correct. They can respond to that.
Good morning, Dr. Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent. I am very aware of it being implemented fully. We did meet some challenges on the high school in reference to the credited courses, but as far as I know, all schools.
Okay, so only on the high school level, and that's both, and for the St. Thomas and St. John district, that's Ivana Eudora Ken High School and Charlotte Amalie High School. They are having some challenges with the implementation of it. Okay, what are those challenges that you are hearing from your teachers and the principals also on the ground, Dr. Brown
So it's not necessarily, Dr. Brown Gums, sorry. It's not necessarily having to do with the implementation of the actual academia. It's in reference to the credited courses, looking at a student's transcript and determining if that child is now a senior, would that child have to go back and take those courses? Are they on track? Their trajectory is to graduate in the month of May. And so those are some of the questions that we are still trying to fulfill.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if time was called. It may have been faint. I just have one wrap-up based on what Dr. Brown Gums represented, if you would allow me.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you so kindly. And so have you already strategized with your principals and internal, your coordinators, and how to, as well as the Board of Education, how to rise above and overcome that challenge and that barrier that you're seeing? And what have you reached? What are some of the proposed methods and approach to overcome that challenge?
I must say that approaches must be creative when it comes to individual students and their expectations. So our students do have opportunities to meet with counselors and to discuss what are the expectations to graduate, okay? So our seniors. And it's just a matter of us being creative at this juncture.
Just so you're not going to see that we're going to have any students who are not going to be able to graduate because they have to fulfill this new curricular and implementation if they have met the required graduation credits.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my only concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. You can't have a retroactive application of this particular policy, so you can't penalize a current senior saying that they need X amount. It's not a retroactive application. So I don't think, I know that no senior will be jeopardized as a result of the court ruling. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the testimony of the Assistant Commissioner and the testimony of the board, we talked about, supporting the teachers and giving professional development and so forth. But I really didn't hear nobody talk about what type of materials we adopted, what type of, what's that look like? What was it, the course materials look like for the teacher and the students? If you may expound on that for me, please.
Good morning again, Senator. I will have the social studies coordinators who are here this morning, Dr. Larson on St. Croix and Ms. Rogers-Boulay on St. Thomas, because they are the ones that provide for the resources in that area. Dr. Larson and Mrs. Boulay Rogers.
Good morning again, Lauren Larson, Social Studies Coordinator, St. Croix District. We have several challenges in really fully implementing the court's mandate. One of the challenges is we're also in the process, as we indicated as Assistant Commissioner Sum pointed out, we are implementing a new social studies curriculum. We're also implementing a Virgin Islands history curriculum framework. In addition, the schools don't have sufficient resources to teach Virgin Islands history because they don't exist actually per grade level. And as Senator Viale knows, we're working on a project that will helpfully address that issue, but that's still, we have still some time to complete that project. But right now, the major challenge is providing our teachers with high quality instructional materials in order to teach Virgin Islands history at each grade level in a separate course. That's one of the major challenges.
So we don't have all the resources before the teachers at this time.
At
we
this
don't
time,
have sufficient workbooks, teacher's manual, you know. So where are they getting the information from?
Many of our teachers have been doing this creatively over the years, and we are developing ways to support those teachers who aren't as strong or as creative as the others. But I want to maintain that in spite of what the community thinks, what the court thinks, Virgin Islands history has been taught. It's not that it hasn't been ever taught in the school system. It has been taught for a number of years, especially by our conscientious and dedicated teachers. And where we need to just provide a support is in now the resources that will help to teachers to deliver effective instruction. Curriculum is in place, standards are in place, the resources, which is really based on it's a financial commitment that we have to make.
I don't want to abuse my time with the chair, but I've been in the classroom before, and we've been creative. A lot of us use things that we had when we had UVI, the umbilical cord. We pull information from here. We go to the library, pull information. But now we have a new rollout, and so forth. So this is what will happen here. And let me speak from when I was in the classroom. We want to implement these things, but we don't provide all the resources. But we want great results. That's unfair to the teachers. So let me say that right off the bat. I hated it, and now to hear it here today again. That don't fly well with me. I am all for implementing it. I know we've been teaching it, but it's never been all year long neither. It's always been carved out.
Point of information.
February, March, somewhere around that time, especially in elementary schools. But then we have this rollout. But I thought we had already paid for a whole social studies edition, not social studies, history edition, and so forth. That would have been ready.
So if I
maybe
may,
somebody could correct me if I'm wrong.
So if I may, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. You may respond.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. McMahon Arnold has a listing of resources. She's been working on that to not only include, to also include the Go Open USVI, which has been a great resource. Dr. McMahon Arnold.
Good morning, Yvette McMahon Arnold, State Director, Instructional Development. In order to meet the deficiencies that you've referenced, Senator, we've put together a listing, like 20 pages of resources, K through 12, digital and print in some instances, that will be able to support teachers. That's one of the deliverables you referenced that has gone to the board for review. This list, we provide those print resources that are available, such as the K2 VI history text. The umbilical cord is on there. a number of other resources that were print resources that were provided through Judge Willocks. Those are on there as well. Those are in all the schools. We've also provided archives, direct links to archives, to Caribbean resources. As I indicated, it's like 20 pages. That's available, and it's also one of the addendum items that's presented to you as part of the testimony. So teachers will be able to just go to those links. They are aligned to the standards. They are actually aligned to the curriculum that was developed, and they are live links developed through grade bands. So one particular resource can be used across several grade levels, and that's a document. We just need some feedback from the board, and we are ready to go with it. And you have it, and you will be able to review it as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. In reference to the curriculum
Senator
and the
Viale.
standard, it was developed by grade level from K to 12.
Correct.
And that curriculum and standards have already been distributed to all grade level teachers.
The curriculum that we did for the social studies, that's at the board for review. So that's not distributed. However, when we do professional development,
Hold up. When was it sent to the board?
I think Dr. Chazo will get the correct date, but I can tell you it was sent to the board in October because the work with AIR was completed August 29th, and it was sent to, all the documents were turned over to us around that time. We sent the curriculum to Dr. Charleswell for her internal review and the internal review of the commissioner, and then it was sent to the board. So that would have been in early October.
Dr. Carl, would you have received those documents?
Yes, we have the document, Senator.
What's your target date for review, completion of review?
Well, we are started to review it, so Attorney Jones would have the document to review, and then also we want to go into the schools to verify some of these things are happening, because we want to avoid just words on a page saying this is happening, but we want to physically, when we go into schools for the walkthroughs, that information is there.
I asked about implementation. I asked about the review as to what was submitted to the board, the curriculum and the standards that was submitted to the board for approval. What is the target date for approval? Not implementation, not going to the schools, because if it's not approved by the board,
that's a part of the
it shouldn't be.
That's a part of the review, Senator. You have to be able to review what you're getting. You can't have a document, because some of the items that's in that document are in the schools.
Oh, hold on, Dr. Carlwood. Ms. Charleswell, Dr. Charleswell just said that it hasn't been distributed to the teachers because it's going through the review process. So the teachers don't have it. So you can't, Ms. Cassius.
For clarity, Senator, I think what they're saying is that that's for social studies. We just received the ones for social studies. We reviewed the curriculum and the implementation for VI history back in August.
So Dr. Charles, have you received that back? Has it been approved? Board of Education.
We have a conditional approval of the VI history. It's conditional. We haven't received full approval.
Conditional on what?
The walkthroughs, the actual implementation of it. Because remember, the law said it was supposed to be implemented August of 2025. So our walkthroughs are set for November 18th to verify that everything that's put into this phased-in approach for VI history is actually happening in the schools.
So has it been distributed to teachers?
No, it has not.
So how are you going to walk through and look for something that has not been distributed to teachers? I mean, how is that going to work?
That's the department's responsibility.
Back in August, the agreement was that it was going to be implemented in this school year, and we will come and evaluate it based on the phased-in plans.
Okay, and remember to put your name on the record before you speak. Who is that?
Jennifer Jones, legal counsel for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. During the summer, the department presented to the board an implementation plan. Before it had divided plans between the islands. We requested one plan for the Virgin Islands, and that was done. We also requested a number of things, particularly to make sure that the plan that the department has in place would be compliant with the court order. And one of the things that we required is that Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history as a curriculum be separated out from social studies. And that was done. The plan that was presented and approved, and it's relevant to today's discussion, was approved by the board. And one of the things that was discussed during that period as well, and based on the discussions that we had before, is that the board was concerned that the burden of implementing the court order as the court sees, and also with the amended statutes, the burden would not lie on our students in terms of additional credits. What the board did at that time is require that some creative posture be taken in terms of how those credits are allocated, so that there's no increased credits from the current 26 credits for our public school students. There has been a challenge and a rethinking of the approach in teaching Virgin Islands history. And that was particularly told to us by the court. It has to be separated out. It cannot be integrated into social studies. And that was a challenge that we had. The plan now provides that those courses be taught separately as standalone courses. The duration of the course, the credit allotment for that course may be different than we've seen in the past. But that is what the board is looking to see has been implemented. If there's the additional social studies curriculum that has been presented to the board in October, that should not include Virgin Islands and Caribbean history.
Thank you. The curriculum that was submitted to the board in October, does it include VI and Caribbean history?
Yvette McMahon Arnold. Yes, it does. This is a social studies curriculum. And even though we've been, we are told to separate social studies from VI history, when we look at a social studies curriculum, it's all inclusive. You know that. History is included within that. So is civics, so is economics, and all the other broader disciplines that fall under social studies. So what we did, we used the social studies curriculum that includes everything, and then we pulled out or we derived a new curriculum.
So you have done both?
VI history, correct. We've done both, yes.
Okay. So you separated it out?
Yes.
But you also included it
in the social studies, because
similar
in the
to what you did with the civics.
Studies, correct. So as the board's attorney indicated, the requirement for the high school that created some challenges, and what happened, the attorney indicated some creative measures. VIDE took those creative measures because...
What are those creative measures?
That's what I'm going to give you right now.
Okay.
Because we were told that we could not add any credits. We weren't going to be allowed to add credits, and we won't be allowed to take anything off the table either. So we came up with looking at the 912 VI history course, and we divided that into two parts. A part one, where we go from the beginning up to, I think it was pre-transfer, and then part two, post-transfer. And then we looked at the VI-centric civics textbook. and divided that into 2 parts. So that became VI History Part 3 and VI History Part 4, and aligned that with a quarter credit each, which will bring us back to the 1 credit for VI History, because we couldn't add any credits. And so
Okay, so stop there. So that's creative. However, a quarter credit mean that the student is only going to be X amount of hours in that particular class. What are they going to do after?
Well, with what we also looked at, they wouldn't be in a class for an entire week, 5 days, but they will be in the VI history class for 2 periods, 2 days a week for the 9-12, and in their social studies class. Because we kept the idea was to keep the social
You're
studies.
keeping the social studies, but 2 days out of the week will be VI history.
VI history.
And then the next 3 days would be, what is world history or US history?
It's during a flex block, so it would be whatever is taking place during that flex block for the high school.
And they're going to receive a full credit for the next portion of the class?
I'm not sure how they do the flex block. I'll have to ask the superintendent how the credit will go for the rest of the
Okay, if you're
flex
given a
block.
quarter credit for X amount of days a week, and then the other days is going to be whether it's US or world or one of the other history, right now they need a whole credit in US history. So you're going to be giving them that entire credit?
No, if I may, I don't think the social studies kept its time, its credit. But it's the VI
They're
history
keeping the credit,
piece.
but I'm going to go back because let me go on to the next senator and then I'll come back.
Okay.
Let's think about it a little more. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair of Rules had a point of information prior to your
Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much. This conversation is making me have a lot of questions. I want to understand clearly, when does the VI history instruction happen on the high school level? When does that happen? Because I'm not getting a clear picture. You already stated, and this is for education, that you have rolled out VI history in all schools. And I've only seen your timeline implementation in your testimony for grades K through 8. When is it happening on the high school levels? How many time do they spend in class learning about VI history? Give us an example. Maybe one of the coordinators or the superintendent can answer that question.
Bastion Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. The VI history course is taught 2 days out of a week during the flex block period already built into the high school schedule. So it does not add anything to the current schedule because the flex block is already integrated into the current schedule as it stands. So for example, Tuesday, Thursday, during that flex block period, the students will receive VI history in those respective classes. So we have to get creative with how the schedules were created.
So hold up. Flex block is taught by the entire school. Math teachers have a flex block, English teachers, science teachers. So now you're saying the science, math, physical education, health teacher, they're going to be teaching 2 days of VI history during the flex block? Because that's what it is, a flex block. Every teacher is assigned a group of students.
Senator Bastion Knight, Superintendent, that's not how it's done. It's being taught by the VI history instructor. Every student will receive their VI history content on various days throughout the week, but they will get that 2-week shuffling throughout the flex block period. So, we don't have science teachers teaching VI history. But I'm gonna try to get a schedule from one of the high schools to show how it's actually creatively intertwined in the scheduling.
Okay, you would have a school, Central has, or have how many social studies teachers? 9, 10, 8?
I actually have that information.
But whatever they have, they would be responsible to teach that 800 students via history every single year. So I'm just looking at it mathematically and scheduling to see how you're going to be able to incorporate that. But I would like to see the schedule because I'd like to see how those 8 individuals utilizing 2 days a week will be able to expose those 800 students or 900.
Senator Bastian Knight, actually, I have that data for you for for example, St. Croix Central High School, who has a total population of 648 students.
648?
648, correct. We have 8 social studies teachers, and of that 8, 4 of them teach VI history. We currently do have a shortage, and we have been, based on the information gathered up to last night, we are in need of approximately 3 more teachers at that site and St. Croix Educational Complex that carries 936 students. We have a total of 7 social studies teachers, and of that 7, 2 of them teach VI history.
So those 2 teachers have to teach 936 students for the year?
Correct. So it requires, at Complex, you're looking at approximately 35 sections of VI history to meet all those students, and 24 sections at Central High to be able to have all those students meet the requirement.
And this is an ungraded requirement?
Correct. So we have a problem when it comes to teacher shortage to be able to meet even the creative design that we have, but we're currently making it work. And as mentioned before, nothing has come off the table, so we're just pushing it through with what we have.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, in the VA, they have a saying, I don't know whether to laugh or to cry. Because as a layperson, as a police officer, as a soldier, when we have a policy, we create an implementation process. So, Dr. Calwood, you have received the policy. How many social studies teachers in the territory will be teaching Caribbean history and VI history?
That will be a response for the department because we don't deal with the day-to-day operations of the school. So
Okay.
they have to share how much teachers they have. I know they have indicated they have a shortage.
Excuse me one second. In your testimony, the one thing that grabbed me in this testimony was the comment you made on shared responsibility. As the board, you going into the schools next week to test whether they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Correct.
You should have a master plan. When I did operational plans for assignments, I did a written, I added how many officers, I added different things. So I'm just saying with a policy that you have a shared responsibility with the Department of Education, then you should have that information so you would know. So then you just randomly would be going to any school?
Let me correct what you're saying. So the walkthroughs is not only for VI history and Caribbean history. We also are mandated by Act 8717 to also do the other core subjects. So that's math, science, reading, social studies, all of the full gamut.
Right, but they're specifically in regards to social studies, which as your attorney mentioned, Attorney Jones mentioned that you asked for it to be taken out of the regular curriculum so you could have it to address individually, is my understanding.
That's based on
correctly, Attorney Jones?
Yes, Jennifer Jones, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Board of Education. It's not the requirement of a board. This does not come from a board policy. This comes from both places. This comes from Act 8730, as well as the board's interpretation of that act. The board
No,
did,
excuse me a second. What I was saying is what the Department of Education gave to you, the board.
yes.
You have oversight on going to check on something. You have oversight on going to check on specifically VI history and Caribbean history, separated from all the other mandates that you have. So what I'm saying is, you should know how many persons, social studies teachers, that we're going to have teaching specifically VI history and Caribbean history. So when you go to evaluate everything, these specific topics, you have to look at and say, hey, I'm going to school, there are 7 social studies teachers in this school, I'm going to these two. So what the superintendents are putting out in terms of, they have a schedule for the 2 schools mentioned on St. Croix, where you should have that information prior. You should have the information prior on St. Thomas as to where you're going, what you're going to look for. So it sounds like confusion is what I'm hearing. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the individuals, but for me, a lay person, I have 2 granddaughters here in elementary school, came from the States, don't know anything about the VI. If I go and I start asking them tomorrow, hey, what about 5 and 7 years old, very intelligent, but again, they don't know anything about the VI. So I'm saying, if we are to follow a system here, you are the leaders. It's a shared responsibility.
30 seconds.
For me, a grandparent, a parent, a resident of the territory, I want to hear A, B, C. So one's supposed to connect into the next. So is the curriculum for K through 8 one curriculum, and is it an advanced curriculum in 9 through 12 of the same VI history and Caribbean history? Have you got that information?
So
Time.
I just wanted to correct some of the things that you were saying, Senator, if I have the time. I don't know.
Sure. Well, you could correct it on the chair's time.
No, but I want to respond to your question.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, my time has been called.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
You may proceed.
So I just want to go back. So the board, when they received the implementation plan, the board is getting ready to go into the schools next week, and we're looking at 4 areas based on what the department indicated would have been done. Of course, today is a different story being shared. However, they indicated that pacing guides and implementation checklists would have been given to each teacher. We also going to look at the technical support in terms of the digital platforms that's going to be present, in terms of classroom usage, how the classroom is decorated, what information they have as it relates to VI history and Caribbean history, and also in terms of the collaborative effort that's happening within the school system. That's what the board is going to do next week, based on what the department provided us that we're going to have. In terms of the number of teachers, of course, number of teachers, when we go into to do these visits, the principal is able to provide us with a lesson plan and to determine which classroom that we're going into to observe. So that rests on the principal of the school. This was also coordinated through the superintendent's office, how we go to a plan. Because of course, for the amount of schools that we have, to go to do a school, you have to be there all day to go through every single class. It's just not going to work out that way. Because you also have to make sure that you look at the leadership area. You have to look at the counseling and guidance piece. So when the board goes in, we do have a plan based on what was provided to us by the department. And that's why I always go back and say, we get stuff on a page. Unless you go into those schools to actually do the walkthrough, you cannot validate or verify anything until you actually see it for yourself in the school system. So that's what the Board of Education does. So I know sometimes we say it's confusion, we don't understand, but the Board of Education has a plan in place, and we follow through with that plan all the time.
And in closing, what I'm saying is, we have to put it where the lay person on the street that parent and that grandparent who have children they bring home from the States, have the who don't know anything about the VI and what is going to be done. That's what I'm saying here is what I want to hear in terms of, so how do I support the overall process? Do we need to create extra amendments to the law to help solidify and make these things work? But to hear information being put out by the leaders of the Board of Education, Department of Education, and then it sounds like confusion. It needs a little more clarity is what I was trying to get at, and what I think is a must going forward for the shared responsibility. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Mr. Calwood, this walkthrough, Dr. Calwood, the walkthrough is supposed to be November 16th. But Department of Education, you're not ready for this walkthrough on November 16th.
I'll have the superintendent's response, Senator.
Bastion Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. Senator, honestly, I would say the St. Croix District high schools are not ready for that walkthrough, for that information to be observed. We have just transitioned back to our full day instructional schedule. We are currently in the process of doing our whole intervention block rollout. The principals are actually currently working on getting that whole full instructional block together. However, it's a work in progress, but honestly, that's just where the two high schools in the St. Croix district is at with the full rollout of the VI history course.
St. Thomas, are you ready? Are you ready for the walkthrough?
Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, one thing I can say is that our primary schools, elementary and middle schools, I would like to say that I believe, but individually they have made contact in reference to the expectations of the board. Again, I want to repeat that we do have those challenges on the high school, like St. Croix District.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may.
Just to clear up the confusion, because I don't want the message to be that this is chaos. The issue is at the high school level, as you well know. The mandate from the court affects the number of credits required for graduation, and then you combine that with teacher shortages, particularly in VI history. It is something that the department struggles with. It is a challenge. It is something that the department is working to fulfill. When we look at K-8, there is no issue. It is being offered as a special. It's being offered 2 days a week. It's 30 minutes. So there is absolutely, for Senator DeGraff, there is absolutely no issue with your grandchildren getting instruction in VI history at the K-8 levels, elementary and middle school levels. Dr. McMahon shared with us a listing of resources, both digital and in print if necessary, that are available to teachers. The issue is essentially, if not solely, on the high school level and the impacts that mandate, that court mandate will have on graduation if we do not increase the number of credits required for graduation and if there is no change. That is really the crux of the issue.
So right now, across the territory, K-8 is being offered 2 days a week.
That is what we have been informed, yes.
And they are utilizing the Virgin Islands history curriculum.
They are utilizing the resources that Dr. McMahon...
Not the resources, I'm speaking, are they following the curriculum?
Okay, Yvette McMahon Arnold. They are not using that curriculum. We share the existence of the curriculum when we do professional development. Like I go out to schools with Dr. Larson. We talk to the teachers. He provides that support to teachers. I'm there with them. I share where they can find resources and so forth. But we can't put out a curriculum in the hands of the teachers without the formal approval from the Board of Education.
Okay, so stop there. But the board is saying that they want to see the implementation before they give you the formal approval.
So we have a curriculum and we have an implementation plan. And as I sit here, I'm understanding the board is referencing the implementation plan. So we have to look at.
Okay, hold up. I think we need to simply just get this solved. The board is saying that they gave conditional approval and they now want to be able to evaluate implementation. The board is going to be going to the schools to look to see whether or not the curriculum is being implemented, but they can't really look because the curriculum hasn't been distributed to the teachers. So what is the solution? What's the solution? Because they're going to go next week, they're going to say, well, the first question they probably ask the teachers, do you have the curriculum? No, we don't. Don't pass. So what is, are we going to send it out? Is the board changing their position? Is the department changing their position? What's...
So Senator Victor Sum, the third assistant commissioner, I think as a pragmatic answer, full approval of the curriculum that will result in distribution. And then the board can monitor because we'd have full approval.
So the department policy is that you don't distribute the curriculum until you receive full approval.
I'm not sure if that's a policy or so much a practice, because what if there's a change?
Is that the practice?
That may be the practice, because we don't want to distribute something to then find that it's going through an approval process and there's a change.
Okay, so Dr. Carlwood, your response to that?
Well, my response is clear, Senator, because I'm not sure where the mix-up is. We came here today to talk specifically about the implementation as it relates to VI history and Caribbean history. The curriculum as it relates to social studies on the umbrella. The schools are already teaching Virgin world history, world geography, and they're also teaching United States history. That's being taught already in the school system. So today, to tell them that they haven't distributed to the teachers, we were always under the impression and the intention that the department will share that information with the teachers beforehand through either professional development, training, among other things that have shared when we have met with the department. So today I'm very frustrated, and you can hear it in my voice, because it's like stuff is just going every place, and then the burden is always down on the Board of Education that we're not doing what we're supposed to do when we are given the information from the department to utilize in order to do our job the best way possible. Our curriculum committee has worked day in, day out, come up with a plan in place, share this with the department to roll out in terms of what we're going to do when we're coming into the school system. And now we're here today, it's just like helter-skelter, grandiose. Everybody's doing what they want to do now. And that's just confusing to me. Very, very confusing.
So Dr. Carlwood, you're going to be on your walkthrough, you're going to be looking to see whether or not the Virgin Islands history standards have been distributed? Curriculum?
That's correct. The Board of Education is moving forward with its plan. So the department needs to get their stuff together and get it ready, because we're coming in next week to do what we're supposed to do.
A point of information, Mr. Chairman, point of information.
One minute to Senator Joseph, and then we're going to have Senator Lewis and Senator Joseph, then we're going to go to Senator Blyden. Let's make the point as concise as possible. Senator Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Soames,
Do you have to approve that the board?
I would recommend that you ask for the board for another date for this walkthrough if possible. Because I don't want our teachers to be looking bad in any way, form, or fashion, because they don't have the adequate resources or curriculum in front of them. I don't want them to go there next week and then they report back and says, we haven't seen it, we haven't seen this, or whatever. So I wouldn't put that on our educators. I'll respectfully ask that the department send the board chair a letter asking for another date, maybe December, late December, early January or something. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for the recommendation, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Joseph.
I just wanted to ask the chairman of the Board of Education, what time frame do you normally, when you are implementing or reviewing based on your statute, you have to review and monitor the implementation of a curriculum? How has that happened in the past? And if you could be so concise.
There is actually a policy that's called the Curriculum Development Framework that needs to be complied with whenever the department is bringing curriculum for approval before the Board of Education. There's a policy, and there's also a requirement that they be updated every 2 years. So whatever submission needs to be submitted in accordance with that policy. There are time frames within that policy that needs to also be complied with. With the Virgin Islands history, that one was a little bit different because of the requirement in the court order that there are certain time limits and that how Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history needs to be taught. So that needs to be pulled out and dealt with separately. And that was done in September.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Jones, for that response. I'm clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Now, just to be clear, at the high school level, every single teacher, in order to be certified, must take a VI history course, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
so every single teacher has some knowledge in reference to VI history.
Bashta Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix. And just keep it in mind that there's no specific certification to teach VI history. And like you just mentioned, for certification in your respective area, you have to have that one VI history course that's offered through the University of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you. And that's because when you become a history teacher, you're certified to teach history. You become a math teacher, you're certified to teach math, not certified to teach algebra or geometry only. So it encompasses everything else. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing public, staff, central staff. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I'm glad we're having this conversation this morning. It just goes to show exactly where we're at and where we need to be. I saw the students were there on the island of St. Croix this morning, the students from the elementary school, and they're listening. And they are paying attention to what's going on. Because if you really do not know your history, you really don't know where you're going. I learned about Elwood Blyden when I was in the States, I never learned that here. And that's sad. It's very sad. And when I say I learned about him, about his accomplishments, not about him himself, but about things I didn't know, even though we are related. But I still have to say, right, I feel a frustration in the room, and I don't think it's about confusion. I think it's about collaboration and communication. There's miscommunication going on, to be honest with you, between the board and the department. And one of the communication mishap was in terms of the elementary schools having all the resources, etc., and the high school don't have it. And also, Dr. Calwood spoke to the walkthrough. And the walkthrough is not only about VI and Caribbean history, but about other things included in that space. And I think that needed to be clarified also, because I'm listening carefully. So that needed to be clarified also. But nonetheless, I must say that in terms of this VI history and Caribbean history, it's a non-credited ungraded course, and at the same time, you don't need it for graduation. So, to me, it's like not important. It's not important to me based on what I'm hearing. And to me, it's very important that all of our students learn about their history, period. So, my ask is that all of the stakeholders really get together and really figure out a way to make it happen, because it's very important. And based on what I'm hearing, to me, that's just my opinion. Our teachers were set up for failure because based on what I'm hearing, they ain't ready yet. They're not ready. And they need to communicate more and say, point blank, we ain't ready. We need more time. I need this, I need that, what have you. It is what it is. Let's say what we need and keep it moving. But I will say this, though, that when it comes to training for our teachers, when will those training begin? What does it entail? And how are we monitoring that our teachers are being trained properly? Can someone speak to that, please?
Well, I can say that on August 29th, we received, as part of the order that the board issued to the Board of Education, we asked for other specific information to make sure that this implementation there's a smooth rollout. We asked for information with regard to that same question that you're asking. And we did receive a comprehensive plan from the department laying out and specific schedules how teachers will be trained. So I think that's part of the frustration here, because we're operating based on what was done during the summer and what was presented to the board. And so that's what we would, and one of the things that the board would be looking for is that full implementation. Have the teachers being prepared? Are they there's professional development according to this plan that was presented to the board?
So, Department of Education, is there an anticipated date of when this will begin in terms of training?
It has already begun.
Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, sorry. Yes, training has begun with our teachers.
The sums?
Good morning. I agree with Deputy Superintendent Brown. Training has begun. Training is taking many different forms. As Dr. Yvette McMahon-Arnold stated, in some cases they're going in, the coordinators are going into school, they may be doing one-on-one, they may be doing small group. When there are opportunities for department-wide PD, those opportunities are also being used for training. So I don't want the impression to be that there's no training. There is training. It may be individual training of specific teachers, it may be small group training, it may be whole group training, but training, professional development in this area is occurring. Also, Senator, VI History is a required class for graduation, and it is a credited class for graduation. So I just wanted to correct that on the record. It is a required class for anyone in the public school system to graduate, and it is right now for 1 credit, and the proposal is divided into 4 quarter credits, which would still be 1 credit.
So it's ungraded though, correct?
No, it's not. There is a grade for VI History, sir.
I took notes and someone says ungraded, but that's okay. Well, I stand correct. And Mr. Chair, in closing, I will say, in respect to the walkthrough by Dr. Calwood, I have 3 grandchildren in elementary school. They're all on high honors, and I'm going to ask them myself exactly what have they learned about VI History, or tell me what have you, and I'm going to report back. And also in respect to the bomb threats, I just wanted to touch on that because we have to find a way to really secure our schools, because every time someone calls in a bomb threat, it disturbs the learning, it disrupts everything. Parents coming for the children, etc., etc., etc. It's a trickle-down effect. So we must find a way to secure our schools and monitor them in a better way, because I know we have many of the schools are open, but we need to secure our schools like we do in the States, and I know it's going to take funding, but at the same time, something needs to be done because it's ridiculous. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development will take a 2-minute recess. Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. I specifically held this meeting to have these discussions because passage of a bill is one thing, but implementation is the next. And a lot of times, bills don't, or the passage of particular bills don't really understand the applicability to certain grade levels. So while it's a bit easy to be implemented K to 8, it's a lot harder to be implemented 9 to 12. And I am a proponent of VI history every single day. I'm a proud Crucian, so I'll just put that out there. I'm a proud Crucian. However, there are a lot of issues because you're looking at the VI history implementation, you're looking at number of credits for graduation. You need to make sure that you're not going to in any way impact students' ability to get accepted to college. You're looking at students who want to take higher level courses. AP Calculus is a 2-credit course, it's all year. AP Biology, all of these AP courses, it's a full year course. So you're looking at that. And then right next to the bill we have is CTEC. So you're looking at certification for students. How much credits does it take for vocational certification? Dr. Charles or Mr. Song? You guys have the experts in the back. I could turn and ask one of them. How many credits does it take?
Bachelor Knight Superintendent in Croix District, 8 credits. Up to 8 credits for certification. Depends on.
So from what to what?
Repeat.
Senator, I'll bring Ms. Molloy into the well.
Superintendent, I'm sorry, Senator.
Yes.
If I may, point of privilege. Is that correct?
You practice it?
No, of course not. Let me just say, because there seems to be some confusion, I started out in 1990 as a social studies teacher. And for 7 years, I taught VI history. I taught VI history as a standalone course for 9th graders at Woodson. I taught VI history integrated into world geography. And I taught VI history integrated into U.S. history. So this idea that we're not teaching VI history and Caribbean history is a mistake. We have always taught VI history. Some of us have done it, like myself, as a proud 6th-generation Crucian. We've done it very enthusiastically. Others may have taught VI history at specific times. My wife, for example, she is really big on VI history in March. I have to do decorations for her classroom and firebond and all of them kind of thing. So the department has always taught VI history. There is confusion about curriculum for Virgin Islands history, Caribbean history, and social studies curriculum. VI history, prior to the ruling, has always been a part of the social studies curriculum. We have had to take Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history out of the social studies curriculum and have it as a standalone curriculum. We are teaching VI history in K through 8, as the Senator Wells said. It is easy. It's being done as a special. It's being done 2 days a week, 30 minutes. The issue is at the high school level and the difference between implementation and curriculum. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, and that's exactly where I was going and why I asked Ms. Molloy to come into the well. How many credits, put your name and title on the record first.
Dr. Kristan Molloy, principal of CTEC.
Okay. What's the number of credits for a student to receive certification?
It depends on the course as well.
Give me the range.
So, for example, our aviation is 4 years. So that's 2 credits per semester.
And how many years?
4.
4 years. 8 credits.
2 credits per year, not per semester. Per year.
Per semester.
Then that's
Some of the classes are double periods. For example, welding as well. Welding is a 2-year. It's 2 credits per semester because it's first and second period.
Okay, but they don't take it both semesters. They just take it 1 semester?
No, they take it 2 semesters.
So how many credits did you get in that area for the year?
4. And 4 and 4 is 8 because they're doing 2 years of it.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Right, so it depends on the course.
There's any that's less than 8?
That I could think of, no.
Okay. So
Cosmetology, they have double as well.
cosmetology
It's double as well.
So let's go with 8. And 8 is really what it is for most of the areas. How many required courses? Sebastian, you had it.
The required courses are 19 academic requirement courses.
So 19 plus 8 is 27. How much total credits can a student take?
32.
In the 4 years, 32. So all you're talking about is 5 credits. Okay, 5 credits of flexibility. Now, those 5 credits gotta be for everything else. Whether or not you want to take a physics, you want to take a calculus, whatever you want to take. So that is the issue with high school. High school is not this simplistic approach. Ms. Malloy.
So every student at CTEC is not necessarily taking it for certification, right? We have
Correct.
students who are also taking it as an elective. They might be taking, for example, clothing construction, might be 1 semester, 1 credit.
Correct.
Right, and if the child is in there for a program, then it would extend to 2 semesters per for the student.
But when they take it for 1 credit, they're also meeting a requirement. Because they're meeting a pre-board requirement.
Yes, correct.
Right, so that is also a requirement that they need to meet. But overall, as we continue to have this CTEC conversation, this conversation, we got to look at as to how many credits are needed for graduation and the impact that every single program is going to have overall on a high school student. And that is why I have not been a proponent of this body adding any type of course or subject area as mandatory, whether it's swimming, it's this, it's that, because it impacts your ability to be able to deliver what was passed. In this case, I honestly don't agree with moving the 1 VI history from the whole credit. All 9th graders should just be mandated to take VI history to get the 1 credit. The other 3 years, we got to figure it out. Okay, we have done a great presentation with the civics, etc., but we have to figure it out. And we can only figure it out if we get the administrators in the room, those 4 high school administrators, the 4 system analysts that work them school that understand scheduling, somebody from the Board of Education, and the superintendents of schools for both islands. And then we work it out. I mean, in all honesty, the former senator that in her approach that she had was not a bad approach because it was integrating it into all subject areas. So when you're writing the science curriculum, it's integrated in there. The social studies is integrated in there. So it would have been taught all year in all subject areas. So not in isolation, it would have just been taught. You know, you're teaching science, you teach the science of the Virgin Islands, you incorporate it in. So it's a discussion we're going to have. But we were joined by Senator Novell Francis. I'm going to recognize him before we move on. Senator Francis, you recognize. Senator Francis Wayne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Still morning? Yeah, good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I can't believe we still at this. I'm hearing the word confusion thrown around loosely here today, and I wish that that word weren't being used because, you know, I think that we have had more than sufficient time for us to really address this particular issue. 1983 Act 4844, 42 years ago, mandated the Virgin Islands and a basic Caribbean history be taught in schools. In 2013, there was a court case again requiring requesting the court to intervene and issue a mandate in regards to that. 2025, we're still having this discussion about what's happening. My question is that I know that there's, first of all, I want to certainly commend the work that has been done by the Social Studies Division, Dr. McMahon, Dr. Larson, and work that you have really been putting together in respect to addressing this whole issue of Caribbean, Virgin Islands, and civics throughout. I truly appreciate the work that's been done. I've had the opportunity to look at the workbooks that have been put forth, and tremendous work have been done. We have certainly, as a legislator, put aside some funding to be able to address that. But I want to know what's the engagement? What is the stakeholder engagement? And I know that the chair just spoke about the need for us to get in a room and be able to resolve this issue. But 42 years later, what is the engagement between the Department of Education and the Board of Education in regards to implementation or addressing this particular issue?
3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'll have Deputy Commissioner Charles will respond to that because she's been actively meeting with the board on this issue as of late. Deputy Charleswell.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner, Curriculum and Instruction. Senator Francis, there has been active engagement with the board. We have had several meetings since last year to include our attorneys, the board, VIDE, and just to work at kind of carve out a plan as to how this would look and the support that's needed, the roles and responsibilities of each entity. There was a time that we needed some specific clarification, and we brought in, I think, the Attorney General at some times. But we have been working with the board to move this along, and most recently, the engagement with school-based level administrators. Because they too, especially the high school level, had some concerns, and we're still working through those concerns, as been noted throughout this proceedings.
So why is the word confusion still so prevalent here in this discussion today? Despite this engagement, and despite this apparent synergy that's occurring, why are we still utilizing this word confusion?
From what I can gather, I think it's coming from the implementation of the plan versus the actual curriculum. And even in terms of the role of the board has some walkthroughs that are taking place next week, and it's not specifically targeted at VI history. Their walkthroughs include a comprehensive look at the entire curriculum and the things that are taking place on the school level. So I think in the discussion, things got thrown out a conversation, and that's where that confusion came in. But I don't think it's an overall confusion. We understand our marching orders as our roles and responsibilities, and the board has their role, and one of their roles is to do that walkthrough. And like I said, it's not specific to VI history or social studies or anything. It's specific to an overall comprehensive look at the curriculum.
And based on the current mandates that's required by Act 4844, is there any discussion, is there any proposal coming from the Department of Education or the Board of Education in regards to amendment, modification to this current statutes?
No.
30 seconds.
Why not? Are we satisfied that the current mandates that's required by Act 4844 is something that could be implemented and address all of the concerns that have been raised here time and time again?
Senator, good morning. The department will review 17 VIC Section 41C1 and, if necessary, suggest proposals or suggest amendments to this act.
It's been 42 years. Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up right here. It's been 42 years. I think that, it's high time that if we don't believe this could work, then certainly let's amend and be able to move forward on this particular issue. I'd like to ask the Board of Ed if they could just weigh in on that question as well on the chair's time. Thank you.
Jennifer Jones.
Dr. Colwin? Attorney, go ahead.
Jennifer Jones, legal counsel. We're not dealing with the old original act. We're dealing with Act number 8730, which was enacted in 2023. And that is the interpretation that the court looked at to determine whether whether Virgin Islands how Virgin Islands history is being taught. And so, but we're looking at that. And I'm sorry, what was the rest of the question? Senator.
Is there a recommendation from the board in regards to any amendments, any clarifying languages that could be able to ensure some implementation of the current act based on the current requirements by the Board of Ed at this time?
that's one of the things that has always been in the back of our minds, whether that would be a good solution. But during the court case, we've had, I think, 3 different changes to the act. I think we need to do it properly with some data. And I think this process is designed to collect that data and get the information so that we're doing this properly. We're required to promulgate rules and regulations, but those really should not be promulgated until we know whether what is working, what is workable, and then we can propose either through the changes to what the policies are now or through legislation. But if this turns out to be something that's not workable, we really need to go back to the drawing board and get something that's practical, and that is done through legislative action.
So we definitely await the Board of Education and the Department of Education meeting and coming up with some basic recommendation for possible changes. But we just have to make sure that we're able to teach Virgin Islands history to the children of the Virgin Islands. I would recommend that at this point, the department write the board a letter asking them to postpone or delay the visitation, and that we make sure that the standards or the curriculum is given to all K-8 teachers. We know that the high school is a different story, and that some type of training be done so that when the board does conduct their visit, that the teachers are knowledgeable as to exactly what they need to do. It's unfair if they don't know to ask them if they're doing it. And I would recommend that the department also make sure that the 2 days a week is being implemented in all elementary schools. Get an update as to whether or not that was able to be incorporated, because I know that the department literally has challenges in reference to personnel and everything else, and you have been really juggling back and forth to make sure that classrooms are filled and have teachers to teach a particular subject area.
Yeah.
This meeting was just to push the issue and to make sure that we're able to have a brief idea as to where we are, what needs to be done. And I think we know what needs to be done. I'm happy that we have made progress on significant progress on K-8, but I also want to put on the public record that it requires money. It requires a lot of funding. The adoption of anything that is new, in which you're going to have workbooks and textbooks, et cetera, requires money. This body has given a couple $100,000 already to the Department of Education. I think the last appropriation was $700,000. But that doesn't even discuss actually getting the literature here. That was just putting everything together. So now there's going to need for an extra appropriation that is going to be a couple $100,000 in order for us to get this fully implemented. I think Dr. Larson said, Dr. Larson, how much more we're going to need to get all of the documents?
Well, if this esteemed body grants my last request,
what's your last request on the record?
My last request was over $500,000, and it should complete grades 3 through 8 dedicated Virgin Islands history textbooks aligned to the standards, aligned to the curriculum, with guidance and resources for teachers. And one of the problems we have is we have a lot of foreign teachers that don't really have the background or the knowledge in terms of how to really incorporate VI history, and these resources would give them that direction.
Okay, thank you so much. What would you estimate as the percentage of foreign teachers now in the system? St. Thomas and St. Croix, percentage. As I walk into schools and it's glaring.
Bashford Knight, superintendent, I want to say we're almost 50-50, local 50 internationals right now, and we're getting ready to lean on more internationals to come in and fill the current vacancies that we have.
And then Deputy Superintendent Brown Gums in the St. Thomas and John District.
Good afternoon, Simrady Brown Gums. We are about, I want to say 60-40 meaning that 40% are our international teachers.
It's a substantial amount, and that's why we really need to get the materials printed, because you have individuals that are coming to the Virgin Islands to provide a service that we need, but we need to provide them the resources in order to be able to teach Virgin Islands history. And this is a cry out for Virgin Islanders, to enter into that field of teaching. Every year it's getting less and less, every single year. And we're having more and more difficulty being able to staff our classrooms. And any initiative moving forward, if we don't get local individuals to want to be educated and want to come home, it's going to continue to create a lot of problems. And the new generation of educators, they teach for 5 or 6 years and then they move on. The old generation got into the job and they taught for 30 years before they moved on, because they made it their life. But I'm going to give you an opportunity to close out, because we're going to go to the CTEC bill, which is going to have a lot of discussion also. So I'll give Mr. Sum and then Dr. Calwood an opportunity to close out.
Good afternoon. We'd like to thank the Committee on Education and Workforce Development the opportunity to discuss this very important issue. The department is committed to make sure that the law as well as the court mandate is fully executed. It requires the cooperation of all of our stakeholders, from the Board of Education to school administrators, students and parents, and certainly this body. So we are grateful for the opportunity to air these concerns, and we certainly look forward to continued collaboration and cooperation with all of our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Calwood.
I just want to thank the members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development under your leadership, Mr. Chair. The board remains resolute in its belief in teaching Virgin Islands and Caribbean history, which is not merely a curricular requirement, it's an act of cultural preservation, civic empowerment, and national pride. So we stand ready to work with the stakeholders to get the job done, and we're ready.
Thank you so much. And the expectation of this committee is that the Board of Ed and the Department of Education, along with the stakeholders, will get together in the same room and get this job done, so that the next time we have a meeting, we'll be able to hear just progress and both entities totally aligned. We're going to take, I'd like to recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, who has joined us. We're going to take a 2-minute recess, and we're going to move on to the next bill. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, proposed legislation, Bill number 36-0188, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by adding a subchapter 3, establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College, amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Subchapter 1, Section 99, to increase the membership of the Board for Career and Technical Education, amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Subchapter 1, Section 262, to clarify the duties of the Board for Career and Technical Education relating to the Virgin Islands Technical College, and Section 263 relating to the Career Technical Education Training Fund and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, Honorable Deanne Wells Hendrickson, Ed D., Commissioner, Monique Faulkner, Ed D., State Director, Career, Technical, and Adult Education, Ms. Laverne Richardson, Virgin Islands Technical College Project Director, Mr. Mario Francis, Principal, Raphael O. Wheatley Skills Center, Krista Ann Malloy, PhD, Principal, St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Mrs. Sana Joseph Smith, Policy Advisor for Education, Workforce, and Labor, Office of the Governor, Ms. Joanne Murphy, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board. Kaiza Ekawa, PhD, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Laura Bailey, PhD, Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, University of the Virgin Islands. Israel Popo, student, St. Croix Central High School, St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center. And Ms. Meredith M. Prince, tradesman. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 36, that's 0188? You recognize Senator Lewis.
I do, Mr. Chair. Again, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Great. Today isn't just about passing a bill. It's about a new era for students of the Virgin Islands. The creation of the Virgin Island Technical College marks a turning point for our community, our young people, and our future. For years, we've talked about preparing our youth for real jobs and meaningful careers. Now, we're taking action that proves we believe in their potential. With nearly $23 billion dedicated to rebuilding and modernizing our islands, the need for skilled workers has never been greater. The Technical College is more than a building. It's a promise. A promise that opportunity will be found right here at home, not somewhere far away. It's a bridge to employment, independence, and pride of our young Virgin Islanders. Technical education is powerful. It gives students hands-on experience and the exact skills employers are searching for. Graduates walk out ready to work, ready to contribute, and ready to succeed from day one. For those who may not thrive in traditional academic settings, this is a chance to shine, to build confidence through real achievement and industry-recognized certifications. We're not just offering an alternative to a four-year degree. We're opening a pathway that's often faster, more affordable, and just as rewarding. Technical education means financial independence, fulfilling careers, and the ability to adapt as industries change and technology evolves. This college will offer stackable credentials, dual enrollment for high school students, and training in fields like healthcare, construction, technology, marine trades, education, and renewable energy. Employers aren't just supporting this vision, they're ready to invest in it, sponsoring training cohorts that match their workforce needs. And if challenges arise, I know, and I have faith, that the 36th legislature will meet them together. As our commitment to education and opportunities for our children is unwavering, the Technical College was shaped by the voices of our community through town halls and open dialogue, and it will belong to all of us. So let's move forward with hope and determination. Let's give our children and working adults the chance to build new careers and brighter futures right here in the Virgin Islands. Together, we're not just making history, we're shaping it. To my colleagues, thank you for your partnership. To the people of the Virgin Islands, thank you for your voice, your support, and your vision for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Technical College. Mr. Chair, I'm going to rest there as we move forward.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, for your enthusiastic request of support for this particular measure. We got to hear it. This is a very important bill. There's a lot to discuss in terms as to how it's actually going to work, and I'm sure those questions will come as my colleagues probe a bit into exactly what is going to take place. We have a number of individuals before us who's going to testify. We're going to allow everyone to put their name on the record, and then we allow those who will be given the main testimony to put the testimony on the record. So I'm going to begin by starting from former Senator Whitaker to put your name on the record, and then I'm going to go around the room.
Good morning, Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Education.
Sir, next.
Meredith Prince, representing CRAFT. However, I have the opportunity of representing 3 entities that would support this technical college, where I work currently at Ocean Point Terminals. I work also as associate professor at the University of the Virgin Islands, and then I work at CTEC also as the post-secondary for senior electrical level for the NCCR program.
Thank you. Ms. Murphy.
Joe Murphy. I'm currently the chairperson of the Virgin Islands Career Technical Education Board.
Laverne Richardson, the project director for the VI Technical College.
Good afternoon, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good afternoon, Sana Joseph Smith, Policy Advisor to the Governor, Education, Workforce, and Labor.
Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, Israel Popos, student from St. Croix Central High School and the Career and Technical Education Center.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kristal Malloy, Principal of St. Croix Career and... Good afternoon, Kristal Malloy, Principal of St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center.
St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Dr. Karen Harris Brown, Dean and Professor, UVI School of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Suzanne Darrow McGrath, Director of UVI, Center for Excellence Leadership and Learning, UVI Cell.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Jones, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Simmer D. Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good afternoon, Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Career Technical and Adult Education.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mario Francis, Principal of the Raphael Whitley Skill Center, Post-Secondary Career and Technical Ed Institute.
Okay, thank you so much. We also have somebody on Teams.
We do, yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Laura Battle Bailey, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at UVI.
And we also have Lisa Lewis, Dean for the School of Nursing at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Repeat your name again.
Lisa Lewis.
Okay, thank you so much. With the number of individuals we have, all questions should be answered. Someone among the 12 or 14 individuals we have should be able to answer any question that is asked for the senators. Let's begin with the testimony. We'll begin with Mr. Sum, Assistant Commissioner. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Vice Chair, Senator Avery L. Lewis, members of this committee, and also members of the 36th Legislature, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education, representing the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to express our strong support, our firm support of Bill number 36.0188, establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College. This bill aligns directly with the department's key objectives of increasing career and technical education, or CTE, opportunities, increasing rigor and relevance in education, enhancing workforce readiness, and ensuring our students are equipped to fill high-demand, high-earning jobs within the Virgin Islands and beyond. Joining me today is Mrs. Sana Joseph Smith, the Policy Advisor to the Governor for Education, Labor, and Workforce Development. This joint testimony represents the views of the department as well as the Office of the Governor. Additionally, present with me today are members of the department's leadership team, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Carla Bashta-Knight, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District. Dr. Simra D. Brown Gums, Acting Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District. Principal Mario Francis of the Ralph Whitley Skills Center. Principal Krista Ann Malloy, Principal of the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center. Dr. Monique Faulkner, the State Director of Career and Technical Education. And Ms. Laverne Richardson, the Project Director for the Virgin Islands Technical College. Additional departmental personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and opportunity to testify today. The department's position on Bill number 36/0188 is as follows. The concept of having a technical college that focuses on secondary and post-secondary students has been a priority since the 1970s. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is proud to finally play a pivotal role in bringing this dream to fruition. The Virgin Islands Technical College will have 2 campuses based out of the department's current career and technical education hubs. The St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center and the Raphael O. Whitley Skills Center in the St. Thomas St. John District. Both districts are already certifying over 400 students per year and service both in school at the secondary level and out of school students at the post-secondary level. These programs and instructors are currently certified by the Career and Technical Education Board. The department agrees with the proposed bill to transfer the budgets for both centers, the current administrators and CTE teachers to the Virgin Islands Technical College. Research and experience. The department understands that rigorous and relevant curriculum is vital for student success. International data consistently demonstrate that students engaged in CTE pathways are more likely to graduate from high school, enroll in post-secondary education, and secure meaningful employment. For example, studies show that students involved in rigorous CTE programs have graduation rates 10 to 20% higher than the national average. By expanding CTE options, this bill provides students with hands-on real-world learning experiences that bridge the gap between classroom instruction and workforce demands. Here are a few examples of studies that demonstrate the positive impact of career and technical education. REL Central, the impact of career and technical education on post-secondary outcomes in Nebraska and South Dakota. This study tracked students in Nebraska and South Dakota and found that CTE concentrators are students completing a sequence of CTE courses, were 7 percentage points more likely than non-CTE concentrators to graduate on time. These CTE concentrators were 10 percentage points more likely to enroll in any post-secondary education within 2 years of expected high school graduation. They were 3 percentage points more likely to earn some post-secondary award, a certificate, diploma, or associate's degree within 5 years. Fordham Institute, the Sean Doherty study. This study found that low-income students in Massachusetts regional vocational technical high schools were 21 percentage points more likely to graduate from high school on time than peers who attended traditional public high schools and just missed admission to those vocational schools. State and local data in Utah, Tennessee, and Mississippi. Utah students who are CTE concentrators have a 96.8% graduation rate versus a statewide rate of 88.8% for all students. In Tennessee, a dissertation showed that in the studied districts, CTE concentrator graduation rates were higher than concentrators. In Mississippi, at the Mississippi State University study, among greater than 50% of students, those completing at least one CTE course graduated at 83.9% versus 75.5% for all students, an 84 percentage difference. Post-secondary enrollment and employment. A systematic review by American Institute for Research, AIR, in 2024 found that students who participated in CTE programs in high schools were more likely to be employed after high school than similar peers who did not. A Brookings essay highlighted that CTE participation has been linked to higher wages and employment, especially for upper-level CTE coursework. These studies collectively suggest that fostering student interest and relevance in learning materials, fostered student interest and relevance in learning materials increases motivation, engagement, and perseverance, all of which lead to improved academic performance. Balancing rigor with relevance ensures that tasks challenge students appropriately while maintaining their interest and connection to real-world application. Anticipated benefits or adverse effects. When students are generally engaged with subjects that resonate with their interest, their motivation skyrockets, driving them to invest deeper effort and persist through all challenges. This intrinsic desire to learn is supported by foundational psychological theories such as DC and Ryan's self-determination theory, which highlights how relevance fuels motivation and enhances achievement. When learners find meaning in what they study, their brains engage more deeply, learning to better understand and retain an essential ingredient for lasting success. Connecting academic concepts to real-world situation makes learning not just abstract theory, but something meaningful and applicable, igniting curiosity and fostering a sense of purpose. Striking the right balance between challenge and relevance, what we call rigor, ensures students are neither bored nor frustrated, but neurons are firing, confidence is building, and perseverance is becoming second nature. Personalizing learning to align with individual interests magnifies this effect, turning education into a powerful journey of discovery rather than a mere obligation. The impact of intentionally integrating rigor and relevance is profound. It transforms the learning experience, inspires learners to unlock their full potential, and ultimately shapes confidence, capable individuals ready to make a difference. The time to embrace this approach is urgent, for it holds the key to unlocking a future where every student can thrive with passion and purpose. The Virgin Islands Technical College will transform our entire educational system.
Financial implications of Bill number 36-0188. Currently, the Raphael O. Whitley Skills Center and the Career and Technical Education Complex, CTEC, arise funding from various streams. We have tuition of approximately $472,431 that is collected from tuition paid from students. This is recorded from school year 24 to 25, and also tuition paid by the Workforce Development Board. Additionally, we have local contributions of just over $9 million, $9,125,859. That's inclusive of salaries, fringe, Act 8434, and the Impress Fund. We also have federal contributions for fiscal year 2025 of $850,000 from Perkins grants and from the congressional grant of $2.2 million. Some of the successes that come from these two campuses, the Raphael O. Whitley Center has seen record enrollment this year of over 200 students. And at CTEC, they're boasting a 100% certification rate for electrical level 2 and 96% certification rate for NCC ER core and phlebotomy programs. In addition to the local and federal allotments, there are other funding sources that we are eligible for, to include the Pell Grant, Federal Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant, TEACH Grant, DOL Department of Labor Apprenticeship Funding, Human Services, and corporate industry-sponsored programs. Our strategic partnerships. The Virgin Islands Technical College is at its core a compilation of strategic partnerships. The Department of Education already actively participates with industry leaders to develop innovative workforce development initiatives. The programs at CTEC and Whitley Centers, where the technical college will be housed, have particularly strong relationships with industry partners. Their programs boast certification, completion, and job placement rates in the upper 90s. These programs ensure that students are equipped with the skills and knowledge employers seek. This bill will strengthen the department's ability to expand our industry-driven programs like the Electrical Vehicle Certification Program, preparing students for the growing demand for skilled technicians in the automotive industry, support our Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, addressing the critical need for qualified educators in the Virgin Islands. Further invest in programs like Jobs for America's Graduates, JAG, which provide comprehensive support to students facing significant barriers to graduation and employment. Achieving department objectives. Enactment of this bill will directly contribute to the department's goal of ensuring 50% of our students graduate with a certificate in a CTE course. This legislation equips our students with the necessary certifications to fill high-earning potential jobs and will significantly enhance our workforce readiness. Dual enrollment programs will allow students to begin earning college credit while still in high school, reducing the overall cost of higher education and accelerating their entry into the workforce. In closing, the Department of Education remains committed to advancing career and technical education opportunities for all students across the Virgin Islands. Establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College represents a critical step towards equipping our workforce with the skills needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving economy. We appreciate the committee's favorable consideration of Bill number 36-0188 and your continued dedication to supporting initiatives that enhance educational outcomes and career readiness for our students. I would like to thank the team and all of the stakeholders that have been working diligently to get us to this point. We are ready to assist in any way necessary to ensure the successful implementation of this important legislation. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share our efforts and progress before this honorable committee. The team and I remain available to answer any questions or provide additional information that may assist in advancing this important initiative.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Murphy.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson Kurt A. VLA, Honorable Vice Chair Avery L. Lewis, members of the Committee for the Education and Workforce Development, and members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony on behalf of the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board, here referred to as the board. I'm also joined by the Executive Director, Ms. Genevieve Whitaker, and our Secretary, Mr. Anthony Martin Burrell. The board fully supports Bill number 360188. From the inception of developing a Virgin Islands Technical College by our distinguished Virgin Islanders, including Mr. Robert Bobby Schuster, Mr. Roy Pemberton, and others in the 1980s and 70s, to now, it has been the missing link in having a complete educational system in the Virgin Islands. It should be noted that the previous 5 U.S. presidents actively supported career and technical education with an emphasis on building and expanding technical colleges. However, or in addition, in 2008, when the U.S. economy slipped into a recession, 3.8 million young Americans, in addition to several millions of job-displaced older Americans, attended technical community colleges for technical certifications and degrees. It is this workforce that pulled America out of the recession by starting new businesses, filling technical jobs in construction, various trades and industries, healthcare, and technology. This was the driving force behind America's economic recovery and can be a driving economic force for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Key benefits of a technical college in the U.S. Virgin Islands: affordability and accessibility. A technical college will allow our young adults to obtain a technical degree at home in the Virgin Islands at affordable fees, as opposed to going abroad and paying out-of-state fees. The average out-of-state tuition for 2-year technical colleges in the United States in 2025 is approximately $15,122 per year. This figure includes mandatory fees for public technical colleges offering associate degrees or vocational training programs. The source is the UVI Stacks 2025 average tuition and fees. While most technical colleges charge similar tuitions across the program, some high-demand fields may have additional fees. Healthcare, often $500 to $2,000 more per year due to lab and clinical costs. Skilled trades, welding, HVAC, etc., may include equipment fees, adding $300 to $1,000 annually. IT and cybersecurity, generally standard tuition, but some programs offer certifications that add $200 to $800 more per year. Source, College Affordability and Transparency Center. What has partially filled the void of a technical college in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Program on St. Croix and the Raphael O'Weekly Skills Center on St. Thomas. The technical college will be built on these existing programs and use their current infrastructures. Because we require that every adult CTE program is connected to an industry certification or a state license, our success rate for program completion and job business obtainment averages between 95 to 97%. Data collected from the Weekly Skills Center and CTEC adult program. However, technical education programs in the territory currently lack college accreditation, limiting access to federal financial aid such as Pell Grants, which can provide up to $6,895 per year. A technical college will make post-secondary education more affordable and accessible for our local students. Grant opportunities. Technical colleges have more opportunities for grants than non-college programs, including these grants are available to students attending certified technical colleges, Pell Grant, the FCEOG, the Teach Grant, Strengthen Community Technical Colleges, Training Grant, agencies, the U.S. Department of Labor, the recent bond, which is $65 million awarded to 41 colleges in sectors like healthcare, IT, manufacturing, infrastructure. GOAL, which a grant build capacity for workforce development and career pathways. Source, program details, DOL, GOV. Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, support. Again, a grant that includes adult learners in technical and community colleges. Focus. This is a grant consisting of literacy and workforce readiness. TRIO and Gear Up programs. Target low-income and first-generation college students. Use, academic support, tutoring, and college access initiatives. Now, it must be noted that some of these grants may be temporarily or permanently suspended under the current federal administration. Industry and business support. A key point in attracting various industries and businesses to the Virgin Islands is having a workforce capable of meeting the workforce needs of these various companies. Too often we have seen the refinery or other businesses open and recruit skilled labor from outside the Virgin Islands. A technical college is key in providing Virgin Islanders with the necessary skills for businesses and industries that need a technical savvy workforce. The average hourly wage in the Virgin Islands is $24.82 an hour, with higher paying jobs in healthcare and technology paying $41.08. And this is from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, occupational employment and wages in the U.S. Virgin Islands. However, many industries recruit skilled labor from outside the territory due to a shortage of qualified local candidates. A technical college would prepare Virgin Islanders for high demand, well-paying jobs supporting local employment and economic growth. College preparation and remediation. Most of our high school graduates require remedial courses before entering the University of the Virgin Islands. The 4-year graduation rate in UVI is 8%, and the 6-year graduation rate is 28.2%. Source UVI, institutional research, student outcome data. A technical college can provide targeted preparation, enabling students to meet university standards and succeed academically, while also offering dual enrollment opportunities for motivated students. In 2015, the VI Department of Education and the VI CTE Board provided financing for me and several education colleagues to visit one of the premier technical high schools in the country, Marian Tech of Florida. We had an opportunity to speak with several high school students ages 17 through 18. Each one was graduating from high school with an industry certification, an associate degree from their community technical college, and entering Florida State University that fall as juniors. Such an opportunity should be available to our students in the Virgin Islands who are highly motivated to pursue their career pathway. Not only would this decrease the overall cost of education for our young adults and their families, but it also affords them the opportunity to enter the workforce sooner and increase their overall earning potential. Strategic partnerships. Success will depend on strong collaboration with key partners, including the University of the Virgin Islands, the Department of Education, UVI CEL, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, the Department of Labor, other government entities and officials, private businesses, and our community organizations. These partnerships will facilitate articulation agreements, resource sharing, and coordinated workforce development initiatives. To enhance and strengthen these relationships, many of these partners will be represented on the VI Career and Technical Education Board. This bill is a critical document for the initial development of the Virgin Islands Technical College. The Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board serves as the sole authority responsible for the administration of career and technical programs in the Virgin Islands as mandated by VI Code Title 17, Chapter 23, 262, 2019. The board coordinates career and technical education CTE initiatives, including program development and CTE personnel certification, in collaboration with governmental and private entities to ensure all Virgin Islanders have equitable access to their preferred career pathways. Presently, the board primarily focuses on secondary and non-degree post-secondary programs. With the expanded mandate to oversee the establishment and management of a Virgin Islands Technical College offering associate degrees, the board will require additional members possessing specialized expertise, skills, and professional networks. The full board will include representatives from the Department of Labor, Workforce Development at the University of the Virgin Islands, currently one representative, the Department of Education, currently one representative, the Office of the Governor, the community, currently represented, and private sector businesses. These additional members will play a crucial role in supporting the technical college growth by formulating and managing policies, establishing articulation agreements, and fostering industry partnerships essential for its sustained development. Legislative framework and board flexibility. The Career and Technical Education Board recognizes the importance of legislation in providing a solid foundation for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Technical College. By outlining the framework for the college while delegating the development of operational policies to the board, the legislation ensures that the board retains the necessary flexibility to respond effectively to evolving industry and community needs. This approach enables the board to adapt its policies as circumstances change, ensuring that the technical college remains relevant and capable of meeting both current and future demands. Conclusion. A Virgin Islands Technical College will make technical education more accessible and affordable, support economic growth by developing a skilled workforce, and possibly position the Virgin Islands as a leader in technical education in the Caribbean. This initiative will benefit students, families, businesses, and the broader community for generations to come. Thank you for allowing me to give this testimony, and we do stand ready for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The Board of Education.
Honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I am Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, and I appear before you on behalf of the Board of Education alongside Attorney Jennifer Jones to provide testimony regarding Bill number 36-0188, which proposes to establish the Virgin Islands Technical College and expand the membership and duties of the Board for Career and Technical Education to include the operation of a technical college. While we appreciate the legislature's commitment to addressing technical education in our territory, we have significant concerns about the proposed implementation framework that we believe warrant your careful consideration. The Board of Education fully understands and appreciates the goal of this bill to create a self-sustaining technical education program that can operate independently of partnerships with employer-based programs. We recognize the critical importance of establishing a well-accredited technical school that can enhance high school education by offering technical courses and opportunities for students to earn college credit through dual enrollment programs and/or associate's degree. Let us be clear. The Virgin Islands is in dire straits regarding technical education. This represents a critical gap in our educational system, particularly in light of the current national and international trends towards artificial intelligence integration and a growing demand for skilled technical workers in non-accredited academic fields. The need for comprehensive workforce development in the Virgin Islands cannot be overstated. However, the Board of Education concerns lie with the concept of enhanced technical education, but with the proposed execution of this bill. The legislation essentially takes an existing legal framework which currently allows for the Board for Career and Technical Education to develop technical courses that complement public education and expand its duties to include operating a technical college while adding members. In practice, the current Board for Career and Technical Education has not been largely effective and lacks meaningful operational infrastructure. The existing board has been so operationally deficient that it has relied on the Board of Education to assist with critical process of certifying its instructors. Even with this partial support from our infrastructure, the CTEC board continues to struggle with attracting qualified instructors and navigating the complex educational regulatory system. Now, the legislature proposes to add a few more members to expand the Board for Career and Technical Education's duties and require it to operationally create an accredited technical college through collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Education. Frankly, our students deserve better than this inadequate and insubstantial framework, which we believe is unlikely to achieve the stated goals. A critical issue that has not been adequately addressed in this bill concerns how technical education programs will integrate with K-12 requirements and broader educational standards. Under the current Virgin Islands Law 17 VIC subsection 262, the Board for Career and Technical Education and the Board of Education are required to work together to ensure that academic requirements and credits do not prevent any student from receiving a certificate in any career and technical education pathway. While this statutory coordination exists, the bill does not provide clear parameters for how technical college programs will align with K-12 graduation requirements, dual enrollment pathways, or broader curriculum standards. Although the bill requires collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Education to develop courses, confer credential, and provide workforce training, it does not explicitly include the Board of Education in this collaboration or define how that coordination would occur in practice. This lack of defined framework creates potential operational challenges and uncertainty for teachers, educators, students, and administrators. Students pursuing technical pathways need clear and consistent guidance regarding graduation and credentialing requirements to ensure that their career and educational goals are achievable. To establish an effective technical program, a comprehensive curriculum spanning multiple courses will be required. While the bill sets ambitious objectives, it does not address how technical education will fit into the broader educational system or how operational responsibilities and academic integration will be managed. This lack of detailed implementation framework underscores the need for meaningful collaboration and clearly defined processes between the Board for Career and Technical Education and the Board of Education. Our experience with the current Board for Career and Technical Education demonstrates that it cannot effectively certify teachers and has required assistance from the Board of Education for basic operational functions. Rather than immediately creating an accredited technical college, we believe the time and resources to first be directed towards developing and supporting a properly funded technical program with adequate infrastructure. Mandating the creation of an accredited technical college at this stage spreads already limited resources too thin. The bill requires the board to develop both secondary and post-secondary technical education programs, offer courses and certificate programs, confer industry-recognized credentials and associate degrees, and provide customized workforce training. We would prefer to see resources focus on strengthening current programs, including ability to hire and compensate instructors at competitive wages, sufficient to attract professionals who meet national certification requirements. Additionally, proper physical infrastructure, including modern equipment, is needed across St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Once effective foundational programs are in place and operational data has been gathered, we believe we will be better positioned to envision and implement a framework that includes an accredited technical college. Accreditation represents a significant undertaking that should not be mandated through this bill before establishing operational competency in basic technical educational delivery. Another significant concern involves the bill's failure to establish an effective dual enrollment program that would allow high school students to simultaneously earn an associate's degree. The bill currently does not adequately address this critical component of comprehensive technical education. We need to explore more effective approaches to restructuring the educational framework to provide meaningful dual enrollment opportunities that support students' long-term career and educational goals. The Board of Education respectfully recommends that the legislature consider a phased approach to technical education enhancement. First, provide adequate funding and support to strengthen existing technical education programs, ensure proper compensation and certification, and establish necessary physical infrastructure across all islands. Second, require meaningful collaboration between the Board for Career and Technical Education and the Board of Education to develop clear, coordinated curriculum standards, graduation requirements, and operational guidelines that serve students effectively. It may even consider mandating that a member of the Board of Education be a member of the CTEC board. Third, allow technical education programs to demonstrate operational effectiveness and gather performance data before mandating the creation of an accredited technical college. This phased approach ensures that foundational programs are fully functional and sustainable before additional mandates are imposed. While we strongly support the legislature's goal of enhancing technical education and workforce development in the Virgin Islands, we believe that our students deserve more thoughtful, properly resourced, and systemically implemented approach that the current bill provides. The Board of Education supports the bill with amendments and stands ready to work collaboratively with the legislature and other states the technical education needs of our territory. Thank you for your consideration of our testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Carwood, for your testimony. Dr. Bailey, you may proceed.
Thank you and good day, Honorable Chairman Kurt Bailey, Vice Chair Lewis, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 36th legislative body, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. My name is Dr. Laura Battle Bailey. I am Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, and I'm joined here today by my colleagues, Dr. Karen Brown, who's Dean for the School of Education, Dr. Lisa Lewis, who's Dean for the School of Nursing, and Dr. Suzanne McGrath, Director for UVI Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, better known as UVI-CEL. UVI stands fully in support of Bill number 36-0188, which expands educational access and strengthens the territory's workforce through the creation of the Virgin Islands Technical College, to be known henceforth as VITC. This legislation aligns with UVI's mission to deliver transformative, career-focused learning and offers new pathways for students seeking faster and more affordable routes to workforce. By providing short-term credentials and applied degrees, VITC, we believe, can serve students who may later continue on to UVI programs and to UVI-CEL. UVI Cell and the Technical College share many similar goals and collaborations, not duplications. The planned intersects between these two allow us to leverage shared expertise and resources to build a unified educational system. Under the esteemed leadership of UVI's president, Dr. Safia George, and using the guidance of UVI's Grand Momentum Strategic Plan, the Office of the Provost, under my leadership, has implemented a new strategic enrollment management framework to align recruitment, persistence, completion, and lifelong learning. Through focused subcommittees in recruitment, retention, data, and curriculum, UVI is already expanding enrollment pathways in partnership with the VI Department of Education and in alignment with UVI Cell's certificated programs. This collaborative infrastructure positions UVI to work effectively with the proposed technical college in creating clear, data-informed pathways for the Virgin Islands students. Over the past year, UVI has engaged closely with the VICT Implementation Committee. We look forward to finalizing a memorandum of understanding to clarify governance, to share resources, to assign fiscal responsibilities, to establish articulation agreements, and dual enrollment policies. Early curriculum discussions have focused on critical workforce shortages, with conversations on transitioning the CTE licensed practicing in nursing program into an Associates of Nursing program. We have developed both a youth registered teacher apprenticeship program and an associate's degree in elementary education. Additionally, UVI Cell's testing centers for VI licensure exams, UVI's placement testing, and its National Occupational Competency Testing Institute, better known as NOCTI, will provide essential support for various VICT pathways. We believe that these collaborative efforts reflect UVI's commitment to building coherent, equitable, and sustainable pathways that strengthen the workforce readiness across our territory. The establishment of the Technical College presents a unique opportunity to formalize streamlined transitions from technical and vocational training to higher education in programs such as the LPN to the BSN pathway in nursing, ensuring that students have a clear, supported route to professional licensure and career advancement. We believe that this alignment between VITC and UVI is consistent with the university's mission and responds directly to local and national calls to address shortages in these workforces, especially in healthcare and education. So Bill number 36-0188 represents a forward-thinking investment in the territory's economic and its social resilience, creating a seamless continuum from technical training to degree completion and preparing our workforce to meet the evolving demands of healthcare delivery across the Caribbean region. We anticipate a need to engage existing UVI staff in providing dedicated dual enrollment support for the technical college and enhancing our marketing, recruitment, and enrollment efforts in support of UVI's traditionally offered academic degree programs. And finally, we anticipate greater efforts will also be needed to enhance the mathematical skills of our dually enrolled students, given that the majority of our local incoming freshmen now are enrolled in non-credit developmental courses. And so we believe that this collaboration between UVI, UVI Cell, and VICT will lessen this knowledge gap significantly, ensuring that the territory's students graduate high school college ready. So we thank you for this opportunity to share UVI's perspectives and for your continued support of higher education and workforce development in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Popo, you're next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Kurt Vialet, Senator Avery L. Lewis, and other members of the 36th Legislature, and all listening and viewing audiences. My name is Israel Popo. I am a senior honors student currently attending St. Croix Central High School. I'm the son of Lisa Llanos and Tadeusz Popo. I'm a I am proud to be a 3-year student of the Career and Technical Education Center, CTEC, where I have been studying welding for the past 2 years underneath Mr. Everworth Charles. My career goal is to be a combination welder and an underwater welder so I can utilize my diving skills and certifications that I acquired through the Youth Ocean Explorers Program housed under the Virgin Islands Marine Advisory Service at UVI. Earlier this year, I had the honor to travel to St. Thomas for the Career and Technical Education Fair to represent both my CTEC class as a panelist speaker and my school as a whole. Throughout my time as a CTEC student, I have spoken with many individuals about the importance of trade programs that teach young people valuable hands-on skills and open doors for lifelong careers. I'm here today to express my full support for the legislation to establish the Virgin Islands Technical College here on St. Croix and St. Thomas. This initiative is not just about expanding buildings or programs, it is about building a future for students like me. As I prepare to graduate in May, I have been exploring my options to advance my welding skills. A technical college on St. Croix and St. Thomas would give students like me a clear, affordable path to certifications and advanced skills in welding, construction, and other trades so that we can stay home, work, and become contributing members of our community and its growth. The average cost for a 10-month welding program on mainland is roughly $25,000. Once you add relocation, housing, transportation, and other expenses, the total jumps to around $45,000. Leaving island to pursue training isn't affordable for many of us, but staying without the skills to get in-demand jobs is not an option either. Some people prefer to work with their hands, so a technical school may be a better fit for many students struggling in the traditional academic setting since they focus on hands-on learning and provide students with the practical skills that lead to acquiring jobs sooner. This college will not only strengthen CTEC's foundation, but also create a bridge from high school to higher education in the trades. It would allow students like me to build upon what we've already learned, grow professionally, and help meet the needs of our island, whether that's maintaining infrastructure, developing renewable energy systems, or expanding local industries. By establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College, we are investing in our youth, our workforce, and our future. We would be preparing a generation of skilled professionals who can sustain the Virgin Islands without relying so heavily on outside labor. Respectfully, I strongly urge you to support this legislation, not only as an investment in education, but as a commitment to opportunity, progress, our youth, and self-sufficiency on our island. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Popo. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round of questioning. Before I begin, I'll ask a couple of questions that I have. In reference, we had one more testimony? Ms. Rich, oh, I'm sorry. You may proceed, sir. Mr. Prince.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Kurt Vele.
Pull the mic up to you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Kurt Vele and other members. Protocol already been established. I'm here also in favor of testimony in support to Bill number 36-0188. I express my full and enthusiastic support of this bill, which establishes the Virgin Islands Technical College and expand the role of the Board of the Korean Technical Education. This legislation marks a pivotal steps in transforming the Virgin Islands educational and workforce landscape by advancing technical and vocational training to meet modern industry's demands. As a certified electrician, NCCR master trainer, and associate professor at the University of Virgin Islands for the process technology course, I have been passionate about the trades my entire life. I have been blessed and continue to be blessed with the full benefits of technical education, both in my personal career growth and through the success of many of my students and professionals that I have had the honor to train. Teaching, mentoring, and sharing practical knowledge have directly changed lives. Seeing my students become certified professionals, entrepreneurs, and leaders across multiple industries is one of the most rewarding aspects of my career. This bill creates a platform to expand that same empowerment to every Virgin Islander who has the drive to learn a trade and build a career. The importance of elevating this vocational education. Today, workforce demands skills that extend beyond traditional academia. According to the United States Department of Labor, in 2024, more than 65% of jobs required post-secondary technical training, while only 35% require a 4-year degree. The National Skill Coalition also noted that 53% of available jobs are classified as middle skill, requiring certification or technical training, yet only 43% of workers are adequately prepared to fill them. Establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College would address this critical gap by providing accessible, high-quality certification program that prepares residents for immediate employment in construction, electrical system, process operations, marine technology, renewable energy, and industry safety. As a national case study trends, it says the success of major U.S. institutions underscores the importance of integrating vocational education by 1. Texas State Technical College delivers an economic return of $14 for every dollar invested, demonstrating, again, tangible value of skill-based education. Purdue University and Arizona State University have embedded programs such as NCCR, OSHA, and process safety credentials within their academic program. Louisiana State University partners with major refineries and manufacturing plants to ensure graduate possesses both the academic and technical certification. These examples highlights a clear trend. Technical education is not secondary to higher education. It is essential to it. At Ocean Point Terminals, where I work, I serve as a training supervisor. Vocational and industrial certification is the backbone of workforce development. Through partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands, the National Center for Education and Research, or NCCR, Houston Health and Safety Council, and the National Safety Council, we deliver industry standards, hands-on training that enhance both employees' performance and community safety. This approach shows that structured technical education combined with certification and applied experience will produce a workforce that is safer, more competent, and globally competitive. In reference to licensing, entrepreneurship, and continuing education, once an individual completes their training and certification, the Virgin Islands Technical College could collaborate and will collaborate with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to help graduates transition into licensed professionals and entrepreneurs. Such a partnership will fuel local business creation across sectors like electrical services, HVAC, construction, process technology, and marine operation, helping skilled workers evolve into business owners and job creators. Collaboration with Department of Labor would support continuous professional development, enabling tradespeople to renew licenses, maintain certification, and stay current with evolving safety standards and industry requirements. The University of Virgin Islands can serve as an ideal implement of this educational ecosystem by providing continuing education, leadership, and business courses to help technical graduates expand their knowledge into areas such as business management, entrepreneurship, engineering technology, and operations supervisions. Through this alignment, the VITC graduates will have a clear pathway to academic progression, professional licensing, and entrepreneurship success, ensuring that technical education becomes a lifelong journey of learning and growth within the Virgin Islands. With relations to community and industry impact, the establishment of the VITC will empower every sector of our community by providing qualified, competent, and certified professionals ready to meet the demands of today's workforce. Graduates of the VITC will relieve the burden often placed on small and large companies struggling to find skilled workers who meets industry standard of safety, quality, and performance. Small businesses will gain access to locally trained and certified talents, reducing operational costs when improving reliability and productivity. Large industries will benefit from a steady pipeline of highly skilled employees equipped with internationally recognized credentials and hands-on experience. In addition, the creation of the VITC will provide affordable, career-focused educational pathway that open doors to employment, entrepreneurship, and upward mobility for the Virgin Islands. The institution region reputation will attract students from neighboring islands such as Antigua, Dominica, St. Kitts, Tortola, and Jamaica, who's recently been hard hit with Hurricane Melissa. Again, positioning the Virgin Islands as a Caribbean hub for accredited technical training and strengthening our role as a center of workforce excellence and innovation. I have 5 recommendations of major benefits of establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College. 1, workforce empowerment. We'll produce certified professionals equipped for high-demand sectors such as energy, manufacturing, and marine operations. Under economic diversification, we will reduce reliance on external labor and build a self-sustaining, skilled local workforce. When it comes to regional recognition, we'll position the Virgin Islands as a premier training and certification destination within the Caribbean. When it comes to youth development, we'll offer young adults meaningful alternative to migrations by providing direct access to well-paying, skilled careers. And of course, on the safety and industry excellence, strengthen compliance, emergency preparedness, and operational reliance across industry. So what is the economic cost and long-term saving that we will see as a VITC? The economic cost and long-term saving associated with establishing the VITC will be determined by a range of critical factors that directly influence its operational sustainability and a return on investment, or ROI. These factors include the breadth and depth of certification programs intended, competitive compensation for qualified instructors, the integration of current industry and technological-based training modules, and the resources and equipment outfitting within each program to ensure graduates are fully prepared for the real-world performance. Furthermore, the initial and ongoing maintenance of the VITC campus must be prioritized to provide a safe, modern, and conducive environment for both habitation and learning. A well-maintained, industry-standard training facility will be essential to sustaining accreditation, ensuring safety compliance, and attracting top-tier instructors and students. To achieve a sound and sustainable financial model, VITC may consider benchmarking and conducting site visits to established high-performance technical college across the United States. By studying their governance structure, funding models, instructor development strategies, and workforce placement outcomes, VITC can develop a budget and implement plans aligned with its projected path, a long-term regional objective once they got this data. Recommendations. 1, I've got 6 recommendations. 1, develop a dedicated funding plan. Create a career and technical education fund specifically for the VITC operation, separate from that of the General Department of Education Fund. 2, establish a transitional oversight committee. Implement a temporary transition board to oversee establishment, staffing, and accreditation at least within the first 2 years. 3, strengthen partnership. Secure MOUs with local industry, for example, UVI, Department of Labor, and this way they can guarantee programs alignment and internship opportunities. 4, create phased implementation. Launch programs gradually, beginning with the high-demand trades. Example, construction, electrical, maintenance, and energy technology. Again, before expanding potentially into full degree programs. Use the ones that need it right now for now. public awareness campaigns, conduct community outreach to inform residents about enrollment opportunities, financial aid, and the value of technical education. And then 6, performance and accountability. Require annual performance report to the legislature detailing graduates' outcome, employment rates, and of course, fiscal efficiency. In closing, the passage of Bill number 36-0188 is more than an educational initiative. It is a blueprint for the Virgin Islands' future. It represents an opportunity to redefine how we prepare citizens for meaningful, sustainable careers in an evolving global economy. As a certified electrician, master trainer, associate professor, and training supervisor, I have witnessed how vocational education transforms lives. It has transformed minds. It has transformed families and industries. The establishment of the VITC will multiply those opportunities, bridge gaps of education, licensing, and entrepreneurship to strengthen the economic and social fabric of our territory. I commend Senator Avery L. Lewis for his vision and leadership in advancing this bill, and I urge full legislature support to make this transformative initiative a reality for my people, the people of the Virgin Islands. Respectfully, I thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll be back on the record. This committee stands at recess for 15 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Before I begin to ask any questions or my discourse throughout this particular block, I want to say that I am in support of a vocational technical college. However, there's some areas that I think need to tweak, and I would like some further discussion as to exactly what is the objective of this particular way that the technical college is formatted. And I want to begin by saying, asking Ms. Murphy, do you realize that this legislation changes the composition of the Career and Technical Education Board?
Yes, sir, I do. And it's needed. Simply because right now we handle secondary and post-secondary, programs. We certify teachers, we certify programs. There's only 5 members on the board, and I have to disagree with Mr. Callwood because for the past 5 years, we have certified over 70% of our instructors.
I'm worried about it. I'm worried about the certification. I'm speaking to the composition.
But I do feel that it has to be expanded in order to handle the technical college.
Do you agree with the composition? As prescribed in the bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So Whitaker, do you agree with the composition as prescribed in the bill?
Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Board for Career and Education. In terms of the composition, what I would recommend is we kind of revisit it from the perspective of, in terms of the number. I have previously had the opportunity to serve on a board, to serve in a capacity where there was a larger board, and I'm a former member of the board. And I found that even as small as we, as a board is, this heavy lifting that we did do. So I would just recommend just a revisitation of it in the context of examining our current board, who are the current members and their experiences. But I do want to really say that I really appreciate the fact that we'll have instructors as mandatory members of the board.
Well, let me change the question a little bit, or the perspective. This bill proposes to create a post-secondary institution. Any research saying or Ms. Smith?
Yes, it's an institution that actually caters 50% to secondary and 50% to post-secondary. So it's a unique in its situation because it has an equal responsibility to the high school students and as well to those who are out of school.
Does the high school students presently have a program that they can go to?
Yeah, it's at CTEC and Whitley.
Okay, so I see this as a post-secondary and the high school preparing the students to enter into this because I heard the word stackability, being able to...
Stackable credentials.
Yeah, being able to acquire those certain skills. I heard Mr. Prince speak about Texas Tech. The students that went to Texas Tech, a lot of them went to the vocational school. On the mic.
Meredith Prince, yes.
And there were students in CTEC, correct?
Yes.
And they were able to employ certain skills, and then based on those skills, they went on to the next level. No academic student qualified to go to Texas Tech unless from the Virgin Islands and get the scholarship unless they went through that particular program. At the University of the Virgin Islands is post-secondary. Right. The university has a separate board. The Board of Education is for K-12, certification of teachers, etc. And then the university has a different board. Right. The vocational school board should be separate and apart from CTEC. CTEC is dealing with the high school programs, pre-voc, and then you need a board to be able to develop this vocational entity that we're creating. Secondly, the university right now, once you meet certain requirements, you could go early admission, but you have to meet certain requirements. You gotta have a certain score in the SAT, you have to have this, you have to have that. You can take classes. And I think it needs to be established the same way. We need to improve the CTEC component. Those students would automatically be able to stack onto their skills by enrolling in this post-secondary institution. And those are just my feelings, because you're talking about associate degree. You want students to graduate with an associate and a high school diploma. We just went through something as simple as VI history, adding 2 or 3 credits, and we can't figure it out as one proponent said for 42 years. And now we're talking about associate degree, and high school diploma. When you begin to have that discussion, associate degree and high school diploma, you have to make the determination which one of those high school English, math, etc. class is going to qualify as a college requirement and is going to receive 3 or 4 credits as a requirement. So by the time the student graduates, they have 60 credits and they have the associate degree. So it's a whole complex. While if you establish a strong technical college that could solve those guys who don't have the present skills, they want to acquire a skill, they want to get a job, and then you build in the component where individuals in the schools could qualify based on certain criteria, certain scores, then I can see that working. But we'll have the discussion as we move on, Ms. Smith.
Yes, please. I just need to clarify a couple things. One, the CTE board does cover post-secondary currently. There's a huge post-secondary cohort that operates out of Whitley and CTEC. So they're already doing that.
But it is not a technical college.
It is not, but it could be because there's very minimal. Okay.
It's literally the same high school program.
It's not. And so that's why we wanted to make sure that we need to educate everyone, the community, that the post-secondary is not an extension of high school. It is separate. It is a higher level of educating our community. So you are supposed to go from one to the next.
So stop 1 second. The post-secondary that you're now offering has an academic component?
Of course.
So they have to take a certain amount of English, math?
No, academic does not have to be as you look at it traditionally. If you look at the Swiss model, it's blended.
Does an associate degree have an academic component?
Yes, any career in technical education has an academic component.
And that's my point. That's my point. The post-secondary you're running now is just post-secondary in reference to a trade. An associate degree has an academic component along with the trade component.
Sorry, point of clarification, Senator. Post-secondary already has it. Your academic component is relevant in your education. So while you are learning your trade, you are also learning your math and your English. It is all included in there.
It's totally different to an associate degree. An associate degree is not included in there. It's separate and apart. You have your academic classes, you have your trade classes.
Not for technical education, Senator. Just point of clarification, when you're talking about technical education, that's when you match the rigor and relevance, and it's joined together. And that's why there is a difference between your traditional universities and a technical school.
And I totally understand the difference between the two. But as we move along, I'll ask more questions in reference to the way it is going to be structured. The testimony on the record from the University of the Virgin Islands spoke to the number of students that need skill classes at the university. It doesn't disappear. Okay, it's something that has to be dealt with because a large percentage of the students do need skills as they go to the university. And in the trade, they need to understand that math is and all those other areas are even more than anything else. So I just want us to think of all the factors because the way that I read it, and I will ask question. I wouldn't put no more comments. Senator Lewis, you're going to be last. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it'll be helpful if we are able to get the current structure. If we talk about the current structure at CTEC right now, that speaks to CTEC side and then the post-secondary, I think that will help to drive the conversation forward. If someone could provide that, that would be helpful.
Perfect. We have Ms. Malloy, I think we have Mr. Francis and St. Thomas, so they can add to that.
Good afternoon, Dr. Christiane Malloy, principal of CTEC. So currently, it's set up where we have our secondary students in the day and our post-secondary students in the evening. Please note that the post-secondary students already have a high school diploma, so they're coming in with that. There is a understanding between the Department of Labor and St. Croix Adult Education that they could have dual enrollment once they had already enrolled in adult education with a pleasing GPA, then they could also participate in the evening program with every semester taking one class. The post-secondary that we have, the classes go up about 3.5 hours per day, depending on what you're taking. So that experience for us is different from Whitley Center. Whitley Center is adults all day, all night. So it's two different setups for us. So we have 13 programs in the evening and 17 programs in the day, right? For me, looking at it, because I came out first as a math person, math is my background, apart from being an administrator, I see where the why. When I'm at CTEC, I see the why. You know, the why that students always ask us when we're doing instruction, why are we doing this? CTEC brings the why to the rigor. So it brings the relevance to the rigor. And I'm really, really, really excited about being at CTEC as a principal now, as I come to the end of my career, because I could see where all what we did when I was a teacher at Complex and a principal in the other schools, I could see now where it meets. You know, that relevance is so important for us when we have an opportunity to see why things happen, how they happen, because now all the application is there, you know, measuring stuff, measuring it accurately. Our LPN program, dosage being off, you know, that's disaster if someone were to give the wrong dosage. So, and that's where a lot of our students get stuck, both in the day and the night, because if you can't figure out giving the right dosage, and it's a little tricky, you know, to do. And even because it's math. And even in the NCCR, students get stuck in math. So, you know, for me, it's two different entities. That's how I see it. And I think
Can one bill
it's
on
a
the
great
next?
opportunity. I think it's, I'm sorry?
Can one bill on the next?
I think so. I just think it's an awesome opportunity because technical college sounds fancy too. It sounds like something that, you know, a student would like to leave knowing that they're coming from a technical college. I just think the details, the devil in the details need to just be, you know, and I think that there's a good strategy in place. I've asked Anna several questions about this, just how, so to make sure that everybody is valued in the process. Because the teachers at CTEC, they work hard. You know, so if I had to say, you know, on their behalf, they work very, very hard. And some of these are journeymen, and some of them are most of our teachers, except a few, certified, fully certified. And they could do so much more, but they choose to teach because they tell you that they love it. So, the student, I'm really proud of Mr. Popo as well. He's one of our, you know, students who debate a lot, go back and speak on our behalf as well. In St. Thomas and St. Croix, he have done that. But we need to make sure that they are being, leaving the program with their full certification. And so in the evening as well. So in the evening, we have 103 students this year in the evening program. Dr. Charles is the supervisor for the evening program. Assistant Principal Dr. Charles.
How many different areas?
In the evening, we have 13.
13, okay.
Yeah, and then in the day, we have 17.
And St. Thomas? How many areas?
Dr. Mario Francis, principal of the Raphael O. Whitley Skill Center, Post-Secondary Career and Technical Institute. As Dr. Malloy stated, the configuration of both programs are different. Raphael O. Whitley Skill Center's program is a post-secondary program 100%. And so the secondary students are housed in the two high schools in our district, and they feed into our schools. And so, yes, when we start looking at the structure of a CTE college, one might adapt easier than the other because, again, the students are outside of the structure that we have currently. Currently, we have 250 students, and we have 22 programs of study for which we offer nationally recognized credential. And we are an accredited institute.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Popo, thank you for your testimony. I think it's commendable that you're in the welding field. And I spoke to you last year. You were inducted, correct, into the Honor Society for Vocational.
Yes, the Central High School National Technical Honor Society.
Okay, yeah, you were one of the male individuals inducted. I remember speaking to you, and you saying that you want to become a underwater welder, and you're also scuba certified.
Yes, I'm on the road to get my junior master's certification.
Okay, and I really just said all of that to say that's a preparation that enables a person now to be able to go on to the next level of a vocational school and to be able to be successful because he has the prerequisite. He knows he wants to be an underwater welder. He's taking those scuba classes. He knows he wants to weld. He's taking welding at CTEC. And that is what I really was just trying to drive at. And I'm looking at associate degrees at technical college. You must typically have a high school diploma or GED, meet minimum GPA requirements, and complete a specific number of credit hours, usually around 60 to 76, including both major specific courses and general education requirements. That's associate degree. It is both areas. That is what an associate degree is defined as. It is not just taking all carpentry course or all welding course. It is having also that academic component. So I'm going to open the questions now, but my plea is that we need to get our students prepared so that they can move to the next level. And Mr. Prince said, I'm a certified electrician. Though we have a lot of our students, they get the certification from CTEC, from Wheatley, and that is, but they're not a certified electrician. They're not a certified plumber. They can't sign. So they end up taking a different level of job. They're not a licensed thing here. Thank you. Licensed plumber. You're licensed, right? Yes. Say it loud.
Yes.
Thank you. And that is the level that I want to see Virgin Islanders get to, where they're licensed, where they're going and they're able to come back, take the test, and move into that arena, and not somebody else signing the paperwork. So I think this is a wonderful concept. Just flush it out so we could really make it work, and then we got to speak about the funding and all of that, because all they did here is to take the funding that we presently have and they just transfer the pot. And they said the pot going to the Department of Education, but then we'll talk about that after. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you and, of course, my colleagues and the listening, viewing audience, and, of course, all the testifiers here. This is a very great conversation. I must say that I'm very pleased where I'm hoping that this discussion is going to go. I do have some concerns relative to the bill in particular, because I'm trying to understand how those credentials that you earn from the technical area is going to be transferred or can be recognized by a higher education institution for you to earn your associate degree. That's where I am at right now, because I remember I had a conversation with a student who had recently graduated from the Raphael O. Wheatley Skills Center, and they wanted to take some of the credits that they have and have it transferred to the University of the Virgin Islands and see if it will be accepted as some coursework and have, be credited toward them earning a degree. And I want to know if this piece of legislation would help that, because that's a major crossover for persons who have earned a certification, especially in the area of healthcare. So can someone talk about that?
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph Smith. I will actually take that one. So just to clarify, every certification will not lead to an associate's. That is not the intention. We are starting with the first two will be elementary education and nursing. And we are already working with the University of the Virgin Islands to address that. So what will happen is that there's an articulation agreement between the University of the Virgin Islands and the Technical College, and therefore those credits that the person takes at the Technical College will be accepted at the university. And that's how you're able to get the credits to transfer. So for example, in the LPN program, they'll take the first 2 years, they'll get their associates at Whitley or CTEC at the Technical College, and that will be the first 2 years of their RN program. And we're working closely with the deans of education and deans of nursing to make sure that those courses are accepted.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Joseph Smith. Mr. Chairman, can I have Dr. Mario Francis talk on this subject as well? Because I do recall that that was a major issue for some of his graduates. They do want to go on at their own pace. Dr. Francis?
Yes, Dr. Francis, principal of the Raphael O. Whitley Skill Center. Currently, we have students who graduate from the Raphael O. Whitley Skill Center, sit for an LPN, they sit the NCLEX LPN, pass it, and they have sometimes some challenges enrolling in the University of the Virgin Islands. We've been having conversations with the University of the Virgin Islands to create a bridge program that will bridge our LPN program with their registered nurse program. Those conversations are still ongoing. That's part and parcel with the CTEC College of the Virgin Islands. The unfortunate part is when they ask for transcripts from other institutes or universities off island, the universities off island, because we're an accredited institute, they take a large portion of the credits in most of the courses for which we give nationally recognized certificates. And so we're working out with the particulars with the university so that we can level the playing field for those students who are here and want to stay in the territory and not travel out for studies.
Thank you. I have one follow-up question. This question is for the Department of Education. Now, I had a wonderful conversation with a young lady who graduated from the Charlotte Amalie High School in 1963. And she told me, Mr. Chairman, may I continue?
Senator, one second. I'm going to allow you to continue, but we need to take a quick recess for 2 minutes. This committee stands on recess for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
I wasn't even born in 1960.
The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Senator Joseph, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask, as I was mentioning, I know this lady, she's a young lady, she's 80 years young, and she graduated in 1963 from Charlotte Amalie High School. When she graduated, she earned a LPN certification. She left high school and went straight into a job at the St. Thomas Hospital. And that was startling when she mentioned that to me, because I'm like, where did that go? Where did all of that work go that students could be able to earn a certification on the high school level and enter into the workforce? Because that's what we're educating people for, either to become entrepreneurs or to enter into the workforce. I just want to understand how this is going to shape up. I'm just not getting it clear in my mind how this is going to shape up. What happened, maybe the Department of Education, you have some history and why, and I mean, you had certifications in mechanic, you had certifications in carpentry. These things were done. What happened that caused us not to continue to do it in today's Department of Education?
Good.
Who's answering? Mr. Soam?
Senator, who's got the question directed to?
Mr. Soam, is he there?
Yes, he's going to answer you.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Thank you.
Joseph. So some of our programs, for example, cosmetology, that's a good example. Students who excel in cosmetology, if I'm not mistaken, put in 1,500 hours of practice or through practicum. After they complete the practicum, they're eligible to become cosmetologists if they sit and pass the test at the Department of License and Consumer Affairs. The same thing goes for LPNs. I believe they sit a test with the Board of Nurse Licensure and can go straight from school to test, succeed, and then become LPNs. I'm not too sure about CNAs, but there is some kind of testing required. With respect to the second part of your question, why are we not offering those opportunities for things like mechanics? And I'll be quite honest, the department has had a very difficult time trying to attract teachers in the trade. And the reason for that is because teachers in the trades, are a part of a collective bargaining unit that require they're in the same pay category as teachers in our academic settings. That's one reason. But I'll defer to Principal Francis, because he works on this on a daily basis, and also Principal Malloy, even though she's new to CTEC, but she's a seasoned administrator. So I'll defer to them for further response.
Dr. Francis, principal of the Raphael Whitley Skill Center. As a point of reference, the hierarchy is CNA, PCT, LPN, registered nurse. I don't know, and I can't speak to what happened back when an LPN could graduate from high school and go straight into the workforce. Currently, with the supervision of the VI Board of Nurse Licensure, the only course that can be offered on the high school level is the CNA program. And once the students have passed the Certified Nursing Assistant program, taken the test, they can go directly into the hospital to work. I believe what may have happened is as time progressed and boards became more rigid and lawsuits became more prominent, everybody has to tighten up the reins and make sure that you have excellence in the area across the board for everyone. So I don't know, I don't have a recollection of an LPN program being in high school, but I do know currently you can graduate from high school with a certified nursing license, certified nursing assistant license, take the test, and go directly into the hospital to work. And then from there, you can come back. You could become a PCT, the patient care technician, which is a higher level, and then you can become an LPN, all stackable credentials. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That we offer at the Raphael O. Whitley Skills Center. Shameless plug. All right?
So you offer what, Mr. Francis, you offer the LPN program?
Yes, we do offer an LPN program, and we work closely with Schneider Regional Medical Center. We have 8 nurses, sometimes 10, because one nurse cannot efficiently run an LPN program and give you the rigor and the relevance that's required. And so we have nurses that teach to their strengths, and then we have a nurse that supervises the entire LPN program on our campus.
And what's the passage rate for NCLEX?
Okay. The passage rate for the NCLEX is usually initially we had 85% of our students passing the NCLEX LPN on the first go round. Our last cohort wasn't as strong as previous cohorts, but we did have over 50% of them passing the LPN NCLEX at the first go round. But they all pass it at the second go round. And the hospital is waiting to hire them because as soon as graduation is over, they host a hiring breakfast for all of our medical students, for which all departments meet and meet the students and explain to them, this is what our department do. We are L&D. This is what we do. We want you to sign up with us. And it's really an exciting time to see our students because, number one, they've completed their course, they did their pinning ceremonies, and now you have professionals vying for them. So it validates all of their studies. And so almost all of them are hired in the hospital, or if not in the hospital, they end up working with human services here in our territory. We do have a group that go away and further their educations to become registered nurses and work in hospitals and long-term care facilities in continental USA.
Thank you so much. We have an LPN program in St. Croix, Ms. Malloy? You recognize the mic? State your name.
Dr. Christiane Malloy, principal of CTEC. So that program is happening currently in the evening after some years of not happening. So that program is being reviewed and everything right now by the board.
So you plan to bring it back by when?
It's in existence. It started. So you have to start it and then they review it as we go along. So we're in our second year. Yes, we do.
How
we have
many?
17, I think, students.
17?
Yeah, 17.
Okay, that's a very, very important program. I'm glad.
So one of the things too, LPNs usually also function under the RNs, their license as well. So once they get and pass their tests, the NCLEP, right, they also can function under an LPN. Like for example, in the schools, you may have a RN and an LPN functioning under.
You're speaking to Senator Gittins' bill, but you're fading in and out, Senator.
I'm so sorry.
You're speaking to Senator Gittins' bill. I'm sure he's going to ask you some questions about that.
Yeah,
the LPN being able, okay.
But this is a very, very, very detailed and involved.
Okay.
Met with the instructors, and it's a very involved.
So the question I would ask, Dr. Bailey is still on the line. UVI RN program, School of Nursing, is there prerequisites to get into that school?
Yes. So I would have Dean Lisa Lewis to speak directly to that, Senator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lisa Lewis, School of Nursing Dean at UVI. The answer is yes, there are prerequisites for the BSN program at UVI. So all students must complete the general education requirements that UVI mandates, plus a set of science and math courses to qualify for application. I don't know if you need to know what those courses are, but the answer is yes, and I'm happy to share them if that is asked.
So the students in the LPN program, do they take any of those prerequisites?
So,
Mr. Francis or Ms. Malloy, do any of those students take any in the, and this is in the post-secondary, do they take any of the prerequisites prescribed by UVI for the School of Nursing?
Dr. Mario Francis, principal of the Raphael Whitley Skill Center. They take some, but our last review that we had, they're expecting us to do a lot more with our literacy program and also with math. As was mentioned previously, we marry the rigor and the relevance. And so while a lot of the literacy they acquired during taking some of their other courses, because they have to write efficiently, they have to speak, they have to listen, and you know the literacy connection is a reading, writing, listening, speaking. They have to do all these things efficiently. So instead of having Lit 1 or Lit 2, we make sure that all those components are incorporated into the curriculum, likewise with the math. And we do know that our territory, along with our country, is struggling with math scores. And so, needless to say, we have the same...
Hold up there 1 second, yes. Because... Hold up 1 second. I just wanted to... I think that's a point I'm trying to drive. I don't know, like, if I'm not getting it through. But there are requirements to get into the School of Nursing to do an RN. LPN could be a bridge to become an RN. But you have to have the same requirements as UVI, the basic requirements to be able to apply to the School of Nursing. Because as a first-year student, you're really not a nursing major. You got to take all the requirements and then you apply to the School of Nursing. So when we build in this technical college, the requirements for that associate degree got to match the requirements to get into the RN program for those individuals that want to move from one step to the next. And that's all I was trying to put there. So it is, yes, pipeline. When you come on, pipeline, you told something, you know, say, I can't remember now. But, no, we want that one. It isn't a pipeline to that one. It's a pipeline to education. Everything must match. Okay, I don't want, we create this, we create that, because I met a student, he's certified from the vocational school in electricity. He said, I feel I'm certified, I'm working with Benton, I'm doing good. I said, okay, good, then you're gonna go on with your education? He's already certified, I don't need no more education, that's it. I said, no, you need a lot more, there's so much more that you could do. So I want, when the program is completed, this technical school, the individuals clearly understand how they're going to be able to move from one level to the next. Remembering that our graduation rate at UVI, the 4-year cohort, is less than 30%. Okay, so that has to do with preparation and everything else. So we got to make sure that that preparation component is intact.
Senator, may I?
Yes.
So that's exactly when we are on the same page. When we talk about aligning the curriculum with UVI, that is exactly what we're talking about. So we are taking the LPN course that is already sanctioned, and then we are working with the Dean of Nursing, for example, and we are making sure that those two are in alignment. So the only difference is that English, for example, can be nursing English. So instead of writing about Shakespeare, you might end up writing about nursing and why these procedures are important. You still have to have proper grammar, you still have to know how to structure a paper, but instead you're matching your rigor with it. So that's exactly what we mean when we say we're aligning the two curriculums, and that's the goal.
And
Okay.
Senator, if I may, Laura Bailey, UVI Provost, if I may. Yes, okay, so I wanted to basically punctuate the point that Senator Joseph Smith just made, and that is part of what we speak about when we say we're creating articulation agreements is just that we are literally planning out what the first 2 years of that LPN will look like so that the prerequisites are worked in. The courses that the students will be taking at the technical college will be worked into those first 2 years so that students are seamlessly rolling into their RN, so their BSN. And so that is part of the negotiation as we speak. And so we're very excited about the discussions that we've already had. And it looks like we're like-minded in that students should be prepared to seamlessly roll through a pipeline from their technical college education into UVI's four-year programs.
Thank you. Point of information, St. Louis.
Yes, I just wanted to add that while I understand and hearing the concerns of everyone, I need everybody to understand this is a brand new piece of legislation. I've worked closely with all the stakeholders here in the room, and everything we could not legislate. Some of this stuff is going to have to deal with policy and procedures behind the scene. If this is passed, when this is passed, it's going to take a whole another year before it's fully established. Then we need to get it accredited. We have to establish a school first in order to get it accredited. So everything takes steps. This is why we are here. You know, as we go along, you know, and they're working out the kinks, we might have to make some amendments, yes. But we do have to get it off the ground. And I understand, you know, and that's why we're working closely with the University of the Virgin Islands, so we don't leave nothing left out and no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Technical college means an institution focused on delivering practical education and training in specific trades and technical fields. Our CTE board, who's here from the CTE board?
Senator, I am Joe Murphy, the chairperson of the board.
Okay, how much of your budget is earmarked from Department of Education for the CTE board?
I'm sorry, how much our budget is earmarked for?
The CTE board.
What's your budget?
Okay, I'm gonna ask Ms. Whitaker, our executive director, to respond to that, to tell us exactly what the budget permits, the current budget.
Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Board for Career and Education. Our FY 2025-26 budget is $668,000. And I just want to take this opportunity to again ask the members of this August body for, as our chairwoman has presented during the budget hearings last season, we requested $600,000 for the initial fund.
Excuse me.
So I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, excuse me a minute. Okay, so you actually asking for your own budget, which you have, right? Correct. Which I am aware, but establishment duties and responsibilities there is established within the Department of Education for budgetary purposes only. The Virgin Islands Technical College. That sounds a little odd to me. And then the Virgin Islands Technical College shall operate independently through a chancellor under the general direction of the Board for Career Technical Education. This is 3 layers. That's 3 layers so far. That's 3 layers so far. And then, you know, well, let me just say this one here before I get to that one. And then there's a section that says the chancellor shall accept and manage financial gifts, grants, and to manage the financial resources of the Virgin Islands Technical College and provide appropriate accounting to the board and the Department of Finance. But education, giving you're under education for budgetary purposes. So these different layers here, different people that we got going there, that's one issue I see there. I support vocational education, career and technical education 100%. June 18, 1979, I graduated from Charles Amalia High School as a mechanic, and I started working for the government from then. So I support the CTE. I brought legislation some years ago in regards to allowing for the CTE board to hire qualified individuals in the community who have businesses and stuff that can be hired on contract to teach these different special education areas. Not special education, wrong word. But these technical education positions. I was told I'm Union Boston, it can't be done. Scrap that bill. Now, to create a technical college, create it independent. Why all these layers? Board of Education, Board of Career Technical Education. The one issue where it gets me is the board of CTE. CTE boards certified unionized employees to teach these specialties to our children. So now we're going to hire a chancellor. So then the people who are going to teach in the technical college, would they be now hired on contract?
1 minute.
If anybody can answer that for me? No.
Repeat the question, Senator.
Yeah, the question is, the CTE board hires teachers to teach vocational education, career and technical education, who are unionized employees. They have to be unionized. That's why my bill couldn't go through. So now, when we create the CTE college, the technical college, the persons who are going to be educating the post-secondary individuals, are they now, because of the dual what you can have for secondary and post-secondary, the crossover, do they have to be unionized employees? Or would they be?
30 seconds.
Sana Joseph Smith. So you mentioned post-secondary. The current post-secondary instructors are not unionized. But point of clarification, if you're talking about the secondary instructors, we've also met with AFT, and they will have to go to their members and ask them if they want to be a part of a new union, but it cannot be the same because they will be a higher education institution. AFT has mentioned that there is a separate union that the instructors can be a part of, and that would still allow us to have the flexibility that your bill may have been proposing of being able to have adjunct instructors come in, do the instruction, and not have to be there the entire 8 hours like a traditional teacher. So to answer your question, it's up to the members if they want to form a new union, but that is a possibility, and we've met with AFT, and they said they're going to present that to their members to be a part of the post-secondary union. It would not be the same.
Oh, okay, it sounds like Union Boston. It sounds, okay, because I was referring to dual enrollment means a program that allows secondary students to enroll in post-secondary coursework for credit toward both high school and college credentials. So high school is a secondary entity that are covered by unionized employees. Then we're going to allow them to be dual enrollment. Does that in itself cause another conflict? Like I say, I'm in support of CTE. I just see it as we put so many layers in this to address different. And my final question would be, would the CTE board have an executive director and a chancellor that have different functions?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, I was just referring to your dual enrollment. Yes.
Joseph Smith, to answer your question in reference to the dual enrollment and how that works, all of the career and technical instructors will be under the technical college. So there isn't a confusion about where those instructors lie. And those instructors that are doing the dual enrollment courses will be with the technical college. And if they choose to have a union, it will be a separate union. The dual enrollment, for example, our elementary education program will mean that we will get approval for certain courses the students will take, will be approved by UVI and the Board of Education to count towards their high school diploma and towards a degree that will transfer into the UVI's 4-year program. That's how a dual enrollment works. So there's no confusion and there are not multiple layers for the instructions.
Okay, thank you. It just, the bill doesn't mention anything also about the qualifications of the chancellor. So I would like to hear anything about that, the qualifications of hiring a chancellor for this college. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Sana Joseph Smith, I can help address that. That is a policy decision, but we do have, I don't know if you guys want to take up time of a 2-page job description for a chancellor, Senator.
No,
But we
you
do.
can send it to us.
I'm sorry?
You can just send it to
Yeah,
us.
so we'll send it to you. But that's a policy decision. We felt that that should be done from a board level, and the board will have it. But we do have a draft job description that we can send.
If we can have it, we'll load it onto the drive so that everyone can take a look at it. In reference, you're saying that now all of the teachers presently under CTEC will fall under this Virgin Islands Technical College Board?
Correct. Under,
Or
I'm
they
sorry.
fall under the Virgin Islands Technical College entity?
Yes, all instructors.
So they are now being removed from the Department of Education to this new entity?
Yes, sir.
And they're being removed, retaining the union membership?
No, the union membership is up to them, but it would be a different, AFT has a different
So they will no longer be a part
branch.
of AFT?
They will be a part of AFT, but it's a post-secondary branch. It's a different
They'll no longer
branch.
be a part of the present AFT union that they're in. They'll be a next entity, a next unit, a next separate unit under AFT that they would qualify
Yeah,
for.
so they describe it as a separate branch
Okay.
of AFT.
And who would the administration be under?
The administration for,
CTEC.
it falls under the chancellor, which falls under the current technical board, CTEC and Whitley.
So this board would now be hiring the leadership for the vocational school.
The chancellor will be
The
hiring.
chancellor will be hiring the CTEC. Okay. So they're
Point-
also going to be removed from EAA, the Educational Administrators Union?
That's up to the membership. Remember, your members decide where you're going to go. So the AFT has their members, and they will decide what branch and where they fall underneath that.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
For the information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned about that with the union. I think maybe fundamentally that's union busting. I never served in a union, but my point of information is to the CTEC executive director as well as or the CTEC chair. Kindly indicate for us how many persons you have certified as CTEC instructors in the past 5 years.
In the past, Joe Murphy, the chair of the CTE board, we have certified around 70% of our CTE instructors. We cannot force instructors to be certified, but we do try to encourage them, and 70% of our instructors are certified.
And you've certified those instructors during the past 5 years. I'm not asking if they're certified, I'm asking how many you have certified.
There's approximately, executive director, I think there's around 100 CTE.
Let's give them a minute to get a number back.
Okay.
Within the next 5 days. and then
Thank
I'll
you.
let them
Thank you
have
so
it.
much, Mr. Chairman.
Let the executive director answer that to be with exact figures.
Let's give her a moment. Senator Blyden, you recognize?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin Islands and my colleagues, and good afternoon, testifiers. And thank you for your testimonies. I first want to commend the sponsor of the bill for bringing the bill forward. I agree with the concept of the bill, but we have some heavy lifting to do with this bill, honestly. And that's why we're here, like the sponsor said, to have further discussions. It's not ready for prime time as yet. I must say, though, that in respect to what I've heard so far, that is union busting, number one. My colleague stated that he brought a bill to see how we can have individuals to put them on contract to assist CTEC and the Skills Center with instructors, and that was a problem. It's still a problem, and that's why they try to form it the way that they are. I must say, though, that in terms of the chancellor, I did go to the town hall meeting, and my concerns remain the same. Many of the individuals that goes to the Skills Center, the Whitley Skills Center in this district, their concern also, which was many of the people that was there, in respect to them and their needs. What becomes of them? What happens to them? The chair spoke to technical college and associate degree, etc. I agree with him. But at the same time, many of those individuals who I support vehemently don't want to go to college. That's why I went to technical school. They want a skill so they can feed their families, so they can move on and do certain things that they love. That's what they like to do. They don't want to go to college. They want to do electrical work all day, masonry, carpentry, what have you, plumbing, and they don't want to move on. And I get that. You know why? Many of them that I know personally make $150,000, $200,000 a year easily. Why are you going to college for? Easily. I make more than many individuals go to college. So that's my point. And many of those individuals right now, we need them desperately because we got to bring in like 5,000 workers, really? Let's start to find these people and keep it moving. Let's keep what we have and build on that. And let's support what we have. The Weekly Skills Center, I go there on a regular basis. I do walk through. I see what they need. I try and assist. They need funding. They need more machinery. They want to expand. Let's support what we have. Let's expand on what we have. It's working. Since I became a senator, I have seen the Weekly Skills Center grown tremendously. The graduation rate have expanded. Many people are trying to get involved. I even have a bill to make it free. Part of the free tuition program because many individuals want to go there also, but they can't afford to. Let's support what we have and keep it moving. Yes, I do agree with the technical college because other individuals that want that degree, associate degree, fine. But let's focus on what we have right now. Let's expand on that. Let's encourage. Let's empower. If we got a technical college, I want to see Dr. Francis being the chancellor. I don't want to see nobody else being a chancellor. He have done great work in the territory. And that's a fact. And I ain't mentioning the words, straight up. So, at the same time, Ms. Murphy and Croy have done great work also. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? You know? So, I speak straight. I don't cut no corners. But I'm telling you guys, let's invest in what we have already. I agree with Dr. Kaiser's testimony. I wholeheartedly agree with his testimony, wholeheartedly.
1 minute.
It's a good bill. We have some heavy lifting to do. But at this time, let's support what we have until we get to that point and keep it moving. Because it's a matter of fact that we need all of the skills we can afford right now because we don't have enough workers, skilled workers, certified workers to help us rebuild our territory with all this funding that we have passing through this territory. And we must be creative, we must be innovative, and we must see how we can work together to make this thing happen in terms of doing two things at the same time. But again, I support my colleague. I love the concept, but what I see right now going on in the space, we need to build on what we have. That's my position for now, and I want to thank you guys for the time. Thank you for testifying to the responses.
Thank you so much. Ms. Whitaker, you want to put something on the record?
Yes. Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Board for Career and Technical Education. So the total we have right now is 92, and we are actually we've been coordinating with the Department of Education because we also wanted to also put on the record that we're also confirming because some teachers teach in other areas more than one. So, but the total is 92. As far.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Richardson, you were hired through what, Department of Education or CTEC Board?
Department, Laverne Richardson, Project Director for VI Technical College, and I was hired through VIDE.
Did the board have any consultation with the selection of the program director, the project director?
Joe Murphy, the chairperson of CT Board, we were part of the committee that hired Ms. Richardson.
So you had?
Input.
Input, okay.
Yes, we did.
And your vocational, what's your background, education background? What's your background overall that makes you qualified for this particular position, this very important position?
I have worked, Laverne Richardson, I've worked with the Department of Education. I'm an instructor for the NCCER, core. I deal with the trades. I also was an instructor for the information technology. I hold a master's degree in information technology, a master's degree in business administration, a master's degree in higher education. I hold an administrator certificate. I was the accreditation chair for CTEC. We were accredited now up until 2032. I was on...
CTEC, St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. Croix?
St. Croix.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, I was on the school improvement committee. You know, I did a lot of things at CTEC, so...
It's important to put it on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Senator.
Yes.
She's hired through VIDE, but she's actually hired with a congressional grant. So the funding is not local funding. It's from the grant that we got to implement the technical college and some of the other programs.
What's the expiration date for the grant?
2027, I believe. Dr. Faulkner manages.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your testimony right there. Ms. Joseph Smith, how much is that grant?
The congressional grant was $2.2 million.
How much remains on that grant at this time?
Dr. Faulkner, she manages the day-to-day. She would have that answer.
I'm on. Dr. Monique Faulkner, State Director, Career Tech and Adult Education. We have a little bit over $1.5 million left on the grant, specifically because, well, the salary, of course, has to be drawn down for Ms. Richardson, and we were late in starting the grant funding, and then we had some delays with the shift in the new administration.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. I want to thank all of you for your testimony. This is a very good discussion here today. Ms. Murphy, thank you for mentioning Bobby Schuster and Roy Pemberton. I'm a product of those two individuals. Of course, I started out my computer class back in high school under Bobby Schuster, and Mr. Pemberton as well was my scoutmaster and everything else. So I'm happy to hear their names still circulating there. What is the current process for vocational education for students in the St. Thomas St. John District?
Joe Murphy, chairperson of the CT board. When you say that the current process, you mean as far as certifying instructors?
In terms of what I heard that Mr. Ralph Wheatley, they said that they had a different concept from the St. Croix process. So what happens to those individuals that's interested in CTEC programs on St. Thomas?
Okay. One of the differences, and I'm going to let also Dr. Francis and Dr. Malloy explain it in more detail, but I know that for the Weekly Skills Center, the adult program is during the day. Some of them are full-time teachers.
I'm talking about the students, that's high school students.
Okay. I guess I misunderstood the question. High school students?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought that the Assistant Commissioner would respond to that, the high school students.
So I would refer to Dr. Francis or perhaps the superintendent to explain what the certification process is.
Good afternoon. Once more, Dr. Francis, Principal Raphael Whitley Skills Center. Just so I understand the question clearly, the difference between, I'm going to say that the difference between the Raphael Whitley Skills Center and CTEC is CTEC has a secondary component built in their building. At the Raphael Whitley Skills Center, the secondary component is housed in the two public high schools here in our district. So once the students go through the high schools in the district in the secondary level and they choose to move forward, then they come to the Raphael Whitley Skills Center for post-secondary. And then each one of the courses have a minimum amount of hours that you have to complete to include externships or clinicals. And then once you complete that, then you receive a certification of completion, and then you're qualified to sit the licensure exams or certification exams from the various entities for which we utilize nationally and locally to make sure that our students are certified and able to go into the job market with industry recognized credentials.
So, Dr. Francis, what percentage of high school students do you have actually transitioning from high
1
school
minute.
to go into the Wheatley Center?
Alrighty. Right now we have an enrollment of about 250, and of that 250, right now we have an enrollment about 250 students, and I would say a third of those students are high school graduates coming directly to us. We've also, in order to raise that number, we have a CTE bridge program that we do during the summer that encourages juniors
30
and
seconds.
seniors to enroll in that program, and it gives them college and career readiness background, soft skill background, and again, prepare them for a CTE post-secondary program if that's their choice.
Okay, and real quickly, in regards to the budget, well, two things, Ms. Joseph Smith. Was there any contemplation of the career and technical college being placed under the University of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, Sana Joseph Smith. We did try to have conversations with the previous administration in reference to what that would look like, and all indications was that it's a deviation from their current mission, and so at that point in time, they chose not to participate. The current administration at UVI has agreed that the partnership and having a synergy is a better model because they are a 4-year academic institution that focuses solely on post-secondary, and this is a completely different structure when you're talking about workforce development and technical education. So that was why we ended up in this format.
Okay, and my final question on this round is in regards to the budget. Do you believe that the budget, based on your submittal here, is adequate and sufficient to be able to run the program?
So now you know that's a trick question, right? There's never enough money. What I will say is that it's sufficient for us to get started. What is really exciting is that once you become a technical college, which does not only mean degrees, it's certifications and certificates as well. That is the primary role of a technical college, is a certification, but it opens up the door for Pell Grants, for the apprenticeship funding. Because of our technical direction, we've already received almost $300,000 just for apprenticeship programs. And so when you are declared a technical college, you open up access for additional programs and additional sponsorships.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. Mr. Chair, one final question. Is the structure modeled after any particular school or similar jurisdiction?
We've used best practices for technical colleges, and so that's where we received it from. So best practices coming out of Texas, Colorado, North Carolina, and I'm missing one more state. Oh, and Switzerland as well. They have a format for what really works for technical education, which is a combination of industry professionals and traditional instruction, and that's where the format came from.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Mr. Francis, are the teachers at Wheatley certified by the CTEC board?
Dr. Francis?
Ms. Murphy?
Raphael?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Murphy CT.
The legislation has that the teachers or the vocational teachers are going to be transferred under this law. Correct?
Yes.
So the teachers that are presently at Charlotte Amalie High School and Eudora-Ken, that's teaching voc ed or career technical courses, they're also going to be transferred under this new entity?
Correct. So it'll be a similar, Sana Joseph Smith, it'll be a similar structure of how you have junior ROTC, where they are placed in the high school still, but they report technically, and they're coordinated and synchronized through the Whitley Center in St. Thomas or the Technical College.
And this will be along with the vocational teachers at Central High School, they're going to be transferred?
But still work in their high schools.
Yes, but with a possibility of change of union.
Correct.
Have this been discussed with all of the, has a meeting been held with all of the career and technical education teachers about the possible changes that are taking place?
We met with Sana Joseph Smith. We met with AFT, and AFT said they were going to have a conversation with their membership, and then they're going to make arrangements for us to meet with all of them. So we've met preliminary with the ones that were primarily out of CTEC and out of Whitley, and then we're waiting for AFT to get back to us, and we're going to meet with all of the instructors at that point in time.
Okay, but Whitley already deal with post-secondary, so they're a bit different.
Correct.
To the teachers at CTEC and Central High School.
So CTEC, we met with post-secondary and secondary, but because of the different logistics for St. Thomas, we did not get to meet with the secondary in St. Thomas. So we're waiting for AFT to make that arrangement, and then we'll be meeting with them.
Okay. And the teachers at Central High, Eudora, Ken, Charlotte, Mali, they're still going to report to their respective principal.
Right, it'll be a similar setup of how you have junior ROTC, which I believe junior ROTC reports to the principal, but they also have a joint relationship with the military. That's where the concept of shared came from. Shared responsibilities came from.
And in reference to your goals of the program and CTEC overall, the principal of CTEC will fall under the board, but the principal of the other high schools, they
No
fall
more
under
principals
their-
at CTEC and Whitley.
And that's what I'm saying. So the CTEC principal falls under this board,
So,
under
yeah,
the chancellor.
so point of clarification, there will no longer be principals at Whitley and CTEC. There will be a chancellor, and then per policy, it will either be a dean over CTEC or a dean over Whitley, and that they'll manage those campuses and go from there. But there will not be a traditional principal because we're talking about technical education.
So there'll be one chancellor and then
two leaders, if you will, whatever you want to call those leaders at each campus that report to the chancellor.
Ms. Wall, you're aware of that? You're going to possibly be a dean, or your position is up for grabs?
I don't know what to say on that, you know. That's one of the things that...
Talk in the mic.
So that's one of the things. You see, I'm very strong in my faith, and I don't let a lot of other things stress me that I have no control over. So it's a kind of toss-up for me, because this year I'm at CTEC, and it's a lot of work. You know, I'm putting in a lot of work into CTEC. And all I ask is that whatever happens next, be fair to the teachers, you know? Because Ms. Gomez is here, Gomez Christian is here with me. They were all begging, you know, a lot of people were begging to come, and I was like, no, not today, you can look at it on. But I just wanted to be really fair to them, because I see the amount of work they put in. Not answering your question, Mr. Vele, Senator Vele.
You know
but
what I
for
want
me,
to ask you? Hold up.
Go ahead.
You said a lot of people wanted to come.
No, well, because they want to support, be very supportive of each other at this point in what we do at the school.
Okay.
You know, so a couple of people asked to come, and, you know, it wasn't something that, you know, we look along. For me, it's an area of interest, right? And I just want to see how it rolls out. I'm very supportive of the effort of the Term Technical College. I think it's a good concept. I have no problem with the concept. I just know dealing with the young people, what's required. I've worked in high school so long, and whoever takes the position have to be ready for dealing with high schoolers. The students are need full attention and ever-changing, you know, and it's almost like a 24/7 job, almost, you know, with high schoolers. So I don't have any problem how it's set up after. I see myself, as I say, this is coming to, with my experience at this point.
Point of information.
I next step. So however it goes, you know. But I just wanted to be fair to the teachers, because at least out of the 18 teachers, most of them are certified, with a few, without calling a number, it's about 85% of them are certified, with individuals having information sent into the board already. So It just need to be, I know some of them are a bit concerned about what's going to happen to them. And I wanted to be silent today, like the G and lasagna, as I told them in the meeting. But I know just on their behalf, just have a good conversation with them so that they're not worried about, some people already have 29 years in the system, some people have 28, and just what's going to happen next for them has to be clear.
Thank you so much.
Point of information.
Senator DeGraff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're right.
Okay, so I was trying to hear it good. You were saying the principals will be taken out of the union also. That's a different union from the teachers. Did that union also agree to this being a part of the new union? If I'm understanding correctly.
That's Sana Joseph Smith. That's up to the AFT to have that conversation with their.
He's speaking to EAA.
Oh, EA.
Right.
Yes. So there wouldn't be any principals. So that wouldn't apply.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
And that's kind of why when I started out, I started saying that I see the vocational college as a technical school as a vocational technical college separate and apart from your high school program. But high schoolers would still have the opportunity to enroll in it, but I saw it as separate and apart. And this is more combining, changing up stuff at CTEC. That definitely now lead to that you got to get protections in whatever bill is going to pass, and nobody's salary is going to be reduced, blah, 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 counseling. The protections now must be in there because, at least for me, I can't pass legislation and it's going to affect a group of people and the protections aren't in there. And we got to make sure that is done. But it's a great concept. I just don't see the necessity in it being at the high school level. I see it being separate and apart, like Texas Tech and all of these other technical college that exists. But you create a pathway for students who have shown that ability or that excellence to be able to enroll in it. It is so different because St. Thomas has a separate campus, correct? St. Whitley is separate and apart from Charlotte Amalie and everything else. And St. Croix don't have a separate campus. So we're utilizing CTEC, but then you still have vocational programs up at Central High School. You got at Eudora Ken, you got at Charlotte Amalie. So it's kind of a unnecessary complexity that deals with the exact same budget because I turn to the budget page and the budget, if I could find it,
Page 7.
I have it. I just have a lot of paper. But the budget page speaks about fringe for. It has, I think, like 4 different components. I will find it after. It's personnel is fringe, and it has money from the gun bill, and then they have the 2 grants. They have Perkins, and then the $2.2 million grant that you already have. Now, the CTEC board have always complained about the Perkins. You guys have access to the Perkins? Do you guys determine how the Perkins is spent?
Senator Joe Murphy, no.
You have access to the Perkins? Do you determine how
We
the
have
Perkins?
information from the Department of Education, but no, we don't determine how it's spent, but they do let us know what their decisions are.
Hold on. Department of Education let the vocational board know how the Perkins is spent. So in terms of the budget, all you have is personnel, fringe, a little bit of money from the gun bill. That's what's in the testimony.
So, Senator, if I can, Sana Joseph Smith, if I can do a point of clarification in reference to that. When this college is established, they have to have MOUs and articulation agreements established between the various entities that will be working together. And one of the things that the Commission of Education has agreed to is working collaboratively in reference to Perkins. So that's where the current technical board and VIDA will work together to establish it.
Hold on. We're writing legislation now. We're creating an entity. So if there needs to be language in reference to the Perkins, you can't create an entity and not create the entity. You can't create it and say you have Perkins is $850,000, but it's run by DOE. If you're going to do all of this separation with personnel, taking teachers out of their union and putting them someplace else, then the Perkins need to go under CTEC.
Well, so the reason why is that there's some technicalities on how it's managed in the systems, and so that needs to be worked out. So not saying that we're opposed to putting it in the legislation, but it's not as simple as just stating that. We may need to clarify the relationship on how that's done, but there are some requirements from US DOE, and VIDE is administering those now, so that needs to be clarified. And
Nothing in legislation is simple. The process of moving from AFT to a possible next union, EAA, elimination of 3 or 4 positions on St. Croix and changing them to dean. I don't know if they're going to be assistant dean. So nothing is really simple, but there's language there, at least to begin to start the process. But there's no language in reference to the Perkins. The entity isn't funded. Right now, we're taking the monies that we already have allocated, just like what we did with the School Construction Bureau, and we know what happened to that. We know what the end result is. So there's no money for utilities. There's no money for other goods and services. There's no money for anything. So weekly, it's still going to have to be funded from DOE in reference to operating costs, because there's no money under this separate. I wanted to see a separate technical, Virgin Islands technical college bill with a budget. And you're able to function and do what you need to do to create this entity. That's just me speaking out loud.
So Senator Sana Joseph Smith, if I may, that's what would go into the MOU or articulation agreement between VIDE and the technical college. So we've already started to have those conversations about what that would look like. For example, the students are not paying any tuition whatsoever to the technical college, the secondary students. And so there's some exchange that will happen in reference to that. And
and that is not in any bill.
Sorry?
That's not in the bill?
No, so that we were going to put that in an articulation agreement or MOU between the Department of Education and the technical college. That's where we've been having those conversations.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening public. I, too, support the idea of a technical college. I used to be in the Voc section in Central when I was going to school, and that's one of my mistakes, and I will encourage all young folks now who are in school, if you start off on a program, try and make sure you're at least certified. Because when I started my home, I was the number 1 person in my plumbing class, and I had to take number 2 to come help me when I started my house. So because I decided I wanted to go work for Chart House and not complete the class. I'm just telling anybody else now, make sure you take your time and complete. Ms. Murphy, I do agree with you. This is a missing piece. I will agree. And I also like your strong testimony, Mr. Prince. Yeah. Because you kind of showed us the complete package to get to work together. Because when I think about technical college and I listen to your testimony, I am now thinking of exchange student. And so listen to the sponsor of the bill, which we had a good bit of discussion as well. It's a lot. I mean, right now he's just trying to kind of create the direction and waiting on everything else to be policy. But listening on here today, we know for sure we need more actual body to this bill for it to go forward. Okay, currently speaking, I'd like to know between the vocational schools in each district, how much students are enrolled?
I'll have the principals respond.
Good.
Dr. Kristan Malloy, principal of CTEC, 546 in the day. So that's the secondary program, and 103 in the night program, which is the post-secondary program.
3 minutes.
And Dr. Mario Francis, principal of Raphael Whitley Skill Center. We have 250 students in 22 programs of study, or 22 courses.
My next question is, are we keeping data on these students' success as far as who's working and who is not working? Because that's important, because I'm looking at the different testimonies and I'm seeing data from every place else, but it's important for us as boards now to start to keep our data as well. So do we have any data from the technical schools?
Yes, we do have data here in the St. Thomas and John district. Part of what we do is all of our programs, you must do an externship or clinical, and most of our students are picked up for long-term employment during those. And if not, we do have resources for which we reach out to some of our other partners who employ our students once they graduate. Our last graduation, we graduated 135. Actually, it's 132, but we had 2 individuals graduating with dual certification. And of that number, 89 of them were successfully placed in the job market or were upskilled in their current placement.
So for the past 3 years, 273 students in the secondary program obtained their certification, and in the post-secondary, 244 obtained their post-secondary certification as well, which is between 82 to 93% of the students that took the program were certified. In terms of managing post-secondary, following the students, conversations are being had about having a management system to be able to track the students. That's one of the things that we are working on, speaking with Dr. Faulkner as well, to have a management system, because it's very difficult to track students manually over time as people change numbers, etc. So a conversation is being had about having a management system to track students when they leave high school and when they leave the post-secondary program as well.
Well, thank you for that response.
If I may add to that, Mr. Chairman and Senator, the department is in discussion as a part of our Power School system, which is our student management information system. There's an app called Naviance that tracks students once they leave the high school. So we are going to be investing in that, not only to track our students in CTE, but all of our students after they depart, after they graduate from high school. So that's something we're actively working on.
Okay, I got one more question. This is for Ms. Joseph.
Go ahead, Senator.
Smith. Are the students going to be able to get, I know you're speaking about no cost, but are these students going to be eligible to get federal loans?
So point of clarification, the secondary students attend at no cost, not everybody. And yes, when it becomes a technical college, that's the great thing, is that it opens up our doors to be able to have Pell Grants and those list of other grants that I mentioned, I think on page 8 at the top of our testimony. So that allows us also the workforce WIOA grants and apprenticeship funding, which is huge right now. As I mentioned before, we've already received $300,000 that's not listed here through programs that would run through the technical college. That was for the registered teacher apprenticeship program.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Education don't use Vivis at all.
I'm sorry?
Vivis?
Yeah, we do.
So
Spoke about that.
can't you use that to track the students after? Why are we? I mean, we only spent a couple $100,000 appropriated from this body.
Yeah, we definitely input information into Vivis. We actually manage Vivis on behalf of the overall government. Other departments need to input, like for example, Department of Health, Human Services, Justice, what have you. We will look into that in terms of, I'm not sure Vivis is from birth to death, if I'm not mistaken. From cradle to grave.
So that's the whole hyphen in between, right?
Yeah. So we'll look into the possibility of Vivis tracking students after graduation.
How many students in CTEC vocational programs in St. Thomas? Not Wheatley, high school students.
I'm going to, Joe Murphy, chairperson, I'm going to ask Ms. Whitaker if she has those numbers. Thank you.
Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Board for Career Education. As I started this journey, I have a lot of information to collect. I've been meeting with several principals, so I will have, I expect in the next couple of weeks, have those concrete numbers. But I've held a series of meetings across the districts, and I will definitely have that number and able to provide that to the committee as part of the post-committee information.
How many programs in the high schools in St. Thomas?
I'm referring that question to Ms. Whitaker.
There's a new person on the block 3-4 weeks. Let me move that to the.
I have the program. I don't have the numbers, but I do have
the programs.
The names of the programs, and we've been confirming that with the principals as well. Because every school year, we also, for course, in terms of the availability of the programs.
Tell me the programs. I just want to know the programs.
Sure.
What programs do they have? And while you're looking for that, Ms. Faulkner, you wanted to put something on the record?
Sure. I just wanted to clarify with regards to the Perkins 5. It is regulated under the Code of Federal Regulations and distributed by formula. So 85% of that grant must go to the district CTE programs, of which that 85% is further distributed between secondary and post-secondary. Perkins places a great emphasis on secondary, which is in-school youth. Annual reporting and data collection measures are mandatory for the Perkins grant. Annually, I have to report up to the United States Department of Education, as well as core follow-up measures and academic performance in reading, math, and language art for CTE students. So it's really a heavy lift. The reason why Perkins actually, this is something we have been around and around about. The reason why Perkins falls under the Virgin Islands Department of Education is because of the management information system, the Telemunis system that allows for the effective management of the grant, as well as the Federal Grants Office, as well as third-party fiduciary oversight.
Is your position going to fall under this new entity?
No.
So you manage Perkins. Perkins is CTEC. Handles the CTEC program, but the position
I
stays
manage
under
career and technical education for the Virgin Islands. So basically, as a state, every state has a state director for career and technical education. So the state,
I know that. You don't have to explain that. I know that. I'm just speaking to the structure. I know that. But the bulk of what you manage is going to be removed from you.
No.
The bulk.
No.
The secondary programs are going under this new entity.
No, the districts manage their programs, and the principals manage the adult programs. I collect data. I give them policy and procedures. I make sure that the policy and procedures are followed and that the federal reporting is done. I make sure that the distribution for the grants are done correctly according to the federal regulations. And I serve as an intermediary for the government of the Virgin Islands and the U.S. Department of Education with regards to career and technical education.
And this bill changes the way that career and technical education is structured. That's all I'm saying. It changes it. So, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really a quick question to Ms. Sana Joseph Smith, Policy Advisor. Has there been any contemplation or consideration of perhaps focusing initially of the post-secondary programs and then phase in the secondary program?
Yes, we have a full strategic plan that we've shared with our stakeholders, and so the intent is for a phased-in approach. And so that's why we've been telling everyone that the secondary impact will be minimal at first, because we want to focus on some of the expansions on the post-secondary. But it is important for those two to have synergies and alignments, which is why we're advocating for it to be under one entity.
I would suspect that you're trying to create a pipeline, especially here in the St. Croix district.
Correct.
Good. And what's the time period for that phase-in?
1 year. So we've actually started already with alignments, with making sure that the fee structure, the class structures are aligned between Whitley and CTEC. And then we are working on pushing out the higher level courses from there.
1 year is a little ambitious, in my opinion. I think it should probably...
We started already, and so I think if we hadn't started, then it would be ambitious, but because they've already been working together, Dr. Faulkner's already been working with both entities, so it's a natural shift.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response.
UVI, Dr. Bailey, do you presently offer any associate program?
Yes, we do, sir.
Can you name them?
So I will defer to my nursing dean, who has at least one associate's degree. And so Dean Lewis.
Good afternoon again. Lisa Lewis, Dean for the School of Nursing. Point of clarification, we had an associate's degree. Provost Bailey, I know you're new and still learning. The AAS degree in nursing closed in 1981 for St. Thomas and 2017 for AAS. So nursing does not now have any AAS programs, just one traditional generic BSN program. Thank you.
Okay, but UVI as a whole, don't you have an associate degree in process technology?
Yes.
Business.
Yes.
Yes,
Already
in business.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We do have an associate degree in process tech.
You see that program going on this new entity?
I can see it working in collaboration with it.
Okay.
Because it certainly would, Laura Bailey, it certainly would fall under our next steps in terms of making the alignment between our course offerings becoming, well, the technical colleges programs becoming a pipeline to UVI. So then that would help us to avoid duplicating efforts as well, and that would free up some of our resources and basically prevent us from hiring adjuncts to teach some of those courses that are offered within our associate's degree in business.
Does your associate degree programs have an academic component?
Oh, yes, they do, sir.
They all do? And they
Chair?
do. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just going back to that was my point at the very beginning.
Yes.
In speaking to any program that says associate has an academic component.
Mr. Chair?
That's all I-
Yes.
to put on the record. You have a number of certification programs also? Construction management,
We do, sir.
and that's also under discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
good afternoon. Karen Brown, UVI School of Education Dean. The School of Education has an Associate of Arts degree in Inclusive Early Childhood Education. And we also have a bachelor's degree in elementary education. And what is placed on this bill includes the Associate of Arts in elementary education. That's what's being proposed. We did work with Ms. Joseph Smith to offer our paradigm, and those courses that do include general education as well as some early introduction to education courses are a part of that paradigm.
So your associate is in what? Early education?
We currently have one in inclusive early childhood education.
Early childhood education.
Yes.
And you want to do an associate in elementary education?
Correct. And that's right in line, Sana Joseph Smith, right in line with our registered teacher apprenticeship program that we're expanding down to the youth. And so it falls right in place with it, and then it goes right into Dr. Brown's program.
So how many students do you have at UVI in your associate program?
Most of the students are going through into the bachelor's degrees. And when they start, because it is a pathway program, what we do is encourage them to continue. So even though they start with the Associates of Arts, they finish and then they just move on into the Bachelor of Arts. They continue taking courses. In terms of the numbers, we have about, I would say, we have the 20 students from the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, and then those who are not paraprofessionals working in that program, we have 17 now due to attrition in terms of the RTAP program. but we also have about, I would say about 20 students as well who are working on their bachelor's degree.
Okay, so in the associate program, you have 17 students.
No, they're working towards their bachelor's degree.
No, I'm trying to find out your associate program. How many students do you have registered for the associate
I can get that
program?
information to you, Chair.
How many, what's the staffing in the School of Education?
We have about 3 full-time faculty members, and then we have part-time faculty members who are assisting us. They are, if they're not retired, they're also working as teachers in the School of Education, and that also includes Dr. Lauren Larson, who's here testifying today.
How many in all? How many total?
I would say about 15 full-time
Okay.
and
how many
part-time. Excuse me?
15 full-time?
Full-time
Okay,
and
that's good.
part-time.
How many graduates did you have from the School of Education on St. Croix last year and on St. Thomas last year?
St. Croix, we had 3. St. Thomas, we had 2. And yes, we also have within the Dutch Kingdom, St. Martin.
And the reason why I asked that question, and I was at both graduation. You know, we had limited numbers in the School of Education, 3 individuals in Croix, 2 in St. Thomas. We have a full, robust staff of individuals, part and full-time. But we're creating the next entity to offer an associate, and I want the next entity. I want the vocational technical school. Don't get me wrong, I want it. But why we're trying to duplicate education, and we have a full education department, a full School of Education at UVI that has the capacity to offer associate degree, are we trying to create a next program where we don't just let them expand and run that particular program? We don't have to hire anybody. They already have 15 individuals.
Senator, if I may, Senator Joseph Smith addressed that. The Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program is not a traditional 4-year program.
We're talking associate, you said. Associate.
No, but let me tell you where we're going with that. That program alone is doubling her numbers, but that program is not a traditional program that's run through UVI. That is a collaboration between Department of Labor, between the Workforce Development Board, the Department of Education. It's a collaborative effort in order to get that done. UVI is not structured. It's a 4-year institution that's structured on academia. It's not structured to provide childcare and MiFis and all those type of things. And so we've been able to use the American Jobs Center to support those persons that want to become teachers, but they have barriers.
And can that support be utilized for students that want to enroll at UVI in the associate degree program?
It's not structured according to that. UVI is structured as most traditional universities where you sign up and you're on your own.
We're creating new entities. We're looking at new ideas. We already have an established School of Education. Why can't we propose to them that we have this block of individuals that want to do education? We have these federal monies. We could create some opportunities for childcare, for MiFi.
It's a different structure, Senator, if I may. Having a university and having a technical college are 2 different structures. And when you try to force them into another, it doesn't work. There's a reason why it's a technical college, why it's hands-on, why it's rigor and relevance. It's catered to a different audience that may not be ready for a 4-year institution.
At the end of the day, if you want your associate degree students to be able to move to a bachelor, there must be alignment. So you're going to be offering the same prerequisite that UVI now need to get into their School of Education.
So, Senator, if I could just clarify, a technical college, the associate's degree is a small portion of that. The majority of it is high-level certification.
And I agree with the certification. I'm just saying this small portion of education need to go to UVI that already have 15 people working there for a college that barely has any students. The enrollment of UVI is severely down. It's the lowest numbers despite free tuition. We're at the lowest numbers ever. If we could boost UVI enrollment through innovative programs, through labor and everything else, we don't need to create there's no need to create an education component under the technical college when we have the University of the Virgin Islands that can offer an associate degree that goes into a bachelor degree. The university had an associate in nursing. We switched that because we didn't switch. We actually created and funded a BSN. We didn't say to stop the associate program. But we got to look at all the entities that we have because this institution, we're funding UVA to the tune of $30-something million. And we got to make sure that they're able to boost their numbers up. And this is one opportunity. But we go to Senator Kenneth Gittins, and then we're going to allow you guys to close out. We'll have a discussion because we have a big group next. Senator Whitaker, quickly. You recognize, go ahead.
Genevieve Whitaker, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Education. Senator, you had asked, a question was asked earlier about the programs, and like I said, we're almost complete with, confirming them all, but in both, going across both the districts, we have classes, of course, in, just go over to St. Croix. First, we have programs, of course, in cosmetology. We have classes in masonry. We have classes on information technology. Let me go over to, make sure apologies. And carpentry business, we have, and then St. Thomas. So just a bundle of business. And so what I'm doing with the principals are just confirming all the programs. We have like electrical, that's across the district. So in what I'm also working on with the teachers, I spoke to them about confirming programs they would like to have at their campus. So essentially what I'll do is when I finalize this, I'll send over to the committee and have the clear list of the current programs for this school year.
Okay, and that is fine. Well, what we're going to do at this point is allow you guys to close out. You've been here a while, and we got 2 more items on the block, so we're going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record. It has been a good conversation, and as I discuss with my colleagues all the time, testimony and conversation create bills that are really well written, because then you could go back and address particular issues. So I think every member of this legislature have said they're in support. But I think that we just got some stuff that we need to do to work out the kinks, and we should be able to move on.
Point of clarification, Senator.
Mr. Song? Who's that on St. Thomas?
Karen Brown, School of Education, UVI.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that we do offer early care and education services on both campuses of UVI. We also offer the Center for Student Success support, as well as counseling and advising for all students, including the registered teacher apprenticeship apprentices who are participating in the RTAP program.
So that's good information. So you're offering all of that stuff presently. So we just need students to enroll. Long and short, free tuition. You got early, you have child care, you have X, you have Y, you have Z. We just have to do a better job of being able to motivate our students to enroll in these particular programs. But Senator, calling you Senator, Assistant Commissioner, you don't want to be a senator.
No, absolutely not. I'm looking forward to retirement.
You will take a dramatic cut. You don't want that.
Good afternoon again, Senator. The Department of Education remains committed to advancing career and technical education opportunities for all students across the Virgin Islands. Establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College represents a critical step toward equipping our workforce with the skills needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving economy. We sincerely appreciate the committee's favorable consideration of Bill number 36/0188 and your continued dedication to supporting initiatives that enhance educational outcomes and career readiness for our students. I'd like to thank the Virgin Islands Department of Education team and all stakeholders that have been working diligently, especially Ms. Shauna Joseph-Smith, to get us to this point. We are ready to assist in any way necessary to ensure the successful implementation of this important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and let me apologize to the sponsor of the bill, Senator Avery Lewis, but he usually asks us questions throughout the bill that I forgot that I didn't even recognize him, so I wanted to put something on the record because He's kind of squirming in his seat.
Thank you. All I heard is, first let me say thank you to the testifiers today for coming out today and putting your testimony, your point of view on the record. And for those of you who came in support, thank you very much. I really wish a young fellow could have stayed, Mr. Popo. Because it's all about the youth. And it's all about giving people a second chance as well. I just like to say that, you know, while everything wasn't spelled out in the legislation, it's because we as legislators could not possibly legislate every single thing, you know, not every operational detail. So you leave room for some flexibility for the chancellors and the dean and the board, everybody to try to work out the kinks and, you know, make these MOUs and have these different agreements as we go along. You know, I'm glad that I hear my colleagues' point of views and they express their concerns. But one thing I'm going to say to my colleagues, we ain't waiting 42 years to bring a technical college bill. No, sorry, not when I keep sending out this, asking for input and everything. So I look at it as a building. I look at today as good constructive criticism, and that can't stop me. We're going to keep moving forward. You know, I'm still optimistic, you know, and at some point in time, we're going to be back here again. And with all the different amendments I'm hearing about and so forth, we're going to move this forward because this is something critical and needed for our people at the Virgin Islands. One of the testimonies that wasn't read here said somebody's planning to go away. And, you know, the college is about 25,000. And when you add room and board and everything, up to 45 to 60,000. You know, my good colleague to my left, we even had an amendment to move forward, just like how you guys are free tuition. You know, at some point in time, we could phase it in for a technical college. But again, I do appreciate everyone's comments here today. And I'm not defeated. But I'll just wait to hear what will the colleagues say, and then we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really thank everybody wholeheartedly for coming out here so we could have this much-needed discourse. And I think that's what's happening here today. We're having a lot of conversations that really have been on the back burners for a long time and really need to come forward. You know, we had a conversation this morning about VA history, Caribbean history. You know, we're having it about the technical college. Next is cell phones in the school, and lastly is hopefully it's about this conditions of schools. So again, I thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all my colleagues. And Ms. Joseph Smith, we're going back to the drawing board, and we're coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, and you're not back to the drawing board because you guys have presented legislation that is necessary. It's just going to be tweaked, but it's not back to the drawing board. And legislation like this, sometimes it just takes a little bit. We have had a good police commissioner had a bill that took 5 years to pass. But this is not going to take 5 years. This is going to be passed in this 36th legislature. Okay, as chair of the Education Committee, we're going to make sure that this passes in the 36th legislature. More than likely, the sponsor, we will have a working meeting where we could actually discuss the changes, invite all of the parties to the table, and we decide on that. But in the interim, we need the Department of Education to have a conversation with every single teacher that this is going to affect, to include the administrators, not Ms. Molloy alone, she has assistants. Everybody need to have that conversation. We need to know what is the consensus of that particular conversation in reference to switching unions, et cetera. Because there's multiple unions involved, multiple. Ms. Gomez is in the next branch of the EFT. She's in the EFT, but next, a separate union to the teachers. So support staff, you know, so there's a lot of conversation that we must have, and a lot of times when we have done these conversion of individuals from one department to the next or entity, we do put in some protections for the employees, stating that in no way can they be demoted or terminated. So we put in those basic protections to make sure that they're taken care of. And that's going to be one of the recommendations that I definitely make. But Dr. Carwood, we allow you to put closing 30 seconds on the record.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 36-0100. As indicated, we do support the legislative's goal of enhancing technical education and workforce development in the Virgin Islands. We believe that our students deserve a more thoughtful, properly resourced, and systemically implemented approach that the current bill can provide. So we want to thank Senator Lewis for bringing forward this bill and all the members of the committee that asked pertinent questions. I think we can do it, and the board stands ready to assist.
Thank you so much. Ms. Murphy.
Senators, the Virgin Islands Technical College will make technical education more accessible and affordable. We fully support the passing of this bill and do look forward to the day that this is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Malloy, in reference to before we totally close out, the secondary students and the post-secondary students, do they have opportunities through Department of Labor in reference to tuition?
Yes.
Can you put that on the record and let individuals know how they can apply for that?
So Dr. Kristan Malloy, principal of CTEC. So you have to qualify based on your income. You go through the Department of Labor. Individuals can go through the Department of Labor to get assistance with tuition for the classes in the post-secondary, the evening classes.
Just a point of clarification, that's the Sana Joseph Smith. It's the American Job Center that's located at the Department of Labor, just so that they know who to ask for.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll allow you to close out since you go ahead. You put your last word.
You sound begrudgingly with that. I'm going to take it that you're just tired. You've been here all day.
Oh, I'm not tired at all.
Oh, good. So I just wanted to express gratitude. I think conversation is where we actually get things done, and we don't have to wait 50 years to have this actually be implemented. I also wanted to share two thoughts. Technical education can be parallel with the traditional education. It does not have to be the alternative. And I just encourage everyone to look at the Swiss model. They go to school 2 days a week, and they go to work 3 days a week. That's from age 15. And that is inclusive of a traditional academic pathway. There's no reason why we can't lead the way, and for us to be able to be innovators and show our nation how we're supposed to educate everyone. And then my last comment is that everyone is not immediately ready for UVI or four-year institution. And this is a great opportunity for us to prep them, get them ready, and whether they move on or they don't, but at least we know we've educated our folks and that they are upskilled. So thank you, everyone, for all of the stakeholders. We've been working on this for a long time, and so I really appreciate everybody's input, and I look forward to the continued conversation.
And thank you so much. The sponsors of the bill, along with myself, will be getting in contact with you in reference to a sit-down meeting where we can work out some of the issues that were identified today. I want to thank all that testified on this particular bill. We're going to take Ms. Malloy quickly. You liking the legislation?
Since I have the mic, no, I'm not liking the legislature at all, but since I have the mic,
then I'll have to cut your time.
I want to welcome, no, I want to invite everyone, since I have the mic, I asked permission to the CTEC Fall Festival, December 5th. Because I know you have a large viewing audience at 5:30 to 9:30.
Okay, well, what is it again? Say it clearly. It's what?
So it's the CTEC Fall Festival, where the teachers and students are going to be showcasing their work from 5:30 to 9:30. So we have a fashion show. We're going to have a hair show. We're going to have welding stuff on electrical on display, or electrical vehicle. Taste of CTEC, so you'll be able to get a taste all around the campus. We have some culture in there with some Moko Jambi, squadrille dancers, steel pan, etc. We'll have our NAF students welcoming you when you come come on the campus. We have some really secrets as well. So, and we have a 20-foot Mokojambi done in steel by the welding class. That's really something to see. So I invite all. We are charging $20 for adults. You could eat all you can eat, and $8 for children to enter, and all the proceeds will go right back into the programs. So that's a big event we're looking forward to. It's a Friday evening, 5:30 to 9:30. And we thank all the teachers. I really want to big up my teachers. It's a big thing for us, and everybody is participating and all excited about it.
Thank you for that information. I really encouraging the community to go out and support. And all the parents that have a student in CTEC, every single parent, you should be there supporting your child, pay the $20 and go and support them and the other members of this community.
Chairman Bailey, Provost
St. Thomas, somebody.
Laura Bailey, Provost Bailey from UVI.
UVI?
Right?
Yes.
So we would like the opportunity to close if there's still time.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. So UVI would like to thank the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, this bill's sponsor, Vice Chair Senator Lewis, members of the 36th legislative body, and particularly you, Honorable Chairman VLA, once again for this opportunity to testify on behalf of this VICT bill. The University of the Virgin Islands reaffirms its commitment to partnering for shared success in this effort. We see the Virgin Islands Technical College as a natural extension of our collective mission to equip all Virgin Islanders with the knowledge and the skill set that they need to thrive in this changing economy. With clear articulation agreements, transparent governance, and sustained collaborations, we really believe that this legislation can create a comprehensive educational route to employment. And so with that, we stand firmly in support of this legislation and look forward to working with this committee to see it to its fruition and passing.
Thank you so much for your closing. Thank all who testified today. At this point, the Committee of Education and Workforce Development will recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Lewis.
Motion. Good afternoon, again, colleagues. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0188, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, by adding subchapter 3, establishing the Virgin Islands Technical College, amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, subchapter 1, Section 99, to increase the membership of the Board of Career and Technical Education, amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, subchapter 1, Section 262, to clarify the duties of the Board for Career and Technical Education relating to the Virgin Islands Technical College, and Section 263 relating to the Career and Technical College Educating Training Fund, and for other related purposes, be held in the Committee of Education and Workforce Development until the call of the chair. By the call of the chair, I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Kenny Gittins. Kenneth Gittins, hearing no objections, so ordered. We're going to move to block number 3. Madam Clerk, read the third item on the block.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 3, electronic device policy and the impact of cell phones on school campuses. Invited testifier, Kaiser A. Cowwood, PhD, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Honorable Deon Wells Hendrickson, Ed D., Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Ace Poya, student, St. Croix Educational Complex High School. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm now going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, starting with you, Mr. Poya.
Good afternoon, senators and listening audience. My name is Ace Poya, and I'm a current senior at the St. Croix Educational Complex.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Education.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good afternoon, Legal Counsel Kayla Belt, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Era C. Lockhart, member of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good afternoon. My name is Leontine Jones. I am the president of the St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers.
Good afternoon, Simrity Brown, Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll begin with the testimony, and we'll begin with Department of Education.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chairman Viale, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of this body, my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education, representing the Honorable Deon Wells Hendrickson, Commissioner of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on the electronic device policy and cell phone use on school campuses. Joining me this afternoon are members of the Virgin Islands Department of Education Leadership Team, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Insult Superintendent for the St. Croix District, Dr. Simra D. Brown Gums, Acting Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Attorney Keila Belt, Esquire, Territorial Legal Counsel, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. Additional departmental personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support on the opportunity to testify today. Policy implementation and enforcement at school level. The Personnel Electronic Communications Device, or PECD, use policy, effective June 13th, 2025, was developed after concerns were raised by school-based personnel of students' misuse and distraction during the learning process. Ideally, this policy will be formally communicated to all students, parents, faculty, and staff at the beginning of each school year. However, the policy was disseminated after many schools had already had their orientations. So alternate methods for dissemination were used by schools. During the St. Thomas St. John District Administrators Monthly Meeting held on August the 6th, Attorney Belt made a presentation to all administrators on the new cell phone usage policy. During the September monthly meeting, the cell phone use policy was again shared with all district administrators via our administrators' Google Drive. Administrators were directed to share the policy with parents and students. The St. Croix District administrators received the policy electronically and reviewed the policy during the initial superintendent's leadership meeting with school administrators in August 2025. The department's legal counsel, Attorney Belt, provided an overview of the policy during this meeting. Copies of the policy are distributed annually and published on the department's website. Each student and parent or guardian must sign the acceptable use agreement, which is Appendix A of this testimony, acknowledging that they have read and understood the rules, consequences, and disclaimer of liability. School administrators review it with students during orientation, homeroom sessions, and parent meetings. Any policy updates supersede prior versions, and parents are notified of amendments through circulars, newsletters, and the department's digital platforms. Implementation occurs uniformly across all departmental campuses under the supervision of school administrators. Teachers review personal electronic communications device expectations at the start of each class. Students are required to store the devices out of reach, off of their person, and inaccessible during instructional time unless explicit permission for educational use is granted. Schools may collect and secure devices at the beginning of class with administrative approval, ensuring consistency and accountability. Enforcement follows a tiered progressive discipline approach model. First offense is a verbal warning. Second offense is a written reprimand. Third offense, confiscation and required parental conference. Level 4 offense, level 4 of the Virgin Islands Student Disciplinary Policy, requires immediate confiscation and disciplinary referral per the Virgin Islands Board of Education Student Disciplinary Policy. Administrators and staff are also authorized to conduct random spot checks to ensure compliance. Confiscated devices are typically returned by day's end to minimize conflict or hardship for families. The policy enforcement procedures, including verbal warnings, written reprimands, and device confiscation with parent conferences, are also outlined in the cell phone infraction form, which is Appendix B, to ensure transparent documentation and parental awareness. The impact of student cell phone use. Nearly all K-12 schools had a cell phone policy that allows students to bring their phones to school during the 2024-2025 school year. But 2/3 of schools had a policy that prohibited cell phone use from bell to bell, or like the Virgin Islands Board of Education policy states, it can be used to support learning. 86% of principals in schools with some sort of policy-restricted cell phone use endorse the safety-related benefits of those policies, most commonly citing positive impacts to school climate, a reduction in inappropriate cell phone use, and a reduction in cyberbullying as reported by RAND, which is a research organization in 2025. Prior to implementation, schools reported frequent instructional disruptions, reduced student engagement, and increased incidents of cyberbullying and social distraction. The new policy directly addresses these challenges by limiting unsanctioned cell phone use, thereby improving focus, time on task, and academic engagement. In a survey of administrators at the department, they reported that students are seen with their phones daily. They roam the campus with earbuds in their ear. They use their phones to chat and often use them for non-instructional purposes. More than half of the administrators felt that cell phone use should not be allowed, and if allowed, it should be clear communication with accountability measures in place. Teachers have observed measurable improvements in student attentiveness, peer interaction, and classroom participation when cell phones are not accessible. Reduced device access has decreased cyber incidents, online conflicts, and digital cheating during instructional hours. Research nationally aligns with these observations. Studies by the London School of Economics and the National Bureau of Economic Research indicate that restricting cell phone use in schools can raise test scores by 6 to 14%, particularly among lower performing students, and reduce off-task behavior and anxiety. In the RAND survey, statistics show that the ban of cell phones resulted in an 88% reduction in distractions, 54% reduction in cheating, 42% improvement in social skills, and 27% reduction in bullying. Locally, administrators report on calmer classrooms, improved eye contact, and enhanced peer communication. However, student adjustment continues to vary, and some express anxiety about being unreachable. To mitigate this, the policy maintains structured emergency communication channels through the school's main office. Policy evaluation and tracking mechanisms. We all know that what gets monitored gets done. For this policy to be effectively enforced, all faculty and staff must be held accountable for enforcement. Policy effectiveness is monitored through behavioral and disciplinary data, tracking infractions logged via the cell phone infraction form, teacher surveys, gauging changes in classroom management and student focus, school climate assessments, incorporating student and parent feedback during quarterly reviews, an annual review led by the Office of Legal Counsel and the Insular Superintendents to assess alignment with the Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Children's Internet Protection Act. The department intends to correlate data on attendance, academic performance, disciplinary referrals before and after policy implementation to inform future refinements. Anticipated benefits and challenges. Research supports that there are several benefits to cell phone bans in schools. Such benefits include enhanced focus on academics and reduced classroom disruptions, decreased exposure to cyberbullying, inappropriate content and cheating, improved student well-being, interpersonal skills and respect for boundaries, and consistency across districts aligning with federal and board standards. With any type of change, there will be resistance. Some challenges include student and parent resistance because of dependency on devices. Parents often argue that they should be able to always reach their children. What if there's an emergency? There may be issues with enforcement consistency across grade levels and campuses. For example, a monitor repeatedly sees the same student with the cell phone visible and consistently only tells them to put it away. Many might argue that we are living in an ever-evolving technological world. Students need to learn to use their devices for instructional purposes and not misuse them. The department continues to address these challenges through staff training, parental education, and clear enforcement procedures. National research, best practices, and model policies. There are 20 states, including the Virgin Islands, that have completely banned cell phone use in schools for the entire instructional day. Thomas Tuck, the director of Future Ed and Education Policy Center at Georgetown University, said he believes using cell phones in schools is generally problematic, with the harm outweighing the good. It's a problem, Tuck argued. We're trying to get students to engage, to immerse themselves in the subject at hand, to communicate with their peers, to be part of a learning community, he said. There's lots of research to suggest that phones are very detrimental to students' levels of concentration and undermine, for those reasons and others, their learning. New York City Public Schools, the nation's largest school district, has a bell-to-bell policy in place for its nearly 1 million students. But the schools will be required to provide at least one method for families to reach their children during the school day in case of an emergency. Recent studies from Spain and Norway, using a similar empirical strategy to ours, also show compelling evidence on the benefit of banning mobile phones and student performance with similar effect size. In Spain, banning mobile phones has been shown to increase students' scores in math and science. Researchers also documented a decrease in incidences of bullying. In Norway, banning phones significantly increased middle school students' grade point average. It It also increased students' likelihood of attending an academic high school rather than choosing a vocational school. And it decreased incidents of bullying. Evidence from Belgium suggests banning mobile phones can be beneficial for college student performance. This context may be different, but still informative as students are of similar age to those in high school. Research from Sweden, however, suggests little effect of banning mobile phones in high school on student performance. It is worth noting, however, the study did not find any detrimental effect of banning mobile phones. A similar conclusion can be drawn from literature on the effects of computer use at school. Evidence from the United States suggests using laptops in class is detrimental to learning, and the effects are large and more damaging for low-performing students. Montgomery Public Schools, one of the nation's largest and highest-performing districts, serves 156,541 students in grades pre-K to 12 and compromising 238 school buildings. I've already piloted an away all day policy. This policy states students cannot use their cell phones throughout the entire school day. It provides for usage strictly at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. This policy also extends to tablets, laptops, and smartwatches. This strategic initiative will be fully implemented for school year 26-27. The department maintains its position that cell phones use in schools should be prohibited during school hours or on school property. Legislative recommendations to amend or support the policy. The Department of Education believes cell phones should be limited, not banned, within the K-12 setting. While devices have instructional value when properly integrated into digital learning, unsanctioned use undermines instruction, safety, and student well-being. The department aims to create a learning environment that balances the benefit of technology with the need to minimize distractions and promote focused learning and classroom engagement. The department recommends legislative actions to include the following: codify the department's authority to regulate personal electronic communication devices on school property in alignment with federal and board mandates. Support funding for digital citizenship education, training staff and students on responsible technology use. Authorize clear penalties for repeated infractions and define uniform confiscation and appeal procedures across all districts. Enable periodic review of the policy's impact through annual legislative reporting requirements. In conclusion, the Department of Education remains steadfast in its commitment to fostering an environment that prioritizes academic excellence, student safety, and responsible digital citizenship. We look forward to continued collaboration with the Virgin Islands Board of Education, the Senate Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and our education partners to ensure that our policies not only reflect the realities of today's technology-driven world, but also uphold the core values of respect, accountability, and learning within our schools. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share our perspective and ongoing efforts. The Virgin Islands leadership team and I remain on standby to address any questions or provide additional clarification the committee may require. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sam. Dr. Colwyn.
This is Era C. Lockhart. I'm representing the Virgin Islands Board of Education because Dr. Carwood had to leave. Good afternoon, Chairman and Senator Kurt A. Vealet of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Other esteemed members of the committee, legislative staff, fellow stakeholders, and the listening and viewing audiences. I'm Era C. Lockhart, Secretary of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the electronic device policy and the impact of cell phones on school campuses. This is a very necessary and forward-looking conversation. It's not about restriction, but about balance, understanding, and structure. The goal of our policy is not to eliminate technology from the learning environment, but to ensure that its use aligns with the educational mission, safety, standards, and behavioral expectations of our public schools. The Virgin Islands Board of Education's electronic device policy provides clear direction regarding the possession and use of personal electronic devices by students during the school day. The key features of the policy include: 1, scope of devices covered. For purposes of the policy, the term personal electronic device includes but is not limited to cell phones, tablets, smartwatches, and similar devices capable of sending or receiving communication or accessing digital content. All such devices used by students on campus are subject to the same rules and guidelines. Feature 2, permitted use only when authorized. During instructional time, device use is generally restricted to instructional purposes and requires explicit permission from the teacher. Outside of the instructional time, use is limited to designated times and places and may also be allowed in emergencies at the discretion of school principals. Device use under this policy is a privilege, not a right, and may be revoked if the policy is violated. Prohibited use during instructional time. Unless explicitly authorized by a teacher for educational activities, devices must remain off and out of sight during instructional periods. Unauthorized use during class time constitutes a violation of school rules. Students with disabilities who require assistive devices must have their needs coordinated through the IEP, and parents may choose to opt out of the electronic device policy. Confiscation and disciplinary measures. Violations of the electronic device policy may result in confiscation of the device and restricted access. Disciplinary actions follow a progressive approach. First, a warning, then a written notice, and if violations continue, referral for disciplinary action under the student discipline policy. Privacy and safety protections. The policy strictly prohibits the recording, photographing, or video streaming of any student and or staff member without consent, and incorporates and enforces the board's bullying prevention policy. This is also aligned with the board's commitment to protect privacy, prevent cyberbullying, and maintain a safe environment for all students and staff. Emergency and communication provisions. In emergency situations, communication between students and families must occur through school administrative offices to ensure accountability and safety. These provisions are intended to be preventative and protective and designed to create learning environments that are respectful, focused, and technologically responsible. Disciplinary consequences, however, are used when necessary to address misuse. Pros of the electronic device policy. 1, enhanced focus and academic performance. Studies from the Pew Research Center 2023 and the American Psychological Association show that students perform better academically when devices are restricted during class. Locally, teachers report higher engagement and reduced distractions in classrooms adhering to the policy. 2, improved school climate and safety. Limiting unsupervised device use helps reduce cyberbullying incidents, classroom conflicts, and unauthorized recordings, supporting both safety and respect. 3, consistency with national best practices The policy aligns with the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Educational Technology, the National School Boards Association, and the International Society for Technology in Education standards, which all advocate for structured device management paired with digital literacy instruction. 4, fosters responsible digital citizenship. The policy provides a foundation for schools to teach students about digital responsibility, privacy, and ethical online behavior, preparing them for life and leadership in a connected world. And 5, flexible school implementation. By allowing principals to determine additional areas and times where devices may be used, the policy provides flexibility for each school to create cell phone-free zones and manage device use in a way that best fits their unique environment, supporting focus, safety, and effective learning. Cons and implementation challenges. 1, perceived restriction or punishment. Some parents and students view enforcement as restrictive or adversarial. This misunderstanding underscores the need for communication that emphasizes protection, not punishment. 2, equity in access. While the policy requires the department to provide students with reliable technology and internet access, in practice, not all students may have sufficient devices or connectivity. Ensuring equitable access, particularly for home use, depends on available funding, which can limit the policy's effectiveness and may require additional investment. 3, inconsistent enforcement. Although the policy clearly defines permissible use and allows principals to exercise discretion in certain areas or emergencies, with such permissions posted for all students, the differences in implementation across schools or even within the same school can lead to confusion or frustration. While this flexibility enables principals to create cell phone-free zones and manage device use to fit their school's unique environment, it also underscores the need for administrative and teacher training to ensure consistent understanding and enforcement across all schools. 4, emergency concerns and parental anxiety. Parents often believe that direct cell phone contact ensures their child's safety during emergencies. The policy, however, requires that emergency communication between students and families generally be routed to the school's administrative office to maintain safety and accountability. Emergency calls may also be permitted when a student is not in class and the family cannot reach the student through the office. Additionally, principals do have discretion to authorize further allowances as circumstances warrant. And 5, limited legal authority and rollout challenges. Because the policy has not yet been formally promulgated, it lacks the full force of law. Promulgation would have allowed for a structured rollout, including public notification and formal training for staff and families. Delays within the Department of Justice and the Office of the Governor create uncertainty about the policy's legal status, hindering consistent implementation and training. Communication with families and school communities. The board emphasizes that communication is vital for compliance and understanding. Schools are required to inform families and students annually of all policies, including the electronic device policy, through handbooks, orientations, and assemblies. The policy is also posted on the board's website. Policies must be shared during student registration and parent-student orientations. All personnel electronic devices must be registered, and families are required to complete and sign the acceptable use agreement form for each device, including identifying device numbers. Any additional times or areas where device use is permitted at the principal's discretion must be posted where all students can easily see them. Additionally, the board encourages principals to host information sessions and digital responsibility workshops at the start of each school year. These sessions explain not only the rules, but also the rationale that the policy is designed to protect students, enhance focus, and promote responsible technological use rather than to punish or restrict. Implementation and enforcement on the school level. Implementation occurs at the school administrative level, where principals and teachers apply the policy consistently with board guidelines. School administrators and teachers monitor student compliance with the policy. Schools may also inspect devices for compliance with permitted applications. Enforcement focuses on fairness, documentation, and proportionality. Students who violate the policy may have their device access restricted or suspended. Violations can result in disciplinary action in accordance with the school and board regulations, including the Virgin Islands Student Discipline Policy and the board's bullying prevention policy. Temporary confiscation of devices is allowed under specified conditions. The policy requires graduated disciplinary responses for violations, including verbal warnings, written reprimands, and if necessary, referral for disciplinary action under the student discipline policy. Administrative teams ensure that confiscated devices are collected, stored securely, and returned to students or parents in accordance with school procedures. However, the board acknowledges that enforcement varies across campuses, underscoring the need for ongoing monitoring, training, administrative consistency, and clarity in policy interpretation. The board is currently in the process of revising its policy and will hold town hall meetings to engage families, students, and staff in providing input and feedback as part of this review process. Impact on teaching, learning, and student well-being. National research and local observation reveal that excessive or unstructured cell phone use has measurable effects on classroom dynamics. The Academic Performance and Focus, the Pew Research Center, and American Psychological Association report that limiting cell phone access during instructional time significantly improves focus, retention, and participation. Teachers in our Virgin Islands schools echo these findings, citing higher engagement when students are device-free. Behavior and social interaction. Unregulated phone use contributes to distraction, cheating, and disengagement. Socially, students report increased anxiety, reduced peer interaction, and overexposure to social media pressures. Mental health. Continuous access to devices can heighten stress and cyberbullying risks, while structured limits help foster mindfulness and peer connection. By contrast, when devices are integrated intentionally, such as for research, collaborative projects, or accessibility, they can enhance engagement and digital skill building. Thus, the policy's goal is not prohibition, but balanced regulation. Evaluation and monitoring of policy effectiveness. The Virgin Islands Board of Education recognizes that policies must be monitored and refined to remain effective. To this end, the board, through its Policy, Rules, and Regulations Committee, has established a process for reviewing the implementation and impact of policies within schools. During its Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment Committee, SILE, walkthroughs, the board conducts ongoing observation and evaluation of policy implementation, compliance, and its impact on the learning environment. These walkthroughs enable board members to engage directly with educators, administrators, and students to identify strengths, inconsistencies, and areas for improvement. Feedback from these visits is combined with school-level data, disciplinary trends, and teacher and parent surveys to determine whether the policy effectively reduces classroom distractions, support instruction, and fosters digital citizenship. The board also collaborates with the Virgin Islands Department of Education to analyze device-related disciplinary referrals, cyberbullying reports, academic performance indicators, stakeholder feedback on clarity and fairness. This continuous evaluation ensures the policy remains both relevant and equitable, guided by evidence rather than perception. National research best practices and model policies. The board's policy draws its inspiration from national best practices and evidence-based standards, including the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Educational Technology, recommendations on structured device management, the National School Boards Association guidelines emphasizing balance between access and discipline, and the International Society for Technology in Education digital citizenship standards which promote responsible, ethical, and mindful technology use. Districts such as New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago have successfully implemented similar device-free learning zone approaches. Their experience supports our belief that policies work best when grounded in education, communication, and empathy rather than punishment alone. Path forward, strengthening policy through understanding. Across the nation, many districts from New York City to Los Angeles to Florida have moved toward device-free learning zones or structured use policies that mirror ours. The most successful implementations share one principle. The focus is on understanding and not enforcement alone. To ensure the Virgin Islands remains aligned with national best practices and local realities, we recommend a threefold approach. One, reinforce communication and clarity. Each school should conduct policy orientation sessions for students and parents at the start of the school year, explaining both the purpose and process of the policy. Clear, consistent communication will replace conflict with cooperation. Two, invest in educator empowerment. Provide teachers with professional development on classroom management in the digital era, including strategies for using technology effectively, addressing non-compliance calmly, and promoting self-regulation among students. And three, integrate digital citizenship and access equity. Incorporate ISTE-aligned digital literacy modules to teach students responsible online behavior. Simultaneously, ensure that all students have equal access to school-provided technology for learning reducing inequity and dependency on personal devices. The board's position and legislative recommendation. After careful review, the Virgin Islands Board of Education believes that cell phone use on school campuses should be limited, but not entirely banned. Students must learn to coexist with technology responsibly. This is a skill essential for modern citizenship and workplace readiness. While the policy applies universally, challenges with consistency and general matters of school-level implementation. The board supports continued enforcement of the existing electronic device policy with clarified language, consistent application, and strengthened education components around digital ethics and mental wellness. To enhance effectiveness, the board also recommends legislative support in the following areas: codifying and promulgating school-level enforcement standards to ensure uniformity across districts. 2, allocating resources to ensure equitable access to school-issued technology for students without personal devices. 3, funding citizenship programs to teach responsible technology use. 4, funding and supporting ongoing evaluation and data collection on the policy's educational and behavioral impact. And 5, allocating resources for equitable access to school-issued technology for students without personal devices. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Board of Education's electronic device policy is not an effort to restrict freedom or silence connection, but a commitment to restore focus, protect privacy, and preserve the integrity of the learning environment. The electronic device policy is not a wall separating adults from youth. It is a bridge connecting structure with respect, discipline with empathy, and technology with purpose. We live in a digital era where technology can either empower or distract. Our responsibility is to teach discernment, discipline, and digital respect. The board's approach is grounded in research, fairness, and compassion. It aims to equip students not just to use technology, but to master it responsibly. This is the work of responsible governance, and this is the leadership our students deserve. Thank you for your attention and for your shared commitment to creating learning environments that are safe, equitable, and conducive to meaningful education in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now go to the student, Mr. Puya.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Kurt Viele, Vice Chair Senator Avery L. Lewis, other committee members, 36th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Ace Poya, and I'm a current senior at the St. Croix Educational Complex. It is an honor to be invited here today to speak on behalf of my peers on the collective thoughts we share regarding the recent policy changes the Virgin Islands Department of Education, VIDE, has implemented on the cell phone use on public school campuses, and why I believe cell phone use should be allowed with some parameters, as VIDE's recent policy change has done at the beginning of this academic year. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Department of Education's initiative in this endeavor. With this being said, upon reviewing their policy, I must recognize that cell phone use in public schools, especially in high schools where it is most prevalent, can have negative consequences. Many of the issues outlined in their policy are real issues that we high schoolers face, including digital misconduct, cyberbullying, cyberstalking, and more, which is what VID's most recent policy change addresses. To this end, I believe the recent policy change does, in fact, address these issues to a great extent. In its implementation, I have personally felt the effects this policy shift has had on my learning experience, resulting in an environment where such concerning acts are committed less frequently. That said, I must be honest. Many of the rules outlined in VIDE's policy exist more on paper than in practice, and that's okay. For instance, under Procedures Section 1, subsection A, the policy states, students shall be permitted to access and use PECDS, personal electronic communication devices, in the classroom only with express written authority by a teacher to utilize pre-approved learning applications and platforms. In reality, I've never experienced nor heard of a teacher given written approval, as verbal communication is quicker, simpler, and makes the most of our already limited class time. After speaking with some of my peers before presenting to you all today, we all unanimously agree that cell phone use, as it currently stands, strikes a perfect balance between productivity and playful use when permissible. While the policy's intent is clear and commendable, its implementation often varies by teacher to teacher. And this variation, in many ways, is a strength. It allows teachers to set boundaries that fit their classroom environment. I've personally had teachers where cell phone use was extremely prohibited, as outlined in VIDE's policy, and others that were more lenient. The key takeaway is that whatever the teacher decides to do, whether it be strict or loose, it typically reflects and helps build on their teaching style, making the learning environment exponentially more productive and beneficial for students and teachers alike. The policy strikes a healthy balance, giving teachers the authority to tell students to put their cell phones away, while also providing leeway for them when needed. The key is not whether cell phones are allowed or banned, but how they are used, with responsibility and purpose, which is something I see every day among my peers. As the world constantly evolves into a digital atmosphere, with advanced technologies becoming increasingly prevalent in the years to come, it is essential that teachers, if they wish, can allow students to use their phones for educational purposes, as other devices, such as laptops or other electronic devices, are no longer provided to each student. Currently, in one of my classes, the use of ChatGPT is encouraged, despite being prohibited in VIDE's policy. Our teacher doesn't allow it as a shortcut around assignments, but rather as a way to quickly access background information that deepens classroom discussions. Beyond academics, cell phones also serve another important purpose: communication between students, teachers, and administrators. We are no longer in the age of just paper and pencil. Technology runs our daily lives. The greatest benefit of this technology is its ability to communicate information at instantaneous speeds, which helps solve one of our school maintenance issues, our ineffective temporary intercom systems. Currently, the built-in intercoms in the public high school of complex are not functioning, with a temporary solution being a line with speakers whose volume is insufficient to be heard from across the room. To this end, students as well as counselors and teachers can now communicate more easily with one another via platforms like WhatsApp or Microsoft Teams remotely to share important information. Moreover, cell phone use in planning and organization's extracurricular activities. As I hold leadership positions in various clubs at my school, I can confidently say that without the use of cell phones to communicate with club members who are not in my classes, activities and meetings would be nearly impossible to conduct. For sports practices to club meetings, we often overlook the importance of a friendly reminder, something that can only be achieved via a text message. In the context of family matters, the ability to communicate effectively with parents at home is crucial for a student's well-being. Household situations are unique to each student, and with the ability to send quick information via text, students can relay details from school to their parents. This is extremely important in times of crisis, whether it be during medical emergencies, fires, or early dismissals due to water or power. Additionally, during times of crisis, knowing you can call your parent can bring you immense comfort and closure. In my freshman year, fireworks were set off on my campus. I never learned what came of the incident, but I knew one thing for certain. It sounded like gunshots, and I was nearby. I can vividly recall dropping my bag and sprinting, finding a back room to hide in as I grabbed my phone and called my mom. There, she advised me on what to do and also helped me stay calm during this stressful moment. If cell phones were not permissible or outright banned, I don't want to imagine how the story would have changed. That moment has stayed with me as I wrote this testimony for you all today. It reminds me that cell phones aren't just distractions, they're lifelines. They connect us to safety, to our families, and to our learning. When used responsibly, they are tools that empower, not hinder, our education. Of course, with this flexibility comes responsibility. We as students need to recognize that cell phones are powerful tools, and using them wisely reflects our respect for our teachers, our education, and ourselves. While there's always room for improvement, I believe this is ultimately a student responsibility, one that can't simply be solved through policy change alone. In conclusion, I believe VID's current policy achieves the right balance, allowing disciplinary action when necessary, while still giving teachers the flexibility to permit responsible use. It empowers educators, respects students, and strengthens communication. I don't believe phones should be used all the time, and with the current policy, that is not an issue. What VID has implemented is adaptable, fair, and works remarkably well within our schools and territory. Thank you for listening and for inviting me to share my perspective here today.
Thank you, Student Poya, for your testimony. I'm interested insight. We have one more testimony from a parent. I'll let the clerk put it on the record. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senate Committee on Education and Workforce Development, November 12, testimony by Erica Parsons, parent, St. Croix Central High School PTA president. Good day, honorable senators, invited testifier, and all those viewing and listening. My name is Erica Parsons, and I am the parent of a 15-year-old sophomore attending the St. Croix Central High School. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Senator VLA and the Senate Committee on Education and Workforce Development for inviting me to participate in this very important conversation concerning the electronic device policy for public schools and the impact of cell phones on the campuses. While I am not able to be present for today's hearing, I felt that it was important that I share my perspective as a parent. The Virgin Islands Department of Education introduced its personal electronic communication device use policy this school year, which is closely aligned to the VI Board of Education's electronic device policy that has been in place for several years now. The board's policy recognizes the importance of technology in education and supports the needs of students to be fully engaged in the 21st century learning environments. VIDE's policies, speaking to the increasing use of cell phones in school, seeks to prioritize students' academics, privacy, and safety by minimizing students' unsanctioned cell phone use while on school grounds. Both policies outline and define the acceptable guidelines under which cell phones can be used in schools. The challenges here is whether or not the policies go far enough in protecting our students from the negative impacts of cell phone use. As a parent at Central High School, I can share that we are properly introduced to the personal electronic communication device use policy. It was shared via school announcement, email, the parent portal, and then also explained at an in-person grade level meeting at the beginning of the school year, as well as at the first PTA meeting. Both students and parents had to sign off acknowledging the policy. I can't speak for any other public schools, but if parents at Central are not aware of the policy, it is because they are not engaged, and that's a discussion for another day. There are several different benefits to allowing the use of electronic devices, including cell phones, in the classroom. Firstly, teachers utilize different applications and programs to increase engagement. For example, teachers use Kahoot, Quizlet, and many other online resources as part of their toolbox to assist with student instruction. While we know these resources were meant to be used for laptops, the reality is that not all schools are able to provide an electronic device for every child. That is not because they don't have resources, but rather because in recent years, laptops have been returned to school damaged or not at all, resulting in limitations on how the remaining devices can be distributed. So enter the cell phones, which 90% of students seem to have, versus personal laptop, which is a good portion of the student population lack. Allowing the use of cell phones on campuses also serve as a means of instant communication for families. Students and similarly parents are able to message each other, instantly cutting out the middleman of school office or teachers and other school staff. In the event of emergency, cell phones are a quick way for students and staff to contact school personnel, first responders, and any other official authorities. Along these same lines, although I do not support, encourage, or condone this, students generally videotape altercations, and that can provide video evidence or a record of anyone participating in certain incidents. Lastly, another benefit to allow cell phone is that they usually have reliable connectivity, which can sometimes be a challenge on our school campus. Conversely, there are quite a number of drawbacks to have cell phones so readily available to students. At the top of my list is that there are major distractions to our students. Students have become so dependent on phones, or should I say addicted to the overwhelming stimulation with access to just about anything, that it is hard for them to stay away from the phones. If we are honest with ourselves, cell phones are a major distraction for us as adults, much less our children and young adults whose brains are not fully developed and thus easily susceptible to addictive behavior. So because of this, even when teachers enforce no cell phones in classroom, some students still find a way to use their phones. This means that they are not paying attention when teachers are providing instructions, so they're not learning, and they may even be a distraction to other students who might become interested in what the student is viewing or sharing. Some students also use cell phones to assist them with classwork and homework. In other words, they use technology to do the work for them, and this is not helping them now or in the future. Secondly, I previously mentioned the videotaping of incidents. This thing about recording fights and other negative activities so it can be shared on social media is truly disheartening to me, and it's a dangerous practice. We have to encourage our students to find ways to help rather than standing back and recording events that can cause great harm in physical, emotional, and sociological ways. Everyone wants to photograph and videotape everything, and for children and teens who are extremely impressionable, image matters. When our children see unflattering images or videos of themselves, it can have a negative impact on them, which in turn can result in harmful behavior to themselves or others. On another hand, with widespread access to social media, our students use every free opportunity to record themselves doing dances or whatever the latest trend or challenge is. I get that it's a pastime for this period in time, but it seems to be where many students' focus lies. And that's become yet another distraction. Lastly, the constant use of cell phones has a definitive negative impact on the mental health and emotional well-being of our children. I am not going to speak to that, but the research is out there. I am not an expert, but I have been in many settings where I work with or engage with students and I pay attention. I have watched the gradual use of cell phones by students, interns go from sparingly to full-out constant use, although there is no cell phone policy at the job site. And I know there are similar circumstances at school because I have had very interesting conversation with these interns who are also local students at our various schools. In conclusion, I think both education policies are pretty comprehensive and clear on the allowable use of electronic devices and what is prohibited. The enforcement regarding misuse of electronic devices is also clear. In my opinion, speaking on cell phones solely, I don't believe that we can adequately balance allowing those devices in classroom with ensuring that the students' focus remains on academics. There are some teachers who follow the policy to the teeth, and students are not even allowed to use their phones visibly. But there are also teachers who use online resources and permit the usage of phones, which creates a challenge. I don't support a full ban on cell phones on school campus, but my recommendation would be to ban the use of cell phones within the classroom and utilize other tools and methods to instruct students. Our school campuses need reliable connectivity so teachers can take advantage of their smart boards and use them to their full capabilities. We need to ensure that teachers have the resources they need to make sure every student can get access to the internet via a laptop provided by the schools. And can we bring back textbooks? I know some classes utilize them, but not all classes do. There are just some ways that I think we can re-engage our students without distractions of cell phones in classroom. Thank you. Erica Parsons. That concludes the reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to go directly into a round of questioning. We'll begin with Senator Avery Lewis. 4 minutes. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Before we started, I wanted to find out from the Department of Education the status of your the internet situation or connectivity in both districts, and whether or not you do have the generator in place here on St. Croix at the Curriculum Center, which connects all the schools.
Good afternoon, Senator. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. The department has been struggling with connectivity. We had an outage recently in the St. Thomas St. John district earlier this week and I think last week. I'm happy to say that internet is now up throughout the St. Thomas St. John district. I must also say, in discussion with our acting director for the Office of Information Technology, the department will be doing major upgrades in March that hopefully will improve our internet connectivity. Superintendent Bashton Knight can speak to the generator at the St. Croix Curriculum Center and its installation.
And after she's completed, if you could let the St. Thomas superintendent tell us if that is accurate, what you just stated as well, because up to this morning I got a call about that.
About the outage?
Yes.
I must say, with the upgrades in using our E-rate funds, with the upgrade in March, both NOCs will have generators. Superintendent Bashton Knight.
Bashton Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. Like AC Sam mentioned, we do continue to struggle on the St. Croix District, especially at the St. Croix Educational Complex with internet. It's one of those trouble sites. We currently do have the generator installed at the Curriculum Center. However, I want to say, and I'm awaiting confirmation from the director, that the server has not yet been transitioned over to the generator. It's something that I know the Bureau is working on, but the last time I checked, the server was not on that generator and it was in process. As I get that information, I'll share that with you.
And then, Senator, if we could have the acting superintendent in the St. Thomas St. John district respond. Dr. Brown Gums.
Good afternoon, Dr. Simrity Brown Gums. Today, we did have some issues in a few schools that documented it did not have internet. Thank you.
I have been informed, Senator, that in some locations, the fiber optic cables were cut, which would affect internet connectivity.
Okay, thank you. Senator Lewis, you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, before I get into my line of questioning, last week, the holiday threw me off. Monday, I received a call from a parent, and I just want to bring this to your attention. I don't know what's the issue, but I tried it myself, and calling the Department of Education was a task. I couldn't get through to the superintendent's office, could not get through to the commissioner's office, couldn't get through to Lockhart School, couldn't get through to Charlotte Amali, couldn't get through to Olamola. So tell me what's going on with the phone lines. 1 second, as I get back, tried again the commissioner's office, and then I got this long recording. Then the recording would go and then hang up. So, with the bomb threat, parents were looking some type of closure. I mean, this is how I came to know about it, so I'm just repeating this. So I said, let me try myself, because I could get in contact with you by calling you on your cell phone. But the community don't have the access, and, you know, I don't know. So just help me put it on the record. If we have an issue in the St. Thomas, St. John district with the phone lines at the schools, please.
So, Senator, again, thank you for your question. The phone lines are internet-based, so it's called VIOP, Voice over Internet Protocols. So if the internet is down, unfortunately, the phones in schools and throughout the department will not work.
Okay. But like, I heard the senator to my right querying that about the internet service. So I'm just the good senator, the tall one.
Two of them, which one?
Anyway, I'm just saying, with all what's going on, and we're telling parents not to come to the school. Some want to make a call to the school, and we're telling children not to use their cell phone. I'm not saying this is a reason, but I'm just saying let's make sure for safety of the staff, the students, and for communication purposes, let's see how we could get some kind of redundancy system on it. But there's a battery backup, I don't know. And putting words in your mouth, I think the generator sounds great as well.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
So moving on. I'd like to say, just listening to Ms. Parsons' testimony, I think she was spot on. A lot of the problem coming, honestly, let's just be real here today, is enforcement. One set enforce it, another set don't enforce it. One set saying, don't do this, another set saying, well, whatever, and then leave it go. So I think we need to really start holding people accountable, and I know some gonna get mad, but it's just the truth. Because when you're coming from Senator Vela, so you're coming from a feeder school to another school. Well, last year, Principal so they make them do this, and so now Principal X now enforcing the rules and policies and holding their teachers accountable to hold the students accountable. It creates a problem, and this is where we need to just be honest and real. If everybody would just enforce the rules, just like we asking VAPD and Taxi Commission and everybody else to enforce the rules, that's what we need to enforce the rules. I was one of them was saying, and Dr. Charleswell and not Dr. Bashan, but Dr. Gums and them could tell you, I was saying, I didn't mind the electronic devices in the schools at one point in time, because I used to look at the children with these heavy school bags and so forth, and I used to say a laptop with a new textbook adoption and so forth will alleviate its children from struggling with these big bags and so forth with all these books in there, right? But then they'll be using them at the appropriate time, the scheduled times. The cell phone would come out in the school, mommy, I'm safe, I'm going to volleyball practice, whatever. Mommy, I need a pickup, whatever, at the end of the day. Not in school, and you're doing malicious stuff and so forth. And a lot of times, let's keep it in 100. If these fights wasn't videotaped, it won't be no fight. Trust and believe that. You'd have been ready like the plane jump up. You want something? You want something? They won't do it. But we have to do enforcement. And I don't want to abuse the time, Mr. Chair, but I believe in enforcement, and I ain't saying to hold 100% ban it, but I said enforce it, that it's be used at a particular time, approved by the teacher or whatever the case may be. When I got one time I was using my iPhone and turned it sideways, I didn't realize it was a scientific calculator as well too. But it's Senator Vela and I, when we taught the schools, he could tell you, we see a whole, Charlotte Amali got like 100, 200 new, brand new TI, whoever he is, calculators. So every child, using the phone now wasn't an excuse because they gave them a calculator in school. Then I also see where they were damaging the equipment too. We went to another school and they had a bin filled with laptops. He's right there next to me. Filled. And I said, what are we doing with these laptops, man? No, we got to dispose them. Take them up, they look like good laptops. Who won't chewing or spill something and they crack the screens. Somebody lost them somewhere and then they return them to the school. And then there's the government funds. Taxpayers' money, we got to pay for these things. But, we have to take everything. But just to put my position on the record, again, I'm not saying 100% ban, but in strict enforcement needs to be done with it. Thank you.
You will get no argument here, sir. A big issue is the enforcement of the policy.
Agreed,
And the consistency across the board.
And just to put this on the record, when I was in Charlotte and Mali, I had a beeper. Liston Davis take it from me. And tell me I'm going back at the end of the year.
You are a student?
Yeah, I went on with Charlotte Amali.
Okay. Listen, Davis.
The print, no.
Yeah, okay.
Don't tell me I'm older than you, Victor, man. But listen, so when I went to the end of the year for my beeper, the man take out the daily news and show me. He said, you see the school get breaking? They went with your beeper, don't worry about it. I'm not saying those are consequences, but please, let's enforce it. Support our principles. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. And I really wanted us to have this discussion because we seem to ignore the use of cell phone in schools. And there is an impact. And when you read studies from across the nation, they clearly outline what the impact is on learning. You read research from various countries, it clearly shows the impact. There are students that are responsible in using the cell phone, but we have a lot of students that don't exhibit responsible behavior. And it's our job to really discuss the issue and come up with a solution. I heard the board in reference to the policy, but at the end of all of that policy, the board said it hasn't been promulgated. So to the board, what's the issue in terms of promulgating the rules and regulation for the cell phone policy? Why has that not been done?
Good afternoon, Era C. Lockhart. Senator, this particular policy was approved by the board December 13, 2021. Unfortunately, it's among a number of policies that have already been vetted and approved by the board that have been sent for promulgation to the government process. And just recently, in our ongoing efforts to follow up, we found out that the entire process has changed. And so we are currently, along with our legal counsel, working with the responsible government entities to revise the transmittal process and hopefully get them acted upon ASAP. That's where we are, and that's what resulted in them not being promulgated. They had been sitting, and with the changes in staff in the agencies responsible, they seem to have slipped through the crack.
So this policy was submitted 4 years ago and it's been sitting, and there's been no follow-up by the Board of Education. I mean, something this important just sitting for 4 years, and we have a million excuses as to why we haven't come up with a definitive policy. Because what can, if it's not promulgated, is there an expectation that the schools are supposed to give out a policy that's not promulgated?
The expectation, Era C. Lockhart, the expectation is that the policy will be implemented. The promulgation speaks to the additional steps that the board usually takes to inform and educate the public. But that does not preclude the schools from implementing the policy, and they have.
So is this, Mr. Sum, is this a mandated policy by the Department of Education?
The policy developed by the department is mandated.
The policy that...
The personal electronic communications device policy from June of this year, that is mandated, yes.
Okay, and how has it been in terms of enforcement?
I'm not sure that I can speak to that. Attorney Belt is here, and perhaps she can speak to that, but I do know, as I indicated in the testimony, that we have shared it with all administrators at various meetings. Attorney Belt presented to the leadership team, I believe, in September. So all of the management and leadership positions within the department are aware of the policy. How it's being enforced in schools, I would either rely on the superintendents to report on it, or perhaps a part of the policy requires the Office of Legal Counsel to also monitor. I'm not sure that they've begun to do that, but Attorney Belt can speak to that.
Attorney Belt?
Good afternoon, Caleb Belt, Legal Counsel for the Department of Education. We have not began monitoring of the policy. The policy was issued to all of the leadership, administrators, superintendents in August of this year, and presentations were conducted to make sure that everyone understood what the policy entailed and that it needed to be disseminated to parents and students with the attached acknowledgement form signed by both the parent and the students once received. How that has been enforced in the schools has not yet been monitored by the legal counsel.
Sebastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District, as mentioned by our student testifier and this written statement by Parent Parson, our administrators have disseminated the information to the parents and the students at our schools. It's a new policy for us, so we're monitoring it. I haven't heard any oppositions or pushbacks from the schools, parents, or the administrators with having any difficulty with implementing the policy as directed.
There's no pushback because everything is the same. You walk into the schools and all the students are walking around with their phones, their earbuds on, they're just walking around. As soon as the bell rings, they take the phone out, they begin texting. You walk into school, the devices are plugged in and the outlets outside. It's like a free-for-all. And unless something is done, we're not going to be able to impact education. The phones are very addictive, you know, and the policies say that it's not supposed to be utilized in school during instructional time, and we're going to need to come up with a solution for that. And that solution is administrators are just going to have to do the job. It's a policy, it's their job to let the monitors know that students can't be walking around or utilizing the phone in the classroom, and if they do it, then there's a penalty. I mean, you're seeing the fights. And a part of the policy say that you can't videotape. I just saw a fight last night. You're seeing the fights. And those fights are very dangerous because it's so dangerous when a parent see their child on the ground and 4 or 5 people jump in on top of them. If they don't see it, it's not as harmful, but it's only a matter of time before somebody really flip. So we're going to have to take this very seriously, and that's why I decided to have this meeting. Every country, every state dealing with this particular issue because they know that it impacts learning. Final information, and then we're going to Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as I sit here and I listen to the testimony, and I'm listening now to the responses and whatnot, I'm thinking on the considerations and policy nuances. And what comes to mind is that local artist that sings and said, just do it and done. And the thing is that we want to, and yeah, I think it's pressure. And what we want to do is we want to give all the reasons for having the cell phones, and then the real pressure going to be on the school monitors when these fights occur. Some teachers allowing the cell phone, some teachers not allowing the cell phone. I say that to say that just ban the thing, no cell phone to school, and they're done. No cell phone to school. As I look at this, I'm just thinking on the success of the policy, that the success of the policy will depend on a couple of things. One, clear expectations. Second, you heard it from the legislative secretary, consistent enforcement of this. Zero tolerance, none. You need to have teacher buy-in. We just heard from the attorney that we don't know if all the teachers sign for the policy or something like that, but you need a teacher buy-in, and you need the student and parent education and digital citizenship. I'm sure that we haven't had a good conversation with students and parents together. There's PTSAs going on, and I could bet you don't even get 25% of the population at these PTSA meetings. So I say that to say, let's get serious. This thing about half-stepping is what'll get us in problems. Let's get the internet business up and running so that we can stop providing the excuses of needing to allow students to come to school with a cell phone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I recognize Senator Joseph, there's a possibility within the next 2 days we'll hear that the numerous bomb threats, some of them were called in by students on cell phone. So we'll let that information come out at the appropriate time. And that disrupt the entire school day, because of a threat made by a cell phone by a student for whatever reason didn't want to go to school on that particular day. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. This is a very interesting conversation that we're having here today. I recall the days when I managed a program for underserved, at-risk young people. We had a policy in place, and that policy worked. They couldn't bring their cell phones on campus, and we saw it. That was an immediate infraction, and they would lose the stipend. They would get deductions, and they could even get expelled. So I'm glad to see that, but that was a smaller setting, and we were enforcing because all of the students had a contract. And speaking of that contract, I wanted to ask you, Assistant Commissioner Sohm, you mentioned in your testimony on page 4 that each student and parent must sign the acceptable use agreement, Appendix A, acknowledging they have read and understood the rules, consequences, and disclaimer of liability of the personal electronic communication device use policy that became effective June 13th of this year. How many of those documents have you collected? Do you guys have a number? The superintendent's offices, have you collected all of these agreements?
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to refer to the superintendents to respond.
Bashtonite Superintendent St. Croix District, those documents are held at the school level. We'll have to query our principals to find out that number of returned documents for you.
Yes, and you see that's part of it now. We're getting into the weeds. Because if you are going to monitor this, and the legal counsel is the one who is part of the enforcement. It says annual review led by the, how can they review it if they don't have copies of the signed agreement? They have to have copies of the signed agreement. The teachers also need to keep copies of that signed agreement so that you can monitor them. You see, that's the first level you got to work on. When you have an agreement to this and you are rolling out something new, legal counsel has to, and the teachers have to also know that this agreement has been signed, this new policy has been fully executed, and the parent and the teachers and the students know about this agreement. So that's one of the first things I would really advise you to get with the principals so that they could do it, because then the level of discipline comes into place. Now, are the teachers able to issue the infractions or only the principal?
I can answer that. Kayla Bell, Legal Counsel, Department of Education. Per the policy, a teacher can issue a verbal reprimand, a written
30
reprimand,
seconds.
And then a final warning that leads to a parent conference and confiscation of the phone.
And the same can go for any faculty. Suppose it's a cafeteria worker. Can they also issue an infraction?
The policy does not.
Janitorial worker, can they issue the infraction as well?
No, they cannot.
Time.
Okay, so those are some of the gray areas. You see, we are working in a little silo here. We want to have all persons, when they're using those cell phones against this policy, they're issuing those infractions. Okay, because it's a village. When you go to school, everyone eyes and ears are supposed to be cued on our students to make sure that they are following the policies and the rules. You know, we lived in a community. I know my time has been called, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me to just wrap up briefly.
You may wrap up.
We live in a community, I remember the days when your neighbors and your neighbors, they kept eyes and ears on all of us as children. We are losing that. All of those individuals who play a part of this school should be able to influence this school community, influence and have a say and issue these infractions. That would be my recommendations to implement this, and of course further meetings with the teachers and the parents and the students alike, so it is standardized across the board. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
Bastion Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. Senator Well, janitorial staff or custodial staff does not have reprimand authority over a child. There is a reporting and referral process that can be used to still hold that child accountable. So while they don't have that authority to do reprimand, there is a process in all of our schools that is used to hold the child accountable for the offense.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask that the superintendent allow for the discussion on and expounding on what that looks like for the janitorial as well as the faculty, you know, the custodial workers and the cafeteria workers. How does that look?
Well, I'll have her submit that information to us. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ban cell phone, period. Case closed, argument done. Ban them. My colleague, I agree with you 100%. You know, the issue, Mr. Poya, is he still there? The young man?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, thank you for coming forward and being looking at, you know, we proud of you, being a professional. Now, you've been hearing all this talk. To come in the legislature, you had to, turn your cell phone off or put on vibrate or give it up? What you had to do when you're coming in the legislature?
I just have my phone on silent right now.
Oh, okay. And you, any issues with that? Do you have any personal issues with that?
No, not at all.
Okay, so you know as long as you are there in that capacity, under no circumstances should you be using your cell phone. Any problem with that?
No.
Okay. And okay, so now the policy that we are speaking of, have you seen a copy of this policy?
Yes, I have it with me.
Okay. Do you have a problem with the policy?
The VIDE's policy you're talking about, right?
Correct.
No, I don't have any problem with it at all.
Okay, so then regardless of whether a teacher allows you leniency or don't allow you leniency, you would go according to the policy or according to the teacher?
For me, I would go with the teacher.
Okay, so if the teacher says it's okay for you to use your phone for 5 minutes, then you would go with that versus what the policy says?
Yes.
Okay, so which do you think is correct?
Well, what is correct would be to follow the policy here. But I will tell the truth. Yesterday was the first day that I ever got my eyes on this policy.
Okay, and that those are the things I'm trying to get at, because I'm saying now it's, you know, I've seen people who leave from here and go all over the world, and if they say stop or stop sign, they stop and they come for 3 seconds and then they drive off. Here they drive right through them. You have a policy. The policy is the law of the school. We have laws. This body here generates laws. This body generates and say, If you have to walk on the left side of the street, that's the side of the street you walk on. If you go on the right, you're wrong. So if you have a policy that you came here, and like I said, I'm proud of you. You came here, you stood up, you being a part of this process. That's priceless. But the fact remains, even though you just saw the policy, henceforth, you should be passing on to your fellow classmates and younger classmates that, hey, there's a policy. This is what the real world is about. There is a policy existing. So don't mind the teacher tells you this. I'm not telling you anything wrong about the teacher. The teacher gives their own leniency. But when you know what the law is, your parents say don't leave the house, you don't leave the house. If it burned down, you don't leave the house. That's what I'm saying. So it's, we talk about enforcement, we talk about what is supposed to be done, but then I'm really interested in hearing what you, the young generation, is seeing about this, because you are the person we need to contact and get, now, based on the policy that you've just seen, just got a copy of, could this be something you become an advocate for going forward? To say, hey, tell your friends and say, hey, you know, we've been doing this here, but you know, there's a policy that exists in spreading the word based on the policy.
Well, first of all, Senator, if a house is down, I would respectfully leave, even if my mom told me to stay in the house, okay? But secondly, you know, I would honestly love to follow the policy, and I do see it in like my classes that students abuse at times the cell phone policy. But presently, we do not have the systems in place where this cannot be done, right? As I said in my testimony, the world is constantly evolving. Some teachers like genuinely use, like Ms. Erica Parsons said in her testimony, online applications like Quizlet or Kahoot. The Virgin Islands Department of Education no longer provides, at least to my knowledge, in my school, laptops for these resources. The department also pays for these online resources too for teachers to use and to use with us students. So in that instance, what exactly would we do? Right? If the teacher has their lesson plan and is using these educational resources online and we don't have laptops, everyone has a phone. It's the only option we can come to. Also in my school with the communication in an instance of emergency or whatever, the intercom is just not working at the present moment. And for stuff and events and whatever to be monetized and sent out, our cell phones have to be used.
It can be twofold. This is what we're doing here in the territory all the time. We make loopholes for issues, but when our children or when we leave the United States Virgin Islands and go to the United States mainland, we do everything you're supposed to do without question, you know. They tell you don't talk back, don't do this. So down here is always an excuse. But in light of the questions that you just asked, Mr. Chair, just to the superintendents, the question that the young man just posed, is that a fact based on what he's saying, that they possibly may need to use a cell phone to have an accomplishment of this task? Based on the task that he mentioned. The programs that he mentioned that were not being used, and your laptops, they don't have the laptops and different things like that.
Dr. Knight, Superintendent. Go ahead, Dr. Brown.
Yeah.
I was pausing because, all right, so Dr. Simrity Brown Gums, Deputy Superintendent, Acting Superintendent at this time. I know that we are all trying to find an adequate balance for the understanding that there are two sides. And so what I heard from the young man, I heard that programs online are used with the Kahoot. I've heard that we have purchased books that are online. The textbooks are online. Our ELL students also use, their cell phones for translations. When I go to classrooms, mostly on the middle school and high school level, we find that our children are traversing in the common areas, utilizing their phones. And so that's when we see all of the great things like the recording of fights and all of it. But here today, when we talk about making sure that our students follow and conform to rules, our great senator is talking about the fact that when students leave here, they go to other schools and they do conform to all of the rules. And so we are trying to make sure that our students conform to the rules. I would like to also state that there are so many restrictions in the school, and our students are given other information when they get home. And so that's the tussle for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Puya, how did you get a policy yesterday?
So my mom is a school teacher, and I had to ask her to email it to me.
Okay, so prior to that, you didn't know that a policy existed?
My first period teacher told it to us verbally one day, and everyone kind of just like, all right, because even the teacher herself was like, it's too strict as it relates to, like even the super simple parts, like it says here, if you were to follow it word for word, that she needs to give a written, whatever not. And also later on, when it states the personal use, the back of the infraction form, I've also never seen that used.
Okay. Ms. Lockhart, when this policy was developed by the Board of Education, did you consult with school administrators, high school administrators? Did you consult with teachers?
Era C. Lockhart. Senator, I can say affirmatively yes, because that's usually the process that we follow. I will, as a disclaimer, or to be transparent, I should say, not disclaimer. The period of time where this policy was developed and signed, executed, I happened to have been off of the board then until I got reelected, the following term. However, our process usually includes stakeholder engagement sessions. I know for a fact that the draft policies have to be printed and posted on our website, and announcements have to be informing the public that there's a public comment period.
Well, one question. This is a board policy or the Department of Education policy?
Oh, well, excuse me, my apologies. Which policy were you referring to?
The cell phone policy, the only one we're talking about, was a policy developed by the board or the Department of Education?
The department's policy or the board's policy?
Let me just get some clarity. Council, go ahead.
Ayla Belt, Legal Counsel, Department of Education. The board had a pre-existing electronic policy from 2021 that they have on their website. The department derived the current VIDE policy from the board's policy, basically expounding on the one that exists from the board.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Why wasn't there a rollout? Every state, like New York, banned phones. They had a whole cell phone policy this year. There was a big rollout. The media was invited. They explained the policy. They did a big media blitz appearance and everybody else. This is a silent rollout. A lot of teachers don't know that the policy exists. Why we didn't we just really go there and say this is Department of Education policy in accordance with the Board of Education. This is what's expected. Let parents, let students know. Why wasn't there a big rollout so that people can know that, we're trying to change on the use of cell phone or the use of devices?
Victor Sum, Assistant Commissioner. The expectation was that school administrators.
Didn't do it. We fail at that. The department got to lead. This is a territorial initiative. And I mean, some of the questions that are asked are in the policy, because I'm seeing the board policy literally says that the teacher has the right to ask students to utilize a phone for instructional purposes. But the above part just saying that the devices got to be powered off if they're not being used for instructional purposes. So,
Bastion Heights Superintendent St. Croix District, not an excuse, but I can recall at least 2 press releases that were issued from the Department, Public Relations, Sheila Solomon, informing of the policy as presented this new school year. I want to say I've seen it at least twice, disseminated to all faculty, staff, students through the public relations at VIDE.VI distribution.
And I would bet that after this hearing, more people would know that there is a policy than knew before. The rollout was just a soft rollout. But let's move on to Senator Blyden. And we have our next group soon. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all of the testifiers. And thank you all for your testimony. I want to say special good afternoon to Mr. Popo for being here and sharing your thoughts with us today, because the young people is who use these technologies for everything. But based on what I've heard so far, though, I just want to share some thoughts and ask some questions, because Acting Superintendent Brown, you spoke to, and my colleagues also spoke to individuals when they go to the states and they follow the rules, yes. But at the same time, these schools have metal detectors, they have cameras, they have intercom systems. What do we have in place to assure that the students don't have to go to the extreme to use their cell phone in case of emergencies? And what the protocol in case of emergencies if we don't have this system in place to assist us moving forward? Can we speak to that, please? Because I have not heard anything coming from that space. Let's speak to that.
Dr. Simriti Brown-Gums, Deputy Superintendent, you are asking for the protocol of if a student is found with a cell phone?
No, I'm asking if a student is found with a cell phone based on whatever circumstance occur, based on the environment, what do we have in place not to penalize them based on them using a phone because there were none of the above that I just mentioned? You see what I'm saying? In that respect. That's why I'm coming from that space there. For instance, in case of an emergency, what the protocol in case of an emergency? An active shooter, etc.
Each school presented their plans to our safety department, headed by Mr. Irvin Mason. They had discussions with the monitors who are trained in these areas. And so the adults are trained in these specific areas when they are reacting to any emergency situations. When it comes to a child using a cell phone, it is not a level 4 infraction. However, it is mandated that they're not using the cell phones. And again, these children are using the cell phones I don't see them using it blatantly in the classrooms, but in their common areas when they're traversing from class to class, that's when the cell phones are being used.
Okay, let me ask you a question. And for instance, with a policy, and I agree we do need a policy, but in a policy, can there be something in there in terms of extenuating circumstances where you can use the phone based on whatever the situation is? Because safety is of the utmost importance, in my opinion, period. So can that be part of that policy where in extenuating circumstances you are allowed to use that phone and not have an infraction based on what you did based on that situation?
Point taken, I guess.
If I may, Senator Blyden, if you look at Section 1B1, it does speak to those extenuating circumstances. A school administrator may use his or her discretion to permit the use of personal electronic devices, and it lists things like emergencies, a medical emergency, fire, severe weather, active shooters, or family emergencies. So school administrators do have that discretion to allow students to use their phone in the event of these type of emergencies.
Okay, very well. What type of security system do we have at our schools at this present time? If anyone may answer the question, please.
Acting Superintendent Zimmer D. Brown comes. So security measures, our monitors all have the equipment on them. Additionally, we have cameras on each campus.
On each campus, in the classrooms, in the hallways, at the gate? Where do we have these cameras?
They're strategically placed.
Okay, very well.
I don't have them memorized per campus.
Very well. Well, again, policies are necessary and important, and thank you so much for your responses. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Sequoia?
Yeah, just upon a clarification, in my school personally, we have no camera set up.
That you know.
Bastionite Superintendent, St. Croix District. As we have mentioned in this platform on several occasions before, the district is currently ongoing the installation of the new camera systems throughout the district. So while the St. Croix Educational Complex has not been completed, we do have full active implementation security cameras across our district. We were able to capture a vandalism at Juanita Garden with our students over the weekend because of these same cameras installed in our schools. So as we work our way down the district, we're seeing that our schools are coming online with their camera systems, and we're able to retrieve the footage to help us solve some of the mysteries on these campuses.
What's the completion date for complex?
I'm not sure. I can check to see where, we have that new vendor, where we are with that. I think we just finished Alfredo Andrews, and we're pushing downwards. So
and the focus really should have been on the high schools first, and then in the next, because the high school have a lot more issues because of the age of the students that you need a close monitoring. So I wish they had done it in reverse. But if you could get that information as to when Central High and Complex will be completed, that would be helpful. Senator Francis,
point of information, please.
Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you so much. Based on Mr. Popo's response to say they do not have any cameras, what kind of liability does that put the government in at that campus?
It's a Popo left. Popo was Central High. There's Poya.
Oh, Central
we got two
High.
P's from.
Poya? Central High.
Poya now. Complex.
Okay, very well, but the campus.
Lack of cameras, is there a liability issue for the Department of Education?
Yeah. Correct. Councilwoman, respond, please.
Okay, so we're going to save the response for after. They're just thinking about the question that we asked. Senator Blyden, we'll get that information to you.
Senator, I also have an update on the installation process. The contractor, Bastionite Superintendent, St. Croix District, the contractors are currently at the St. Croix Central High School, and after that, they're scheduled to move into the St. Croix Educational Complex. It's approximately a month and a half that they take at each campus installing, and Central High happens to be one of those larger campuses. So they are up next. They're currently at the St. Croix Central High School.
Senator Francis, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. I want to particularly recognize the testimony of Mr. Poya. Thank you for being here and being the student representative. It's important for us to get your perspective on these issues as we move forward on this. I am a little bit hesitant to say what's really on my heart right now about this whole situation, but I think that understanding the seriousness based on all of the testimony that has been presented here today, that the use of cell phone continue to be of serious concern, that there should be a priority somewhere along the line. You know, we should use assemblies to be able to brief students on the policy. I think that implementation should have been better handled in some of these instances, because this is a safety concern. There's a safety issue here, and I have been at the forefront of talking about safety of our schools. I've even contemplated increasing the authority of our school monitors. Again, because it's important that we are creating a safe school environment, and at the very least, be responsive when something happens. So when we're having this conversation about the threat that's been made by cell phone, they call it in bomb threats and all these different things, it's important that we make this a priority to be able to address this. So, my first question to Assistant Commissioner Soames is in regards to the timeline for implementation, as well as the consistency and enforcement. We can't continue to allow for inconsistency of enforcement. We need to take a position one way or the other to make sure that there's some level of consistency in terms of the enforcement.
So, good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
The policy is in effect now. So, in respect to the timeline, we've already implemented the policy. I think that additional information and education about the policy needs to be done, and we will look at that as a leadership team and speak with our administrators as to further getting the information out.
Okay.
I think that's really important.
Be mindful that we just had testimony from a student that said he wasn't aware of this policy till yesterday.
Yeah.
So again, we're talking about thousands of students, hundreds of teachers, so the level of implementation, might sound good. There's obviously some of communication occurring throughout the rank and file and getting this information out. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that, sir.
Okay.
And we'll have to revisit the promulgation or publication of the policy again.
Absolutely. We're not here to point fingers today. I think that, again, when we talk about safety, it's all about responsibility. I heard my colleague ask about, the legal repercussions on the government. It's all about responsibility to make sure that our students, faculty and staff, or teachers and everyone is safe in the school environment. I'm equally concerned about the fact of the voice over IP phones that you have at the school, and that there needs to be some type of an alternative, a plan B, in instance where you have a breakdown in communication at the school. We need at least one long line, if necessary, to at least be able to have a call down. That is so important. Cell phones aren't working, your fiber optic may be damaged. Again, life is at stake. We need to be able to have access to at least a long line phone at the school. And that can't be that expensive. I know the voice over IP, again, is to save and create interconnection between all of your schools and areas, but we need to be able to make that 911 call, or at least be able to call out in that instance. So I'd like for you to take a look and see how that could be implemented as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with one final point. The issue of technology at our schools, I mean, the cell phones can't be the replacement for the responsibility of allowing for technology of our schools. What is being done to ensure that we have proper technology outside of the the internet connections and those type of things, laptops, whatever other devices that need to be assigned to the students? Where are we with that?
I'll have the superintendents respond.
Bashir Knight, Superintendent St. Croix District. Senator, as one of the senators mentioned before, we do have a challenge with procuring new devices based on the large quantities that were purchased in the past couple of years and distributed to our students across the district. We have, in some schools, bins of devices that could no longer be used because they were severely damaged. Parents refused to pay for them. So there has been a push this school year asking parents to provide their children with devices to support their learning. We do not have the resources right now to procure 5,000 devices like we did 3 years ago. Of those 6,000 and change devices procured with that special funding, I think it was the COVID funds, we at least have half of that in damaged devices that we can't do absolutely nothing but e-waste. And it's not at the cost of our teachers or the leadership of VIDE, it's our students that damaged the devices. So there's some accountability to be pushed there to our households, but we just don't have the financial resources unless the Senate is going to give us some money and we direct it to procuring those devices for those students. We don't have it right now.
Well, obviously they need to be funded. I will support that. However, how then will we address the issue of ensuring that these devices are properly secured?
Bastion Knight, superintendent, and that is where we will need the assistance, because for one, I have a record in my office where I know of families that have received 4 and 5 devices, and we're quite aware at the department that once it's being used as an instructional tool, we can't refuse to give the child another device. So we have been given and given and given, and some families have received 3 and 4 devices because we had to, because that was the instructional tool. And it's a loss at the department, and we're being punished with having to not being able to use our federal resources to procure new devices.
Okay. My time has been called. Thank you for your response. My time has been called. I'd like to get Mr. Poya to kind of weigh in on that subject in terms of devices not being available, as well as damages that's being done by the students. If he could just put his student perspective on the record in that matter, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
When I hear about the laptop situations right now, my largest concern is about the ones that can be used, what's happening to them, and where they're being stored. Because it is fascinating, it's like stunning to me to hear that half of the devices cannot be used anymore. But what about the other half? Are we just letting them sit and rot? Or because eventually they will go bad if they're not properly stored.
So I could, Bastion Knight, superintendent, St. Croix district, so I could speak, for example, at your campus. I know of the 900 and change laptops that were procured for complex. You have approximately 400, not to exceed 500 functional laptops, and those laptops are being used as the class sets, stored in the carts throughout the district. And I too have walked the campus and seen the utilization of those laptops. You currently have half of your devices actually fully functional and working for student use. The rest have to be e-wasted, and that's a challenge by itself.
And additionally, even when we did have the laptops, again, to this Wi-Fi issue, again, like a lot of the time when we did try to use it, it took a lot of time to log on, or the Wi-Fi just straight up wasn't working.
So the classes that you have, do they have class set of laptops?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And the internet connectivity is an issue, because I know that I have been in discussion with some teachers that tell me that they have to purchase personal Wi-Fi in order to get it to work to utilize the board. So the connectivity part we need to have a discussion about, because it's just not, I don't know what's really going on, and they're saying it's education equipment, and it's not the service coming into the school, it's education equipment, but we'll have a further discussion about that. I'll go on to Senator Gittins, because we still have a next group. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. I could put on the pen, because these notes, let's go straight to the elephant in the room. Y'all seeing this on a daily basis. You see the type of phones that these children walking with to school today? Tell me that they cost more than a laptop? Tell me. So while the government giving the free laptop, they're mashing them up, and nobody is being held accountable for it. So we're going to sit here now and go back and forth. And let me stop first, because I really wanted to go to Mr. Ace Poya to tell you thank you for being here. I really like this engagement with us, speaking to you directly there. But I just want you to know that my passion is not ignoring your concerns, because you have valid concerns. But I need parents to be parents, and not parents to be friends of their children. We have a responsibility to educate our young people. And when you want to be parents, you need to be parents because you already had your friends. I say that to say, again, that if parents too were serious with the shortfall of the schools, if you're saying that they don't have enough laptops to give out, those that they done mash up already, then instead of purchasing the $1,600 and $1,800 phones, buy a $300 or $400 laptop for your child to go to school with. We too, as a government, have the other issue on the hand of connectivity as well. But these cell phones that we're talking about is an issue. No cell phone. That's what it should be. And it done. This him and a hind, creating a lot of confusion. And what's the point of having a policy that nobody understand or nobody following consistently? What's the purpose of that? We're just creating confusion based on me sitting here and just hearing the last three speakers and writing my notes. I don't see already there's a clear disconnect.
1 minute.
Between the Board of Education and the Department of Education. Why two policies? Two policies, definitely, two different versions of these policies going to create not only confusion, but confusion and inconsistency. You see what we're doing to ourselves?
What was the rush?
No cell phone. Done. As the student testifier also noted, the policy was not even properly communicated to the students. That's a serious issue of transparency and engagement right there. The people that is going to most directly affect. I'm sure if I talk to some of the teachers, it'll be almost the same thing. If his mom wasn't a teacher, he probably wouldn't even know what was going on. A policy that's not introduced, explained, or even implemented effectively is essentially what? Totally ineffective. So what are we doing to ourselves? And my last note to myself is that, the proper dissemination of the policy is equally important. Equally important, because without that, as we heard again earlier and several times through this discussion, the enforcement of it becomes a problem, whereas it's arbitrary and possibly even at times unfair. So I'm asking y'all to let's get serious. Let's get serious. You don't need no whole bunch of infractions and all kind of thing. Just tell the children, no cell phone. And it's done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I really wanted to have this conversation because I think it's a very important issue. And all of the studies that are coming out are showing the impact of cell phones on education. And in reading a policy that has been developed, it's not saying that you can't have cell phone, but it's saying that you can't have your cell phone on while you're in school unless it's being used for instructional purposes. Now, the implementation is a tough implementation, but it is possible. But we need consistency, and we need everybody on the campus to enforce the policy. And I think it's important for that rollout to take place, a real big rollout by the Department of Education, and to get total buy-in from the administrators, and they do everything possible to enforce the policy. And will there be areas that students are going to try to violate? Of course they will. But once you have that consistent implementation, put your phone away, you're not supposed to have it. The first 1 or 2 weeks can be hard, but after you're going to see most individuals comply with the policy. And we really, really got to get it done. The next issue in reference to the internet connectivity, we have been talking about that for months, for years. And at some point, something got to give, because we have all of these smart boards. Teachers are doing all type of lesson, and then they turn it on, they don't have any connectivity, they have to revert to something else. But there's no reason why these areas we just can't improve on. These are just little areas, you know, who we have in our information technology. I mean, they're individuals that know how to do this work. They know what type of equipment you need to have connectivity. If individuals have continuous connectivity in the home, throughout the house and apartment, from what you should be able to have connectivity in school if we have the right equipment and we have the right individuals working. I agree with my colleagues that every time we come to rules and reg in the Virgin Islands, there's always a reason why we can't enforce it. And the same individuals jump on a plane, they go to the mainland, and they make sure they don't litter. Once they go, they just something out the window because they know it's a free-for-all. Once we begin to enforce the rules and regs, it's going to be adhered to. And it's a free-for-all in the school. I've been to all the high school. It's a free-for-all. Students walk in, as they come out the classroom, they're on their phone. Individuals have TikTok video from the school. Every day people are looking at a certain time. They know this video coming on, this person taping themselves. It's just a free-for-all. And what it's doing is reducing communication between students. Because years ago, when students had lunch, they went out to talk to each other and to socialize. And now they're going out and they're just on the phone. So it's reducing, it's really crippling us as a community, you know, because our young ones, they can't communicate. We could be on the phone now because we were forced to communicate when we were young. So we have to force them to communicate so that they can learn to get along, and so that they're not exposed to consistent violence on these phones. During lunch, you're looking at who bullying who's doing this, I'm gonna roll on this person. There are even fights at a certain restroom that people know is going to be taped. Not gonna carry this person to the restroom, we're going to blah, 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 and they're taping it. The policy speaks about videotaping. You can follow who's sending out these tapes. They're easy to see the source. But they're sending them out on a regular basis. So we're just asking the department to do a better job. If there's a need for the legislature and to codify what you guys want as law, then from what I'm hearing today, the body is ready to do that. But I'm going to allow you to close out now because we still have one more group, but there's really a need, DOE, to really have that communication. We having policies and all type of stuff that teachers don't know, students don't know. It's like a disconnect. As the message trickle down from the top, the farther down it goes, by the time it reaches to the students have no knowledge. Every school administrator should have had an assembly with the students to discuss this new cell phone policy. It should be discussed. It should have been discussed at orientation with all of the parents. The policy should have been distributed. I mean, some part of it, I don't agree that the teacher need to have written. The teacher to be able to say, okay, take your phone out, put it on. I need you to use it today. But we need communication. Let's take back control of our schools. Mr. Sum and Mr. Lockhart, I'm going to allow you to put a close in and quickly, Senator, a point on the record before we close out and go to the school bureau. Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the Department of Education, do you allow students to bring their own personal laptop devices to school?
Yes, we do, sir.
Was there a point where you didn't allow them to bring those items to school?
Yes.
So you're allowing it now, you're saying?
Yes.
Was that made clear to students and parents?
Yes, because we have a
And
number of
teachers?
students. We have a number of students, especially in the St. Thomas district, who are bringing their own laptop. Some people just prefer to bring their own laptop and not receive one from the Department of Education.
So, and I'm thinking back to when I say we, the government were issuing these laptops and MiFis and whatnot, and there was a requirement of paying a minimal refundable deposit. And some of my same very colleagues in the institution started advocating, oh, everybody can afford it, everybody can afford it. But yet still now we're seeing everybody could afford a $1,600 and a $1,800 cell phone. That we have to sit here and go back and forth with a policy. I want it to be clear to parents out there whether or not, and teachers, whether or not you're allowing the use of a personal laptop to come to school, because I'm told that parents were told not to send their children to school with their personal laptops.
Bastion Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. What I do know is that on all our school supply lists that went out at the ending of last school year, and reminder was sent at the beginning of the school year, that a computer was actually listed there with copybooks and binders and everything else, informing parents and families to procure a device for your child, because we knew we would not be able to provide them a one-on-one device. It was on every school shopping list for this district, and I want to think it was the same in the St. Thomas district.
Yes, it was.
It was on the school shopping list.
Okay. I'm asking the question because, again, just like everything else getting blurred, if there was once upon a time that I, as a parent, being told my child can't bring his or her personal laptop to school, and now they can, I'm just making sure that this was definitely communicated to them. So based on what you're telling me through the orientation part of it, when they're coming to school, this was told to them.
Yes, Senator.
And the next thing I'll probably need to do is make sure that every parent of a child, parent or guardian, comes to school orientation, or else the child can't start school. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Mr. Sam, I'm going to allow you to close 30 seconds, and then Ms. Lockhart, and then we'll move on to the next group.
Good afternoon. I may need 30 minutes, Senator, but I'll take your 30 seconds. Thank you for this opportunity once again. I must say that the issue of cell phones is a vexing issue. I've been in education now 35 years, or in government 35 years, and I've seen parents argue about a cell phone. Never been to school in their life, but they'll come and argue because the child's cell phone has been confiscated. They don't come for graduations, they don't come for promotions, they don't come for parent-teacher conferences, but you go with that cell phone and that parent is there. And on the flip side, I've seen students like Mr. Paul Poya use their cell phone responsibly. They're accountable. They don't use it in the hallways. So I hear Senator Gittins and others about banning cell phones. And I think the situation in the St. Thomas St. John district with bomb threats recently gives leverage to the call to ban cell phones, because it was a cell phone. It was cell phones that were used to call in these bomb threats. And it is something that the department will redouble its efforts, will revisit to ensure that everybody's aware of the policy and that there is consistency of enforcement. That's a huge issue, to get everybody to buy in and everybody to understand that the policy exists and it must be enforced fairly across the board in all of our educational environments. And at the end of the day, we are grateful for this opportunity, for this issue to be heard, and it is something that we will continue to work on to resolve. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Sum. Ms. Lockhart?
Thank you, Senator Vealie. The board appreciates your invitation and the opportunity to offer testimony on this very important piece of legislation. We will continue to collaborate and coordinate with our VIDE partners to ensure the effective implementation of this policy. Additionally, I do urge serious consideration by this body of the recommendations that are offered on page 5 of the board's testimony, if in fact we move forward with allowing the use of cell phones on campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Member Lockhart. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development will take a 2-minute recess.
We needed a whole day on this topic with students, teachers, and everybody.
The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the last item on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 4, update regarding repairs and maintenance in public schools. Invited testifiers, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, Leotine Jones, President, American Federation of Teachers, Local 1825, and Tamika Philippus, American Federation of Teachers, Local 1826. This concludes the reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record, starting to my right.
Bobby Ferris, Assistant Manager, Facilities.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO.
Craig Benjamin, Executive Director.
Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance.
Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in St. Thomas?
Yes. Leontine Jones, President of the St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers.
Thank you so much. We'll get right to the testimony. Mr. Benjamin, you may proceed.
Okay. Good day, Honorable Senator Kirk Bailey, Chairman of the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, Vice Chair, and other distinguished members of the committee, esteemed colleagues of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing public. My name is Craig Benjamin. I serve as the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to provide an update on the status of repairs and maintenance projects within the U.S. Virgin Islands public schools. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance remains fully committed to ensuring that every student and educator learns and works in a safe, comfortable, and functional environment. This testimony provides updates on ongoing and planned projects related to construction, kitchen equipment installation, electrical upgrades, HVAC systems, and mold remediations across the territory. Accompanying me today to provide updates are Mr. Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of School Maintenance, Ms. Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction, Dr. Charmaine Myers, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Bobby Ferris, the Assistant School Facilities Manager, and Mr. James Bonaire, Chief Engineer, and Mr. Parija, who just happened to leave. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance is currently managing multiple repairs and maintenance projects throughout the territory, in addition to responding to daily emergency repairs that arise within schools. Following a comprehensive assessment of the schools last fiscal year, the Bureau identified several recurring issues, primarily non-functioning air conditioning units and mold-like odors caused by roof leaks in multiple buildings. As a result, the roof repairs were prioritized to prevent further structural and environmental damage. Roofs were repaired at the following schools: Alfredo Andrews, John H. Woodson, Juanita Gardine, Pearl B. Larson, Ivana Idorican 300 series, Edith Williams, Julius E. Sproul, Charlotte O'Malley High School Trade Building, and JROTC, Joseph Sibley Main Campus, and the Sibley Monroe Annex. Another major area of concern has been the air conditioning systems. Many of the territory's schools' facilities were not originally designed to support modern AC installation, leading to frequent equipment failures, particularly following power outages. While the Bureau continues to repair and replace AC units territory-wide, recurring power interruption and the need for electrical system upgrades continue to negatively impact AC performance and reliability. This fiscal year, our priorities focus on projects that directly improve student and staff health and safety, enhance building functionality, and strengthen long-term facility resilience. particularly in areas most affected by these recurring issues. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance remains committed to working collaboratively with the Department of Education to ensure that all public schools are safe, functional, and well-maintained. However, with only $3 million appropriated to carry out these responsibilities, the Bureau faces significant financial constraints that limits its ability to adequately address the territory's widespread maintenance needs. Nearly every school requires some form of emergency intervention, including major plumbing and electrical repairs, as well as remediation of suspected mold and air quality issues. These are not isolated problems, but ongoing challenges that directly affect the health, safety, and comfort of students and staff. Of the $3 million allocated, approximately $2.1 million is already committed to essential supplies and maintenance contracts, including landscaping, janitorial services, trash removal, and pest control, which are vital to maintaining basic school operations. This leaves only about $900,000 to respond to daily emergencies, perform urgent repairs, and prepare facilities for the opening of 2026-2027 school year in August 2026. We have spent over $5 million in air quality testing and more remediation at the John H. Woodson High School and St. Croix only. And every school across the territory continues to face similar challenges. Without an increase in funding, the Bureau's capacity to address emergency repairs and critical maintenance needs will remain severely limited. Sustained investments is necessary to ensure that every school remains safe, clean, and conducive, and a conducive environment for learning. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance continues to advance critical construction initiatives across the territory to improve the health, safety, functionality, and longevity of educational facilities. These initiatives include comprehensive roofing, restroom, and infrastructure upgrades that are essential to maintain healthy learning environments and ensure compliance with modern building standards. While many schools are being modernized and rebuilt, it remains imperative to maintain all the existing facilities. Despite challenges related to funding, limited availability of qualified contractors in specialized trades, and the reluctance of some contractors to bid on some projects, the Bureau of School Construction team has achieved steady progress. Several major projects are completed and others are actively underway. Focus remains on completing all priority projects within scope, budget, and schedule while preparing for future capital improvements for fiscal year 2026. In the St. Thomas and St. John District, roofing upgrades have been successfully completed at Edith Williams Alternative Academy, the Ivani Durakan High School 300 Series building, the Julius E. Sproul, and Charlotte Amalie High School's JROTC building. These roof replacements were critical to addressing leaks, improving water intrusion resistance, and enhancing air quality within the classrooms. In the St. Croix District, roof repairs and replacements have been completed at the Juanita Gardine Elementary School, John H. Woodson Junior High School, the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School, significantly improving structural stability and preventing further deterioration caused by prolonged water damage. In the St. Croix District, restroom modernizations and repairs have been completed at the Claudio Marco Elementary, the John Woodson Junior High School, and several other facilities. The Central High School restroom renovation is currently under contract in active construction. Additionally, restrooms at Pearl B. Lawson Elementary, Lou Muckle Elementary, Alfredo Andrews Elementary, St. Croix Educational Complex, and CTEC are awaiting completion of flush valve installations. Gratefully, the new flush valves arrived on Friday, November 7, allowing these remaining schools to proceed towards final completion. And in the St. Thomas and St. John district, the bathroom upgrades have been successfully completed at Charlotte O'Malley High School, the Yvonne Bowski Elementary School, kitchen restrooms, and Joseph Sibley Main Campus, Sibley Monroe Annex, and Ivana Idorican School 300 series. These upgrades improve sanitation, accessibility, and water efficiency throughout each campus. Ensuring that all school cafeterias are fully functional and compliant with public health standards remains a top priority of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. School kitchens across the territory have received upgrades, commercial equipment, including convention ovens, refrigerators, and stainless steel preparation tables. All kitchen upgrades have been completed with an exception for two, Claudio Marco and Eulalie Rivera. These projects, like the others, were funded through the American Rescue Plan Act. Although the funds were properly obligated within the authorized grant period, it was determined that there would not be sufficient time to complete these two kitchens before the grant's expiration. Accordingly, a formal request was submitted to the U.S. Department of Education for a one-year extension to allow completion of the remaining work. In anticipation of the extension approval, project activities continued. However, following the transition to the new federal administration, the grant funds were rescinded. As a result, the contractor suspended work due to non-payment, pending further directions regarding the availability of funds. Following a meeting between Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the federal officials, the funds were reinstated to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Contractors have since resumed work on Claudio Marco and Eulalie Rivera's kitchen, both of which are scheduled for completion by February 28, 2026. Territory-wide electrical upgrades and generator projects. The territory-wide electrical upgrades are underway to improve safety, ensure code compliance, and strengthen reliability of school infrastructure. These upgrades will significantly enhance energy stability, improve HVAC system performance, and reduce the frequent damage to air conditioning units in schools across the territory. Most of the ongoing electrical and generator projects are funded through the American Rescue Plan. However, several projects are experiencing payment delays, resulting in contractors awaiting compensation for completed work before proceeding to full project completion. On a positive note, the electrical upgrades at the St. Croix Educational Complex has been successfully completed. This improvement ensures that all air conditioning units are now operating at full capacity, providing a cool, comfortable, and conducive environment for students and staff. The school can now resume its regular schedule, allowing students to benefit from the full instructional day. Below is a summary of the school by districts with current status of electrical upgrades and generator projects across the territory. In the St. Croix district, Lou Muckle Elementary School upgrades. The contractor has begun working and is currently installing all electrical panels. The work schedule runs from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. on weekdays and 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on weekends and holidays. Eulalie Rivera School electrical upgrade has been completed and is in the closeout phase. The contractor is still awaiting payment. At the Juanita Guardian Elementary School, electrical upgrades is currently on hold until Hagland VI receives payment for the Eulalie Rivera project, which is required to compensate the subcontractor before mobilizing for this site. December represents the last available window to complete all civil work while school is out of session. At Eulalie Rivera and Paul B. Lawson, the generator projects both at the Eulalie Rivera and Paul B. Lawson, both generators and transformer switches are on island. However, the contractor has declined to turn them over to VIDE due to outstanding payments. School crosswalks and signage work has resumed, and contractor is coordinating with the Department of Public Works to ensure proper completion and compliance. The Curriculum Center's generator installation project has been fully completed and closed out. The school board signage project is 90% complete. A walkthrough is scheduled for the 12th of this month with the contractor and VIDE to review the connection of the signs to the system servers. At the St. Thomas and St. John District, the Julius Sproul generator installation project is at 95% complete and remains on schedule for timely completion. The Joseph Gomez electrical upgrade is currently underway and is expected to be completed on time. The Border People Shelters generators purchase and delivery by Hagland VI, transfer switches has arrived on island. However, the generator has not yet been paid for, and the contractor will not release the transfer switch to VIDE until payment is received. The contractor cannot proceed with installation until the transfer switch is officially turned over to VIDE by Hagland VI. Guy Benjamin School's generator installation switches are on site and all civil work have been completed. However, the project remains on hold due to non-payment. At Ivana Doroken School, electrical upgrades are being conducted and the contractor has mobilized and completed approximately 50% of the work. At Janie Tuitt School, the contractor has remobilized after receiving the mobilization payment. Edith William Alternative Academy, construction has been 100% completed and is fully closed out. The Joseph Gomez ADA classroom project has been 100% completed and the closeout process is currently underway. Reliable air conditioning and good indoor air quality are essential components of a safe and conducive learning environment. Unfortunately, air conditioning systems continue to present major challenges in nearly all schools across the territory. Frequent power outages from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority have caused repeated AC systems failures. In several schools, the existing electrical infrastructure also requires upgrades and ensures that AC operates properly and are adequately protected during the electrical disturbances. The current operational status of air conditioning systems in the St. Croix District schools is as follows. The Pearl B. Lawson Elementary School main building is 100% operational. The modular classrooms are 50% operational, with 2 of the 4 units operational. 2 require new 3-ton mini-split units. The cafeteria compressor replacement is needed, and there's a need for two 12.5-ton package units that are required for the cafeteria, and a 20-ton package unit for the back section. At the Juanita Guardian School, approximately 75% is at 75% operational. The electrical issues present electrical upgrades are in process. The 100 wing is fully operational. The 200 wing is about half of the units are working. The 330 series wing, it requires one window unit for the computer lab and one for the library. The auditorium is functional but cannot be operated until the electrical upgrade is completed. The kitchen requires two 5-ton condensing units. At the Lou Muckle Elementary School, that facility is currently at 99% operational. 2 units recently failed, one in the J building and the other in the kindergarten building. Replacement fuses are being procured to resolve that issue. At the Ricardo Richard Elementary School, they stand at a 99% operational, with 2 classrooms remaining without AC. 1 cafeteria unit non-functional and requires replacement. 2 window units are needed for rooms 166 and 108. The replacement is scheduled for this week. At the Adult Educational Center, this facility is at 99% operational. Alfredo Andrews Elementary School is also at 99% operational. The John H. Woodson School is at 90% operational. The St. Croix Education is at 90% educational complex is at 90% operational. The Central High School is at 85% operational, and Claudio Marco Elementary School is at 99% operational. Eulalie Rivera School is at 100% operational. The current operational status of air conditioners in the St. Thomas St. John District are at the Lockhart Elementary School at 90%, Charlotte Marley 90%, Ivana Duracan at 60%, and Bortosí Shelter at 60%. The Julius E. Sproul School is at 80%. The Ola Mulla Elementary School is at 75%. Joseph Sibley Elementary School is at 95%. Yvonne Bowski School is at 80%. And Joseph Gomez Elementary School is at 75%. Suspected mold has continued to be a significant challenge for schools across the territory, particularly within the modular school facilities. Mold testing was conducted at Yvonne Bowski Elementary School, the Lockhart K-8, the Charlotte Marley High School, Joseph Gomez Elementary School, and Ivana Duracan High School. Mitigation work has been completed in classrooms located within the green and yellow zones. However, remediation for classrooms in the red zones have not yet been completed. One of the primary challenges has been the limited availability of qualified mold testing contractors within the territory. Additionally, outstanding payments are owed to the few contractors who provide these specialized services. Once these payments are resolved, the remaining testing and remediation efforts will proceed. On St. Croix, mold testing and remediation was conducted at the John H. Woodson High School at a cost of over $5 million. In addition, more remediation and indoor air quality, particulate scrubbing were completed at the Alfredo Andrews Elementary Schools to improve air quality and ensure safe learning environments for students and staff. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance continues to prioritize rapid response and corrective actions to address emergency situations that disrupt school operations or threaten health and safety. Emergencies often involve unforeseen failures, plumbing, electrical, or structural systems requiring immediate intervention to restore normal operations. Through a combination of in-house maintenance teams and contracted specialists, the Bureau ensures that critical issues are addressed promptly and maintain safe and functional learning environments across the territory. The Janie Tuitt School plumbing system replacement was conducted by the Bureau's in-house team and completed the removal of outdated cast iron plumbing and replaced it with the new PVC piping. This upgrade provides improved water flow, reduced maintenance needs, and establishes a more durable infrastructure. At the Ricardo Richards Elementary School, the water line rupture was repaired by our in-house team following the rupturing of the water line. Bertha Shelter Middle School water line and valve replacement was conducted where an underground water line ruptured, causing significant water loss, with meters recording over 100 gallons per minute. During inspection, one of the 5 shut-off valves was found severely corroded and disintegrated when operated. BSCM's crews replaced the damaged pipes and installed brand new valves to prevent the reoccurrence. Water service has been fully restored, and the repair site has been safely backfilled and concrete to ensure campus safety and stability. Eulalie Rivera Elementary School retaining wall failed, required emergency repairs to address the failing retaining wall that pose a potential safety risk to students and staff. BSCM engaged a skilled contractor to stabilize and reinforce the wall, and ensuring long-term integrity and safety of the school grounds. At Lou Mucko School, electrical fault and water pump restoration occurred. The Bureau's maintenance crew identified and corrected an electrical fault within the underground system that disrupted power to the school's water pump. The successful repair restored both electrical services and water functionality, ensuring uninterrupted school operations. In the St. Croix Educational Complex, emergency mechanical and plumbing and electrical repairs was conducted comprehensively with a comprehensive emergency repair to address the mechanical, the plumbing, and the electrical issues. A pump malfunctioned, interrupted the water services to restrooms and other facilities. In accordance with contractors, the maintenance team restored full service safely and efficiently, ensuring minimal disruption to the school day. The Bureau recognizes that preventative and routine maintenance is essential to prolong the lifespan of school facilities, reducing the frequency of emergencies and ensuring a safe and conducive learning environment for students and staff. By implementing structured maintenance schedules and prioritizing proactive interventions, the Bureau continues to strengthen the reliability and resilience of school infrastructure territory-wide. Once funding is identified, BSCM maintenance teams will perform regular inspections and service of critical systems, including electrical, mechanical, plumbing, roofing, HVAC, and safety equipment. These ongoing efforts help to identify potential failures before they escalate into costly emergencies, while also improving indoor comfort and energy efficiency across campuses. Air conditioning maintenance, routine cleaning, servicing, and filter replacement ensures optimal performance and extend unit lifespans. Roof inspections and repairs will be monitored and sealing the penetration and flashing to prevent water intrusion and mold growth, especially during the hurricane season. Electrical and lighting maintenance. Scheduled testing and repairs of fixtures, panels, and underground circuits to prevent outages and ensure code compliance. Plumbing and drainage system upkeep. Regular inspections and cleaning of drains, pumps, and supply lines to prevent blockages, leaks, and pressure issues. Ground and facility cares. Ongoing landscaping, waste removal, and pest control under existing contracts to maintain a clean, safe environment. Generator and backup power servicing. Periodic testing and maintenance of generators and transfer switches to ensure readiness during power interruptions. Fire and life safety systems will be inspections and servicing of fire alarms, extinguishers, and emergency lighting to ensure full compliance with safety regulations. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance continues to make significant progress on construction, renovation, and maintenance projects across the territory. These initiatives address critical infrastructure needs such as roof repairs, electrical and mechanical upgrades, air conditioning installations, and accessibility improvements. Each project contributes to creating safer, healthier, and more functional learning environments for students and staff. While the Bureau continues to navigate challenges related to funding disbursements, procurement timelines, and contractor availability, efforts remain focused on completing all projects efficiently and within available resources. Central High School JROTC new location and renovation is at 98% complete with a schedule of full completion by November 14th, 2025. Central High School roof repair in the 1,800 and 400 music building and cafeteria is at 100% complete. Juanita Gardine Elementary School, the bathroom repairs is at 100% complete. The Alfredo Andrews Elementary School, exterior painting is at 100% complete. The St. Croix perimeter fencing is at 75% complete. Projected completion date is January 15, 2026. St. Croix school crosswalks are at 10% complete. All materials are on island, and BSCM has allocated $148,000 for this project. The Department of Public Works will assist with pavement markings, signage, and lighting locations. Okay. The Curriculum Center, new roof panel installation is underway. Work is scheduled to begin Tuesday, November 12th, and to be completed by Sunday, November 16th. The school lunch program, loading dock ramp extension, a ramp extension is needed for improved access for the refrigerated trailers that been deliveries. At the Lou Muckle Elementary School, the walk-in freezer requires installation of interior lights. Central High School roof repair, solicitation process completed, and the contractor has been selected. We are currently awaiting the purchase order and funding to release to begin the work. The St. Croix Curriculum Center, interior repairs, scope of work has been completed, and in-house cost estimate has been completed. We are currently awaiting funding to proceed to solicitation. At the Claudio Marco Elementary School, exterior painting scope of work has been completed and an in-house cost estimate has been completed. We are awaiting funding to proceed with the solicitation. In the St. Thomas St. John District, school lunch warehouse, new reefer power supply connection is awaiting WAPA to provide electrical service to the meter base. School lunch warehouse roof leaks repairs, invitation for bid is currently in process. The Skill Center roof leak repairs bid is completed, and the purchase order will be issued once the ERP system has reopened. The Ivana Idorican High School renovation of the special education room work is ongoing and the project completion is in progress. At the Olamola Elementary School, the female restroom water repair and assessment is underway to determine if work can be completed in-house. The Ivana Idorican High School AC installation at the campus and auditorium. Ivana Idorican AC installation work is in progress at the auditorium, and it's expected for completion by November 18th. The Ivana Idorican Gymnasium AC installation has 2 AC units to be installed by this Tuesday, with the remaining 2 to arrive and be installed immediately upon delivery. Janie Tuitt Elementary School, roof repairs, the IFB has been issued. 1 contractor submitted a bid. A purchase order will be processed once the ERP system reopens. School lunch warehouse, roof patch and leak repairs. At IFB is currently in process. At the Idorican restroom renovation, purchase order received, and the contractor is awaiting the mobilization fee. The Ivana Idorican track and field renovation fund is now online and will, the renovation of the Ivana Idorican track and field fund is now online and will proceed with the contract. Olamola concrete repairs and spalling within the buildings number 3 and 4 cost estimate has been completed, and we are currently awaiting additional information on this particular project. My apologies. Okay, as the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance continues to advance ongoing projects across districts, the next phase of our work will focus on completing all in-progress construction and renovation activities while preparing for new initiatives in early 2026. Completing active projects such as the St. Croix perimeter fence, school crosswalks, kin installation, AC installation, and the curriculum center roof and interior repairs. Advanced electrical upgrades and generator installations across the territory to improve energy, reliability, and ensure continued HVAC performance. Resuming mold mitigation and air quality improvement efforts, particularly in modular classrooms and other high-risk facilities where work was delayed due to contractors' availability and ongoing payments. Finalizing procurement and funding processes for projects that have been completed, their scope of work and in-house cost estimates, ensuring a seamless transition to solicitation and construction. Enhancing preventative maintenance planning to reduce recurring emergency repairs and extend the useful life of school infrastructure. The Bureau of School Construction remains committed to maximizing the impact of available resources, strengthening coordination with the Department of Education, and maintaining accountability and transparency throughout all project phases. The Bureau's overreaching goal is to ensure that every school in the U.S. Virgin Islands remains safe, resilient, and conducive to teaching and learning. The infrastructure across our schools have been severely compromised, with many facilities in poor condition. In some cases, the electrical conduits contain more water than the actual water supply line. A clear example of this issue can be seen in the parking lot lighting restoration project at the St. Croix Educational Complex and the CTEC campus as well, which has been featured on our Facebook page. To stay informed about our ongoing progress and improvement efforts, please visit our Facebook page, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. On behalf of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, I would like to thank the senators of the 36th legislature for their continued support and collaboration. The Bureau remains steadfast in its mission to ensure that every student and educator in the Virgin Islands has access to safe, resilient, and well-maintained learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Benjamin. Before I go to the line of question by my colleagues, the monies that were allocated to the department from the Epstein funds, the $10 million, how much did you receive?
I'm Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO. We received $10 million.
Okay, what is the status of those monies? Have those monies been expended?
Yes, they are. We have already expended $4.8 million in payments that were paid. And we have an additional $3.3 million of encumbrances that we're in the process of liquidating.
So you already expended 4.2, and you have an additional 3.8 in encumbrances?
Yes, and then we have a balance of $2.1 million in that fund that has not been expended as yet.
Okay, so that 2.1 is in addition to the 900,000 from the 3 million?
Yes.
So you have $3 million, Mr. Benjamin, that you could utilize for repair and maintenance as we speak?
Yes, we do.
And you're estimating that the $3 million would suffice, or is it what? I heard you say that you were not funded in your testimony. You said that you only have $900,000 left and you have not received appropriate funding, but you do have the 2.1 from the Epstein, so you have $3 million left. Are you saying that you need more in addition to the $3 million?
Yes, we are. Yes, I'm saying that.
And what is that amount, and what is the justification for the additional monies?
I'll let Dr. Myers take that.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO. So as stated in the testimony, $2.1 million, we have $2.1 million in supply contracts that is definitely required. We don't have all of our supply contracts in place. So we still have, in the St. Thomas district, we don't have a contracted trash removal company for the eastern end of the island, and some other additional supply contract that is required. Also, if we look at the ongoing daily emergency maintenance that is required, we don't have any money in order to sustain those, as well as getting prepared for school in 2026, 2027.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you for more of a breakdown with the supply contracts, but I forgot to let Ms. Jones from EFD put her testimony on the record. So let me switch to Ms. Jones, and then we'll come right back to you in the interim. I would like to know the amount of the supply contracts, landscaping, et cetera, the breakdown by island. Ms. Jones, I apologize. You may proceed.
No problem. Good evening, Honorable Senator Kurt Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, Vice Chair of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Senator Milton Potter, Senate President of the 36th Legislature, distinguished guests, and fellow testifiers. My name is Leontine Jones. I serve as the president of the St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers, and I am also a former 17-year veteran secondary teacher from the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Thank you for inviting me to participate in today's hearing. I will be testifying on behalf of the members of the St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers, focusing on infrastructure concerns, health and safety issues plaguing our public schools. This issue has been the primary focus of my professional career as a union leader for the past 5 years and of critical territory-wide importance. The union, Local 1825, has been unwavering in its commitment to working with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Our goal is to ensure our teachers, staff, and students receive the best education possible in environments conducive to learning, critical thinking, and analysis. The testimony today comes directly from our members and reflects their daily challenges as primary, secondary, and special education teachers, bus drivers, paraprofessionals, support staff, guidance counselors, kitchen managers, librarians, and school nurses. The challenges and the problems. First and foremost, the physical education teachers at Lockhart K-8 have been conducting classes outside in the corridor of their school for the past 7 years. It is not uncommon for them to meet frogs, iguanas, heat, humidity, rain, flies, and mosquitoes when they arrive to work. Their resources often get damp and moldy due to exposure to the elements. The children have no locker rooms to change their clothes for PE or to freshen up. The PE teachers created a makeshift changing area for the students to change into their uniforms. Additionally, because physical education classes are taught outside, the teachers do not have access to Promethean boards or other technological devices when they're teaching health. In addition, Charlotte Amalie High School has condemned several classrooms due to severe mold, excessive heat, the sinking or splitting of floors. Their daily challenge is juggling classrooms so that every teacher has somewhere to teach. The modular classrooms at Sprouse School are moldy and lack adequate ventilation. Often an unpleasant stench permeates parts of the school, making it difficult for teachers, staff, and students to concentrate. Furthermore, the teachers and staff at Bertha C. Bisholta Middle School have been conducting classes in the cafeteria and gymnasium to avoid the extreme heat and mold in their classrooms. There have also been countless attempts to remove mold from classrooms on all campuses at most schools. Mold remediation. Unfortunately, these efforts have not been successful. The mold keeps returning. I've watched the Maintenance Bureau gut modular classrooms and replace wall materials, yet the mold kept coming back, returning. It has become a futile effort to rid the classrooms and offices of mold. So according to the Environmental Law Institute, studies have linked mold and dampness to health effects, including the development of asthma, allergies, and respiratory infections, triggering asthma attacks and increased wheezing, coughing, and difficult breathing. Health effects can range from mild to severe and may vary from person to person. For more information on mold in schools, you can always go to www.epa.gov/mold. The bus drivers, I'm moving on to the bus drivers, I'm sorry. The bus drivers have been picking up and dropping off special education students in buses that frequently break down en route to school. When this happens, the drivers must contact the parents to pick up the children at the location where the buses break down. Now, in the transportation department, we have one bus that's 22 years old. We have 3 buses that are 12 years old. We have one bus that's 10 years old. And then we have 3 big buses that are 4 years old. However, they are extremely difficult to navigate on narrow roads and congested communities. We have 2 drivers using white passenger vans that aren't regulated for student transport and frequent stops. There are no warning lights, no red flashing lights, or stop arms. Furthermore, there are AC issues at all schools in the St. Thomas St. John district. There is no school with AC units operating at 100%. The functionality ranges from 60% operational to 90% operational, and those numbers are not guaranteed due to the frequency with which the AC units stop working. According to OSHA, the electrical capacity in most public schools in the territory is insufficient due to aging infrastructure and unstable power delivery, causing frequent AC outages. According to Scientific American, studies have shown that heat reduces children's learning ability, decreases their productivity, and exposes them to risk such as heat stroke and dehydration, subsequently widening the achievement gap. Additionally, heat exposure has been linked to reduced attention spans, lower memory recall, and increased fatigue, all of which influence academic engagement. These disruptions go beyond academics. Higher temperatures are also associated with increased nurse visits, behavioral issues, and classroom distractions. Furthermore, the school lunch warehouse, where we store food for our children to eat, is in total disrepair. There's no functional AC in the warehouse, and the electrical outlets are outdated. When the warehouse temperature rises, cans swell. The ideal range for storing canned goods is 50 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Storing canned goods at higher temperatures, especially over 75 degrees Fahrenheit, can accelerate nutrient loss and reduce shelf life. The average temperature in the school lunch warehouse is about 95 degrees Fahrenheit, which causes the canned goods to spoil. I have seen them swollen and looking like they're about to explode. Often, the St. Thomas St. John district experiences plumbing issues as well, such as frequent water outages, undrinkable water, backed up toilets, and the inability to wash hands regularly. Not only is this unsanitary and unhealthy, but the lack of water can also spread diseases. Old, deteriorated pipes and corrosion have exacerbated the plumbing issues in our schools. Teachers, staff, and students are getting sick from the constant exposure to mold, extreme heat, and inconsistent potable water. The correlation between safe, healthy learning environments and academic success is strong. For instance, students at Lockhart K-8 are unable to fully participate in physical education classes due to a lack of a proper facility. And those at Charlotte Amalie High School are often distracted by the heat and the fear that their classrooms will collapse. No one should have to work under conditions that prevent them from doing their best. Nevertheless, this is what we ask our teachers, staff, and students to do each day. Subsequently, these are not current issues. Some of these problems have plagued our school system for decades. Unfortunately, we have failed to maintain regular upkeep, leaving all plumbing and electrical systems outdated and running poorly. The urgency of the situation cannot be overstated. We understand that FEMA has deemed many schools in the district unsafe for students and faculty and has slated them for reconstruction and renovation. However, what is the plan for keeping our students and faculty safe until these compromised structures are rebuilt and renovated? Our recommendation, the union's recommendation, is that we urge the legislature to provide adequate funding to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance so that it can take immediate action and ensure that temporary measures are in place to protect our students and faculty. OSHA reports and recommendations. So the union has filed complaints with OSHA for Charlotte Amalie High School, Lockhart K-8, the school lunch warehouse, and Bertha C. Shelton Middle School. OSHA has conducted site visits, inspections, documented violations, and followed up with recommendations to ensure infractions such as mold exposure, extreme heat, leaks, and electrical hazards are abated. Fortunately, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance addressed most of the cited violations once they were aware of what was going on. Under OSHA's general duty clause, employers must take steps to minimize exposure to mold. Oh, so, hold on, I'm sorry, I missed something. While OSHA does not have a specific standard for determining how much mold is toxic, mold is recognized as a harmful substance. So under OSHA's general duty clause, employers must take steps to minimize exposure to mold once they become aware of it. I will stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I go to the senators for the round of question, the supply and maintenance contracts.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO. Would you like me to share with you the contract that we currently have or those that we don't have funded?
Those that you don't have, you're trying to get a contract with them?
Yes, we're trying to, but we don't, currently, I guess we won't have the necessary funding. So we need a contract for water testing, trash removal in the eastern end of the island, for the schools on the eastern end of the islands. And we're currently trying to get an AC contract as well as mold remediation. But I know we were told before the fiscal year ended last year that the Department of Property and Procurement was in the process of trying to engage in a mold remediation contract for the entire government. I'll pass it on to Mr. Harrigan so he could share a little bit about the AC contract that we wanted to engage in, because we did begin the process.
Good evening, Chair. I have sent out 2 RFPs, AC contracts, service contracts, and we have received only one contractor, vendor that actually participated. When I have called other contractors, some of them are reluctant for lack of payment or current payments from the government. Some of them are reluctant to bid on the thing because of they don't want to be subjected to such a contract that constrains them to certain policies or regulations, and them living up to it. So when you talk to them, they have a lot of different issues with different things, but mostly is with being paid in a timely fashion. So I'm not able to actually conclude an AC contract as yet, but I'm still trying to coerce them or basically encourage them to participate in the RFP so that we can move forward.
Okay. Now list the present supply contracts, supply and maintenance.
So our present contracts, we have Gary's Cleaning and Maintenance Services, landscaping, Del Reese Services, landscaping.
Tell me the amount.
Oh, okay.
The amount landscaping St. Thomas, the amount landscaping St. Croix.
Okay, 30,000 for, this one is St. John, 30,000 for St. John, 56,712. This is actually basically, I have all of them separated by vendor, by contractor. So the total is $2,059,000. I could kind of go through the totals and we can go.
$2,059,000 for landscaping or $2,059,000?
No, for everything. $2,059,397.32. Landscaping, we have 1, 2, 3. So the landscaping is 30,000, 56,712, 69,600.
Wait, say that again.
I'm sorry, 30,000, 56,712, 69,600, and 333,360. And this one is VI Cleaning, and they actually have 4 or 5 schools: Charlotte Amalie, Berta Sieber Shelter, Ivan Ken, and Joseph Gomez, and Yvonne Bowski.
That's for cleaning?
Yes.
For custodial services?
That's no.
Landscaping.
The landscaping company
Yes.
name Cleaning something? What's the name of it?
Virgin Islands Cleaning Services Enterprise, LLC.
Okay, and their total contract is?
$333,360.
To cut how many schools?
Charlotte Amalie, Berta Sheba Shelter, it looked like the Ralph O. Wheatley Center, Eudora Ken, Benjamin Oliver, Gomez, and Bowski. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, and the landscaping for St. Croix?
B20 maintenance, and their total is $288,000. And they have 5 schools: Alfredo, Eulalie, Adult Education, Cladomaco, Pearl B, Central High, Woodson, and the Curriculum Center. So they have about 8 also.
And the contract for complex?
The total for B20 is $288,000.
288,000, and you call about 8 schools there or something?
Yes, Ricardo Richards,
Whatever.
and Alfredo Andrews, Educational Complex, Cladomaco, Pearl B, Central High, John Woodson, and the Curriculum Center. 8.
So the same amount as St. Thomas?
Yes.
Isn't there a lot more acreage on St. Thomas and St. Croix to cut? When you look at Central High, Eulalie Rivera Complex, Alfredo Andrews.
More acreage, yes.
St. Thomas is the same amount of schools for 333,000 with limited acreage. How that come about? How does St. Thomas contract so much more than St. Croix and the acreage is so much less?
You have some...
Pull on the mic and say your name.
For example, in St. Thomas, your terrain is a little different, so I'm assuming
Yeah, but the acreage is probably 1/4 of what you just named for St. Croix.
Yeah, well, in St. Croix, you could ride a lawnmower. St. Thomas, you can't. Most of those guys use weed eaters and have guys doing it by hand.
It's like $50,000 more. I mean, what's the total acreage on St. Croix that you cut in? The contract should be by acreage.
We'll have to get that information because it's not on my spreadsheet.
I have to look at the contract.
Are you paying the janitorial services contract for St. Thomas?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Why did that fall under Bureau of School Maintenance when the janitors fall under DOE?
That's what's transferred to us.
How much are you paying for janitorial service?
So on St. Thomas, and again, I don't have it, I have it broken down by contractor, so it's $36,500 plus $37,200.
36,500, and then the next one for 36.
36,200. 133,306.28, and that's 246 schools. And then in St. John, St. Thomas, St. John, we have 206,796. That's another 7 entities for 206,796.
The 206,796 is for Sproul and what else?
Charlotte, Ivana Idorken, Sibley, Vide, Condrens-Gardner, annex offices, lunch, school lunch, administrative office.
And 133,000 is for how much?
That is for Edith Williams, Janie Twitt, Joseph Gomez, Ola Muller, Leonard Doba, and Yvonne Bowski.
Okay. How much for St. Croix? Can't find it, eh? It's zero.
It's zero, it is. It's zero.
So we pay $400,000 for janitorial contracts in St. Thomas, and you have custodians in the school, but on St. Croix, the schools are cleaned by the local custodians with the cost of $0. So there's places you could save money. But that $400,000 needs to be converted to hire additional custodians to the school and they clean it so that they could become contributing members of this government. This has been a racket for a long time. I've been complaining about this for the last 8-9 years. It's unfair. It's totally unfair. You have custodians plus janitorial service on St. Croix. The school custodians got to do everything. Everything. But we're paying $400,000 on St. Thomas. I'll go to colleagues. Point of information, Senator Gittins and then Senator Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My additional concern with that contract is, can you tell me how often each of those schools supposed to be cut? Are they monthly, according to the...
yes, monthly.
According to the contract?
Monthly.
So what, the beginning of every month, the end of every month? How does it go? What does the contract say? Because it looked like you're guessing to me, and I want to know what the contract actually states.
I'll have to get the contract and get that information back.
So you don't have the contract there?
No, I don't.
All right, thanks.
Senator Joseph.
My question is, how many janitorial workers you have on St. Thomas presently? St. Thomas and John.
Charmaine Meyer, CFO. So the janitors are not under the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. It's under the Department of Education.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the reason I ask the question is because if you're paying a private contractor to come clean a school, I'd like to know how much you still have. I mean, how much education have, because here it is, they getting paid to do a job, and somebody else getting paid to do the same job. So how clean are these schools? The school meet your standard when you go in there? They're nice and clean and all the class, everybody does down nice, everything good?
Once it's clean, I would say yes, because at different times of the year, the level of cleanliness, it differs. I found that out in walking the schools, doing my evaluations, which I do periodically.
And you have a conversation with the contractor when you see that it's not to your standard?
Yes. For example, when he does his quarterly deep cleaning, and even the massive deep cleaning that they do during the summer, I got down on him because I wasn't pleased. And I made him go. This is just one of the confrontations I had with a cleaning company. I made them go back and do what I expected of them. And that was done this summer. And then the principal saw it, she was pleased, my team saw it, and we were pleased.
Thanks for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. You know, one of the big problems we have, and you inherited, a lot of what you're dealing with, you inherited.
Yes, sir.
But we have just gone to contracts for everything. For services that used to be done by schools, we are now contracting out. Some $600,000 for landscaping. I was a principal of Complex from 1995 to 2011. We never had a contractor to cut the grass. The grass was cut in-house. Never. The grass was cut by one individual who cut every single day. At one point, Uncle Byron, at one point, the Department of Education Maintenance Division went and had a grass cutting unit of 3 or 4 individuals with zero turn who would go from school to cut. We allocated monies and purchased zero turn for the island of St. Croix to the cost of $15,000, 2 tremendous zero turn to cut these big schools. Department of Education don't even know where those units are. And if they have them, we haven't used those units in years. So a lot of it is just wait. So they complain, they come back to this body. Oh, we need money. But we're just funding contracts. We're not getting any type of reliable work done. The rain fall a little too much. They're not scheduled to come back for 2 weeks. The grass is high. We got to go back to having individuals within the schools, working in the schools, this centralized unit. You can have the umbrella, but you need people in the schools. And I was telling someone that you look at a school at Complex, 936 students. If every student consume 1 bottle of water, that's 936 bottles that need to be discarded that day. If they consume 2, it's 1,800. So you need a labor and compass. It's 900 individuals opening and closing doors, flushing toilets. You need individuals to do basic maintenance on these school campuses. If a campus only have 100, 200, you could probably, but you need somebody there. And the schools work better when we had dedicated individuals that worked at the school and made the school theirs. Whether it was doubles at Elena Christian or Byron, they were dedicated individuals. And we got to go back to that because the model is unsustainable. You fixing basic leak that a school, a basic maintenance man could use the Impress fund. Every school getting $50,000 in Impress fund. And sometimes you guys aren't fixing an issue because of $30, $100. The school have those monies. And on the last time I got some individuals who said, but schools can't be shut all summer, and then administration show up 1 week before school is supposed to open and expect the school to be ready to open. Administrators are supposed to be responsible for the school and make sure that the school is maintained during the summer. I never had a cleaning crew at Complex to buff and clean classroom. The custodians did it along with summer students. Now the custodians don't buff classroom no more, so that's the next expense you have in the summer. You're paying people to buff, we're paying for everything instead of utilizing the staff that we have. Instead of paying these big contracts, you think the custodian will be happy to get a $500 bonus in the summer to buff the classroom? They used to do it before. Senator Avery Lewis, do you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. Mr. Benjamin, good evening.
Good evening.
This summer when we did our walkthroughs, the chairman of this committee and myself and you and the team, we took several schools and you had some contracts in place for mold testing and mold remediation. Charlotte Amali, Bowski, and I want to say Lockhart and BCB. Where are we with those contracts?
Those have been completed.
Bowski been completed?
Yes.
With the entire school or they were just a specific area?
I'll have to check and see exactly what was asked for in that particular contract. It's been since the summer. I don't recall exactly. Yeah.
Okay, but somebody else they could answer because I remember I asked about the whole school because the teachers were complaining, not just, I know we had some emphasis on SPED classrooms where, you know, we asked for some equipment and we asked about the other areas because the principal and concept go back in the office and so forth. What's going on there?
Paul Hagan, Assistant Director. We had 5 schools in St. Thomas which had mold issues that we addressed. We had Rev Sanitation go in and do mold mitigation. What they realized that there were several classrooms. They basically broke them up into 3 different colors, green, yellow, and red. The green and yellow, they were able to go ahead and do mold mitigation and satisfy those classrooms. The red right now are still closed and are waiting funding for us to go in and actually strip them out. They're not going to do mold mitigation on those. They're going to actually do a remediation, which they're going to strip out all the walls, clean the AC ducting or replace it, and the floors, and possibly we will have them actually do the roof. So that's a total different beast that we haven't attacked yet because of funding.
All right, Mr. Aragon, while I have you there, in August too, you all had placed an order for some air conditioners. Some of them were supposed to go to the BCB school as well. What's happening with that order?
If you're talking, well, BCB, those ACs, what we
No, I ain't talking about the auditorium. I ain't talking about the auditorium. I'm talking about the classroom. We had an order out. You all indicated there was an order out for some ACs because in some of the rooms they had this portable units and so forth. And there was an electrical issue. So the electrical upgrading was being completed and then we were going to get some new units because those in the wall or something were obsolete. So we're getting some new units.
Senator Lewis, we never had a contract.
The campuses mixed up.
I think you're getting the campuses mixed up.
I ain't getting no contract mixed up. I get well correct. I am saying at BCB we had some issues with air conditions. I didn't say all the classrooms, but there was some that were identified that was going to be changed out. I'm asking, are those air conditions in as yet?
We never, it was Bowski and another school that we was ordering air conditions for, and Ken. But Ken, actually, we had to order some recently because the ones that was already purchased,
Voltage was wrong.
the voltage was wrong. And also, Ms. Petty indicated that she didn't want the floor-to-ceiling units in the classroom. She wanted actual split units, the smaller split units. In reference to BCB, we was told to stand down on air-conditioned units with the big ones for the auditorium, and then also for the classrooms. We never actually ordered any units for those.
Okay, so
that's-
BCB, you was told to stand down. Who is the indicator? Who's the individual or individuals that told you to stand down?
That was Brian Smith from Jacobs. He's part of the Super PMO.
Okay, so the BCB not having air conditions is not the legislature fault.
No, because we was going to do a lot of different things at BCB.
BCB not having mold remediation is not the legislature fault neither.
No. We actually did mold remediation at BCB St. Louis.
Was that indicated to the staff? Because I got videos up to today, the teachers were outside sitting down.
I couldn't hear that last part, St. Louis.
I got a video today with the teachers outside teaching and with the students outside the classroom. What's up with at BCB? Battersea but Shelter Middle School. What's up with that?
The classrooms that was brought to our attention, we actually had Cutting Edge come in and do a mold mitigation in the classroom that was brought to our attention. After that was done, the teachers and staff and students were still complaining, and Principal Corbett actually hired Cutting Edge again to come in and do some more deep cleaning to those classrooms. That was just recently.
So that was a week. That was done the weekend right before they did the not the protest, but they walked out. And they walked out on the Monday. This stuff was done that's the weekend before.
So why are they still out of class? Why are they still out of the classroom?
Because the situation is just dire. It's unbearable in those classrooms. So what has happened at that school? In October, right towards the end of September, we had the air conditioning units replaced in the gymnasium, and we had the air conditioning units at the principal's office. Those were repaired. Those were actually repaired by a contractor. And the following weekend, the following week, we had one of our air conditioning techs go out to the school and start servicing the air conditioning. What happened was, while he was servicing, the transformer blew up, and it caused damage to the remaining air conditioning in that one particular wing. So since that took out about 15 rooms, about 15 rooms, we decided to ask the contractor, since he was familiar with those units, to go there and do a quick assessment and give us a quote on what it's going to take to replace them. He did his assessment, and we found out that those units are actually obsolete now. As of the 29th of December, we won't be able to get parts for those units. We won't be able to get the gas to supply those units. So therefore, we are going to change those units out. That would occur once the fiscal system is opened up, so that we could indulge in a PO, in the contract and purchase order.
I heard my time, so I really don't want to abuse it, but I just have to put this out on the record here today, that when we're doing the budget, I make sure, as an educator, make sure my colleagues, they could tell you, education need this. Let's put this in for maintenance. Let's make sure this is happening. So when
things go wrong now, that's between Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, OMB, ODR, not the legislature. We provided the funding. We passed the budget for you. Not the legislature. Because every time I turn around and say, oh, we have the money hold up. We don't have a dime in here hold up, especially for education. I make sure that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Come back another round.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Mr. Benjamin, you said that Jacobs, the super PMO, said to stand down. Did they consult with Department of Education in reference to what is going to happen to those students that are presently at the school before they said to stand down?
They anticipated starting work there.
It's January.
Well,
the first quarter.
The first quarter.
Yeah.
And they sent out Nash mechanics to actually do the repairs at the auditorium. They were able to fix those ACs. One, and eventually that AC broke back down, and now it's leaking, and they have to have a big garbage can catching the water in the auditorium. We was going to actually order 4 new units for the auditorium. And they told us to stand down because they was coming in with a whole revamped air conditioning system for all the different classrooms and the kitchen, the auditorium, and they wanted to make sure all the ACs was a particular brand to have consistency across all school campuses. Basically, we was told to stand down, so I went ahead and
So what's the plan now?
The plan is to go ahead and order the units for the classrooms that have failed, and then we also have classrooms that...
Okay, hold on. Jacob said to stand down because they got the contract for the school, correct?
It's not Jacobs. Jacobs is the super PMO. Consigli Benton got the contract.
Consigli got the contract for the school, and Jacobs was of the understanding that Consigli is going to start the work in January, correct?
Yes.
Is the work going to start in January by Consigli?
In accordance to the schedule, it will be the first quarter, which is January, February, or March. Within those 3 months, that's the first quarter. That's what we were given. So until then, we are going to maintain the school and see to it that these air conditionings are changed, see to it that we do a temporary patch repair on the roof to prevent the water from penetrating the structure. And also, we're going to do the mold remediation. We're going to test if it shows high content of mold, we're going to get it remediated and then get everything patched up so that we could get the school back in order. Because we can't have the students, we don't have anywhere to send those students. We don't have a swing space to send them to. We don't have an alternate school to send them to hold them until.
Okay, now,
yeah.
You made a comment about Eudora Ken and some units where the principal didn't want those units, the ceiling units?
The floor-to-ceiling units at Ken, yes. I believe the classroom was too small for those units.
Okay, so where are those units now?
Those units was taken over to St. John, Julius E. Sproul.
So they're being utilized?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And going on next to Senator Joseph, but before I go to Senator Joseph, I know our good senator said that he made sure the monies were in education, but we all made sure that those monies were placed in the budget. We were very concerned with the Department of Education, the chair of the committee, along with this chair of the committee, and had deep discussions in reference to education and making sure that it's funded. Senate, point of information quickly, Senator Joseph.
Oh.
Senator Joseph, Mike.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. The question I have is this one of the roofs that you did any repair on before?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you for your response.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. No, sorry, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good evening, to everyone. I just want to go through your list of items you had before and just do a comparison and just get a little update. When you came before this committee, I believe it was in August, and I want to look at specifically the St. Thomas District School. Where are we with the repairs for Julius Sprouse School? As far as the walkways that needed to be repaired, the installation of the ARC units at Julius Sprouse.
The AC units will be installed once the ARP system is open, once we could engage the contractor to do those, do those installations. And also, the contractor that's supposed to be doing the walkway rails, he is waiting payment for previous work done.
And so what's the status of his payment?
That's based on the ERP system opening up.
Okay, so everything is contingent for Julius Sprouse with the walkway and the AC on the ERP, and that's our procurement system, the central government procurement system being opened up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you didn't submit any of those things during the summer or in September before it closed, correct? Even though they've been there and we brought it to your attention in August.
That's why we're waiting on it right now. We submitted it then.
Okay, you submitted it then. I just wanted to just get some clarity. Good that you submitted it then. So, and then let me ask you about BCB, because I went there last week. Thursday, it was. It's really bad. It's really bad what the students and the faculty has to suffer through. It's very bad. Teachers, especially in the counselors area, you have water dripping. A counselor has to put out bins to catch the water, and there's a lot of mold dripping even in the gymnasium. Are you having conversation with ODR and the Super PMO regarding the work that needs to be done at BCB, or are you guys having those conversations together, or is it one person operating in silos? Are you operating in silos?
We met with them, we did a walkthrough with them, and this is how we have got to the point now whereas we are going to take and maintain that school until it's turned over to them.
Okay, because I do have some concern about that. I mean, you've been in there before. Now we're going to put more money in there, and knowing that they are going to rehabilitate that. I mean, that's a bigger conversation that we need to have, because I look at it that you're throwing good money after that, because then they're going to come in and fix what you've already put a bandage on, and you really need to fix it overall from the ground up. So that's a different conversation I think needs to happen there. Possibilities need to surround how the students are going to be taught. I think those are conversations. Now let's go to Ivana Eudora Ken High School. What's happening with the gymnasium? Are you in the process of getting the AC units installed and fixed in the gymnasium?
Yes, we are. We just received 2 of the units. They got delayed because the 2 units came from the manufacturer. When they arrived here and got through customs, found out that they were the wrong voltage. So the company did everything to get them called back to Puerto Rico, and then we had the new ones back over here on last Friday, and the installation is currently in process.
Okay,
it's completed now.
Okay, so the AC units for the gymnasium.
The second 2 will be here by Friday, from my understanding.
Okay, and I believe you had a time frame of November to complete that installation.
Yes,
November 18, 2025, to complete the installation of the AC unit in the gymnasium.
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right, and so you're on target to meet that date, or do you think you're going to have to push it back until after Christmas break?
No, we can't put, well, I hope that doesn't happen. Let's see what happened this week with the additional 2 units that have to arrive on Friday.
And who is the contractor?
Tempe.
Temper? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I also want to finally ask about Guy Benjamin. I saw that you had a generator for Guy Benjamin. Is Guy Benjamin still in use?
Yes, the sprung is still being utilized, and I think it's 2 buildings. 2 buildings.
Guy Benjamin in St. John? In St. John, Guy Benjamin?
In Coral Bay. Coral Bay.
Okay, the sprung is being utilized for what?
That's the community utilizes that facility.
Oh, the community utilizes it. Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure what it was being utilized for. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if my time has been called, but I do have one final burning question. Ola F. Muller.
You want to just go specific, be very concise with the question. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Ola F. Muller Elementary School. I just wrap up at this. I got word that some of the units, the AC units, are down at Ola F. Muller. What's your time frame to get those in fixed?
Paul, would you like to talk?
Did you get a work order?
Assistant Director of Maintenance, Paul Harrigan. Those units, we had our indoor AC techs looking at them, and they had several issues. Electrical, so we had to actually upgrade electrical and 1 or 2. But we are in the process of getting them sorted out.
What's your time frame to get them sorted out, Mr. Harrigan?
He just wants to know the timeline. That's it.
Hopefully before December.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. I just wanted to say that I'm hearing the issues at Bertha Shelter, which are really bad. The same issues that Woodson have been suffering from for the last 4 or 5 years. And I'm just getting, there's like 10 classrooms that are presently not occupied at Woodson, 3 classes in the auditorium, I mean in the library, 1 class in the gym. So there's still a lot of lingering issues at Woodson. I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Okay, so we got something.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Benjamin, in regards to Ivana Eudora Ken School, also they have the freezer in the kitchen that is not working. One of the walk-in freezers where, is able to try get some donation for freezers for the school because they were losing food. Was that addressed?
It's my understanding the freezer is actually working, but it's leaking.
So that means it can be used, or what? What's your answer?
It could still be used, but it's leaking. Why it would leak is that if you have the ice that would form to keep the freezer warm and the area between under the door and the floor is compromised, that hot air would cause the ice that formed in that area to leak out of the refrigerator,
Right,
out
and
of
then
the freezer.
it spoils the food, and then that becomes another problem. So it's not in use.
It's not in use right now.
Okay, so that needs to be checked into.
Senator is in use. It's Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director.
One is in use. There's one in.
When we did a walkthrough, they said it was working. Where we actually saw one leak was coming from the condensation of the pipes. It was leaking on the floor. But from my understanding, when we did a walkthrough, that cooler system was working.
No, one was working and one wasn't. So you could follow up on that again, because again, food contamination, we don't want any issues with that. Mr. Benjamin, have you met and sat down with President Jones for the American Federation of Teachers Local 1825? Have you sat down and met with her in regards to some of her concerns?
I've spoken with her about her concerns, yes.
Okay, and also the union representative on St. Croix End?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I think she is bringing it directly from the teachers who live in the life in these classrooms with the students. So that's
Yes.
you know, want you to be aware of that. Now, funding. You in your testimony you mentioned some great work that was done in the territory. What was the total cost of all the work that was done?
Dr. Myers.
Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO. So we had this is it's not an exact amount, but we spent about $21 million, and that was across different funding sources.
Okay, and as Mr. Chair mentioned, is $3 million left?
So the $3 million is not left. So we were appropriated $3 million from the BSCM Capital Fund, and we have a difference of $2.1 million that was left from the settlement fund. So that's where we got a total of, I guess, $5 million to spend.
Okay, you have that $5 million now?
Yes, so it would be $5 million. However, $2.1 million of that money is already earmarked for supply contracts.
Okay.
So it's $3 million.
So they got
$3 million left to spend. That's what the senator is
Yes.
trying to ask
Yes,
Right.
yes. I apologize. Yes, $3
Okay.
million left to spend.
So all the outstanding monies for contractors who haven't been getting paid, who haven't released this and released that, are they covered?
So 99.9% of those contractors, we have already encumbered the funds. So we're just waiting on finance to cut the checks.
Okay, and in closing, I'd like to know, for all these contracts that we have, what is the allowable markup that we allow the contractor to do? I don't know if you guys have anything to do with that or if they're negotiated separately, but what kind of markup are we talking about? Because if people know, hey, we got $3 million to spend, they're going to go for the gusto.
But $3 million really isn't a lot of money because, as you know, we spent $5 million to do mold remediation for Woodson. So if we still have to do mold remediation for Woodson, CHS, that money is already finished.
Right. So again, what was the markup allowed? What kind of markup are we allowing? Are these contractors milking the government?
I'm sorry. Based on property and procurement, as it relates to, I remember change orders. Any change orders and stuff like that, there's a markup of we can't exceed 10%.
And the original contract?
On the original contract, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. In reference to mold remediation, when we pay all of these tremendous amount of money, what is the guarantee for how much months? No, we pay $5 million and the mold coming back right now, so it's not even 2 months.
With mold remediation, there's no guarantee because it's a natural occurrence. It's organic.
Yeah, but you eliminated a number of the factors by sealing the roof, stopping the water leak. You can't tell me you're going to charge me $5 million and then 2 months is back.
No,
I just can't see that.
You got to remember what happened. You have a school that's constructed in a wetland area. One thing is that there's no mechanism in place to dewater that site. If we had mechanisms in place to dewater that site, we'd have had a better result.
The entire state of Florida is a water area.
And they have some pump systems in place to keep water from penetrating those foundations, and they have floating foundations and retention ponds, bioretention ponds. There are all those factors that have to take place when you're designing in those type of areas. That's why
I'm going to go to Senator Francis. Well, you know what amazes me every day? I drive here, coming to work, and I pass the old St. Dunstan School. which is now Montessori.
Yeah.
That was closed for over 20 years. And it's operating every day with a skeletal staff, and they're building it out, and it's just no issues, no mold, no this. The school was closed for over 20 years. And they didn't bring in a $5 million contractor to refurbish those classrooms and get them ready. You know, it's just a lot of people volunteered their time, and they paid some individuals. And the school is open over a year and a half now, and all it's doing is expanding. All of the private school, little school, they ain't talking about no, there are no wetland or the water. These schools are open. Whether it's Free Will or Country Day or 7 days. Skeletal crew. And these schools are cut every single day. You don't pass the grass and see the grass high, and they don't have a bunch of money. But they just have somebody dedicated that's cutting. Now we got this bunch of money and the grass high, everything going crazy. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
So we spent $5 million in John Woodson School for mold testing and remediation. What is the current status of the mold situation at John Woodson School at this time?
We've been getting complaints in like 1 or 2 classrooms. I had the classroom tested last week. I just got the results back today while I'm sitting in waiting for the hearing, and the results came back that it's clear. It doesn't have any mold.
That is clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Very well.
But we get
Complaints.
And why that is. Some of the teachers were turning off the air conditioning units like on a Friday, and no air circulating over the weekend, so you get a musky odor. The systems need to stay on, and they should go in dry mode automatically when the classrooms are unoccupied, and you will keep the constant airflow to prevent stagnant air.
So have we given instructions about ensuring that the air conditioner remains on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many hires have you had since the budget hearing?
Dr. Myers, CFO. So we had 1 hire, and that was as of recent.
Say that number again?
1.
1 hire?
Yes.
Okay. And that was as recent as?
As of today. We actually, yes.
What's
today.
the position?
The Deputy Director of School Construction on St. Croix.
Are you at liberty to give who that person is?
Mr. Benjamin, do you want to do that?
Or are you waiting to do a
We'll
more
wait
formal
until the,
announcement?
we'll wait until the NOPA is complete.
No problem.
Yes, and then we can share that information.
Okay, very well. So now your leadership team is built out. How much leadership will you have on St. Croix at this time, now that you brought on a deputy?
So we'll have 3 leadership.
Yes. Where is the NC Milligan tonight?
He was on his way here, and we have been trying to reach him, and he has
He got lost?
Got lost.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that there were some extensions of the kitchens. And that was as a result of what? And then you talk about that there's a request for additional extension because that's ARPA funding?
Yes, it is.
ARPA funding is done. So how are you intending to get an extension on that?
The extension, you want to speak on that?
Dr. Sharma, so we're not requesting any extension. We were just sharing in the testimony that what affected the funding and what affected the project completion. So we just wanted everyone to know that, there was a series of activities that happened, and that's why the projects were not completed in the kitchen.
So what's the status of those? I mean, when will it be completed?
By the deadline, which is February 21st.
February 28th.
February 28th.
And those 2 kitchens is where? Which 2 kitchens is that?
Claro Marco and Eula.
30 seconds.
Claro Marco and Eula. What about the gym floor in Claro Marco? What's the status of that?
We are planning to do the gym in during the summer. we would like to have it as one of the summer projects, if funding allows.
Have you
It
secured?
it needs more than just a floor.
Just need more than a floor?
More than just a floor, yeah.
Okay. Who's responsible for putting together the gym equipment?
Time.
My apologies. That's ARPA. Could you speak on it, Cynthia?
Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction. The Marco Gym is an ARPA project, and we are working to get the contract reinstated. The contractor has applied for a periodical estimate payment, and we are waiting for that to get processed and the contract renewed so that he can complete the work.
Where is that in the process?
Waiting on the contract.
Through where? Waiting on it from where? I mean, through PMP,
procurement,
through
PMP,
Department of
yes.
Justice? Where is it?
PMP.
PPP.
You spoke about some capital projects that has lapsed with the ARPA funding. What other projects besides the kitchen has lapsed as a result of the ARPA funding?
Oh, I don't have the full list, but what I do know is the two kitchens, Eulalie Rivera Kitchen, Claudio Marco Kitchen, the Claudio Marco Gym, Central Restroom, the basketball courts, the perimeter fencing, and the crosswalks. But there are electrical projects as well.
The electrical projects are on time. Yeah.
So those will be completed by February as well?
That's the goal.
Yes.
That's the goal. Okay. And my final question is in regards to your budget. Are you indicating that your budget is not currently online? You don't have access to your budget at this time?
So, yes, so the monies were appropriated, so the system wasn't open, so of course we couldn't put the new monies on, but the letter has been generated to send it to OMB, because just bearing in mind, although we do have the $3 million that was appropriated, that is a special fund. So OMB, we have to request that money from OMB. OMB wouldn't automatically put it on like the general fund. So I did have Mr. Kimo Smith generate that letter, and we will be sending out the letter tomorrow to OMB to request the money to go online. And just while we talked about that, just a little plug, we don't have any operating funding, none whatsoever.
No operation funding?
No money to operate at all.
Okay. And how much are you requesting for that operation cost?
So last year we were given, I think it was about, so we had a budget, I think it was what, $6.9 million. So we, probably about $2 million, $1 million, I'm not sure. I could go back to last year's because we were just asking for us to just get the same thing that we had last year. But we weren't given anything at all. On the general fund side, all we received was monies for personnel and fringe.
Yeah, because then you had the balance of the $10 million available to use for expenditure. So we wanted to make sure that that's completed before any replenishment of the account. So you could submit to the chair, how much you're requesting for operating costs, and we'll take a look at that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. How much are you paying for rent, St. Thomas St. Croix?
Currently, we're not paying any rent for St. Thomas. And
you're sharing the spot with who?
With education.
Okay. So you need to continue to do that. How much are you paying for St. Croix?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So you're using the old warehouse in Princess?
But I think you guys gave us back because we had $1 million to do our warehouse build out, $500,000 for St. Thomas and $500,000 for St. Croix. And we did, in fact, ask for you all to roll it over to 2026 because we weren't able to find a space in order for us to do the warehouse build out. But I think you guys should have given it back to us. I need to go back to the bill and look at it.
I think we did, but have you now identified a spot?
Yes, I have, on St. Croix.
And you identified a spot on St. Thomas?
No, we're having some challenges on St. Thomas.
And warehouse in Princess, that's not sufficient space? The Princess facility?
That's suitable for right now, but for our future growth, with all the equipment that we plan to bring in for next.
You ain't got
For
no-
the
you
future,
you ain't have money for operating
we would
expense.
like-
You have money for equipment.
we would like to have, but these are a lot of equipment that we need to function in-house, so we could get a lot of the in-house.
So like zero
jobs
return,
done
so that you
instead
could
of
cut the grass
outsourcing
yourself?
them. That would be ideal.
Is
So-
that a plan? Are you planning to
Yes,
in-house these services?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is hard to make me get in trouble now. Because when I listen to these things and we ain't got money for this, we ain't got money for that, I sure we ain't come up short to go to Ghana. We got money. And this is what I'll be talking about when I said this government don't have a money problem. We have a money management problem. I am sick of it. I am sick of it. And this is my people I'm talking to here. And, sometimes I just really just have to hold it down because there's about 3 things that I have voted on in this institution that I really wish I could have taken back. And this bureau is one of them. I'm telling you. Because it's just another level of bureaucracy. All these contracts that we're talking about, as I hear some of the discussion, I'm just seeing like nothing but hookups. Nothing but hookups. We can't get nothing done. So I'm looking on page 4 of your testimony where you spoke about the $3 million allocated, approximately $2.1 million already committed, and the $900,000 that you left with. My question to you is, do you have an electrician, a contractor, a plumber, or a masonry person on your staff? Or even a handyman to assist these craftsmen?
We have an electrician, one at St. Thomas. We have a plumber, and they do what they can do in-house.
So you have one plumber, one electrician?
And St. Thomas.
And where you got in St. Croix?
In St. Croix, we have how many? I wish Nancy was here. We have, yes, we have Mr. Ferris that leads the mechanical and plumbing.
So basically you have to outsource everything.
Just for now.
Right?
But the goal is to.
Basically you have to outsource everything.
Yes, we do.
Correct?
Yes.
I keep telling my colleagues over and over, and I had my mother was like one of the wisest people around here when she used to talk about this government outsourcing all the time, constantly. And I'll have that conversation with you off the record because I can't say it on the record. But it's really sickening. We're spinning the wheels.
If I could.
So I'm going on based on pages 6 and 7 of your testimony, where you have the listing for electrical issues. Are you saying that these are the only schools with electrical issues, or these are the only schools that you're addressing with electrical issues?
Okay, they are not the.
30 seconds.
So let's stick with St. Croix. Let's stick with St. Croix. Are those, I think it's about 7.
Yes, right now, these schools are the ones that we have issues with. But when any given day, any given time, something arises.
Something can come up. I understand that. Stop. I understand that. So the reason I ask that is because I don't see.
Time.
Have you been, Mr. Chair, and I beg your indulgence. Have you been to Theodore Dunbavin School?
No, I
here in
haven't.
Princess?
No, I haven't.
Are you aware that there's a whole building there that's totally not being in use now because of electrical issues?
No, I'm not apprised of that.
So I was there up to date, and the whole building wing is shut down for electrical issues. If they can get this building back up and running, they can actually get back at least easily another 2 to 3 instructional classrooms. Because right now they're out of the administrative building in these rooms. What's the status of that property over there, Theodore Dunbarvin? Who can speak to that?
Ferris, could you?
Not aware of that electrical.
Put your name on the record. I'm sure our stenographer is remote and don't know who's speaking.
Bobby Ferris, Assistant Manager Facilities.
Don't know who's speaking.
Bobby Ferris, Assistant Manager Facilities.
Grade here. The thing I don't like about these rushed updates is that you don't give us no substance. So you still don't tell me what's the status of this. So why weren't they why is Crosswalk Initiative under Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance?
This was what was transferred over to us. These are ARPA projects. All of those are ARPA projects.
Colleagues, you see the nonsense for real? And then the school board signage. Where is this school board and the signage? Is this at every school? I mean, explain this to us.
The digital signs that are located at some of the schools, those were ARPA projects as well.
So you don't even tell us like how much signage we're talking about here, where they're located, nothing. I mean, this is just like a blanket thing. Lastly, I'm going to ask about these contracts. So I think it was the finance chair and the chairman of this committee asked about the turnover of some of these after these contracts and whatnot, after these work is supposed to be done. Do you have a liquidated damage clause in each of your contracts? And those, especially those major contracts.
I'll have to review and get back to you on that.
So, you see, and these is things that you should be able to tell me off the top of your head when it comes to these contracts, whether or not you have a liquidated damage clause. Each one of these major contracts should tell me this. You have a response? I mean,
Yes.
please put your name and title on the record. I ain't going to ask you all your salaries today. The last time I asked about 7 of you, your salaries, it almost turned out to be like $1 million, and we couldn't get no responses. I'm really livid.
Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction. The contracts that I have looked at, the expired contracts under the ARPA funds, they do have liquidated damages clauses in them.
And so what are we doing with those clauses?
Well, at this point right now, the contracts have expired.
So forget about the ARPA funds now. What about the other contracts that you may have seen a liquidated damage clause in there? Are we getting compensated or not?
Oh, I'll let somebody else answer that.
Dr. Myers, so
But you all are responsible, and this is my frustration too. Even with our setup here, we always having these conversations with you guys, and then Department of Education ain't here to defend. And then when we're talking with Department of Education, you're not here. I mean,
well, as you know, we inherited these contracts from
listen, whether you inherit or not, at this point,
we can't
this bureau has been in place far long enough. let's stop the bullwinkling right about now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
If I may,
Yes.
just to clarify what Gittins had commented on, we do all the basic competencies, electrical and plumbing, carpentry, and stuff like that in-house. The contracts are for the big ticket items that we cannot do. We have a full maintenance staff that does all of the other stuff on a daily basis. And I do stress on the daily because, you know, things break down daily. We don't just develop contracts to change minor electrical stuff or lights or anything like that. We do all of that.
Point of information.
What we contract out, just to clarify that.
Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benjamin, in regards to, have you received a punch list from the principal of John Woodson School of some of the issues that they're facing there?
I received a punch list from her a while ago.
And how are you working to address that? I mean, a teacher has been out sick for 3 weeks after returning, went back out sick. We talk about, you know, leaky roof, air conditioning installed, that's been leaking, a number of issues, musky water coming from various areas, the band room, wet ceiling, auditorium, wet ceiling tiles were removed and roof recoated. I mean, what's happening to address some of these concerns?
We have a 10-year warranty on the roof work that was done. The contractor was made aware. He was notified about that. He actually came and walked with me to see the area where the leak occurred, and he addressed it. We are currently waiting for, we were waiting for the ERP system to open up so that we could have another contractor in there to address the changing of the area where the ceiling tiles are saturated, because we also need to address the lighting as well for that auditorium. So as I stated earlier, we had the contractor had did the mold testing, go in there and test, and actually did a mold, more or less a remediation to get rid of the odor in the air. And like I said earlier, that the test results came back good. There was no mold in the classroom.
Are you communicating this with the principal or the school?
I just got it while I was sitting here, so I haven't reached out to her.
You just got the punch list?
Well, no, not the punch list. I just got the results from the air quality test.
But I mean, the punch list, I mean, in terms of acknowledging that, in fact, you received the punch list and you're
communicate with her on a regular basis.
Okay. All right, very well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Yes. Mr. Benjamin, with all these air conditions and all these schools and so forth, have we devised a maintenance plan as yet, or have we seen our headways where we could bring on more staffing in that agency to beef up that, sorry, not agency, that section of your department?
Yes, we are actually in search of qualified air conditioning technicians that are willing to come aboard. However, we placed a request for funding to fund with the technical, the skilled individuals to cover those positions. However, as you see, we haven't received enough funding that would be able to cover that. In regards to the air conditioning contract we put out for to get a service contract for these air conditionings, and we had some challenges that result. Mr. Harrigan, could you speak on that?
I don't need a response to that, but so you're stating that, so who have you indicated to that you need more monies for these different positions? Have you indicated that to this body, the finance chair, or to OMB, or the governor? Who have you indicated that to, so you can hire sufficient staff?
Go ahead.
Dr. Charmaine Myers,
budget.
CFO. So when we came before the legislature for our budget hearing, that was included in our testimony. And we also had conversation with OMB as it relates to needing those additional funding for 2026. And we did get positive feedback from Director Reimer. So that is something that we did, in fact, include in our testimony for the budget hearing when we came before you guys.
You know, Mr. Chair, one thing I'll say to you and my colleagues is that we really need to sit down with the Bureau and really hear, let them provide us with a comprehensive plan, because as we move forward and we build in new schools and things, this problem is only going to get compounded. We have to come up with a comprehensive plan. We can't continue doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. That's insanity. We need to come up with a comprehensive plan, and I don't know, it's like we're throwing good money after bad at times. It really frustrates me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. If we go back to the budget hearing, because the government of the Virgin Islands operate on a certain pot of resources, or pool of resources, and those resources got to go for every single department. Department of Health, hospitals, education, everything. There was a request for additional monies, but when the analysis was done of the Bureau of School Construction, you had hired $2.1 million in exempt positions, and you had $1.7 million in rank and file. And that was an issue for the committee in reference to the way that funds were being expended. So right there, you had like $4 million or $4 million, and the bulk was expended for exempt positions on the island of St. Thomas. Okay, only 2 positions were on St. Croix, 1 at that point, because Mr. Ferris really filling in. But he don't have the same position as those other exempt. He there down on the totem pole.
Yeah, hello.
Twice we heard Mr. Milligan is on his way, and he hasn't reached yet. That's twice. We now heard that there's an additional exempt position for St. Croix for school construction, but yet you barely have oversight over school construction. Department of Education still holding on to that. But we hire a position for school construction. $1 million in contracts. You got $1.7 million for rank and file to take care of these schools. You got $1 million in contracts just for custodial and janitorial services. And you can't say you have a plan right now as to how you're going to convert that $1 million into positions and into equipment so that the department or the Bureau could be able to clean these schools themselves and cut the schools themselves. There's still, colleagues, there's still so much confusion in this whole setup because they're paying for the janitorial contract while the janitors are actually under the Department of Education. So when it's convenient, it's there. When it's convenient, it's the next place. Shatamali rebuild, you guys were absent, they kept you out of a lot of meetings. At some point, this body got to restructure the way this thing is working, because right now, definitely, there's just a lot of communication issues, and I forgot that Senator Joseph here. Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to everyone. Good evening to the testifiers, good evening to my colleagues, good evening to the listening public. I'm gonna have to go back just 1 second to mention, if we so serious about bringing on professional trade individuals, and the first thing you guys did when I got money is get yourself a raise. How will I get a work?
That's not a.
Last time I was here, you guys got an increase. If no, tell me no.
No, that's wrong.
No, I can, Dr. Charmaine Myers. So the Bureau, of course, has been in existence for 1 year. The majority of the personnel that we have in the Bureau was transferred from the Department of Education. And then about 6 of us, as per Act 8717, those positions were created. So As far as increases, no, we didn't receive any increases, none whatsoever.
So I moved up to the salaries that were
So,
agreed to. Then. That's what you're telling me.
So I'm actually new to this, not to the government, but I'm new to this arena. Mr. Benjamin, of course, you know, he's also new on our positions, Mr. Harrigan as well as Ms. Allen. We came from outside of the Department of Education, and our positions were created as a result of Act 8717. So we weren't given raises. We were hired for positions.
So nobody in got raised?
No.
No.
All right. Back to the $5 million for Woodson. Over what period of time you spend this $5 million?
Repeat your question, it was not clear.
The $5 million for Woodson, over what period of time was the $5 million spent?
That was spent a total of 2 months.
Okay, so at any time, just like you just said, you got a 10-year warranty on the roof.
Yes.
So any of this more work was being done while you still had leaks?
The more remediation was conducted right after, around the same time that the roofs were being repaired, sealed.
Okay, so, I mean, I don't understand that. So if you're going to fix a roof, you have to fix the roof before you start the mold radiation. Because if it's still leaking, you're going to get more.
If
you
the
will
roof,
have mold.
If I could answer that. Let me finish. Okay. Our contractor was sealing the roof. And the mold remediation, they came in, they tested,
1 minute.
and then they remediated based on the test results. Okay, and the remediation includes extensions of walls that were not properly extended during the construction of the school, plus we had to replace ductwork for the air conditioning units, plus we had to install new air conditioning units. All those things were all done in sequence, and basically everything came together in a time period, whereas nothing was compromised as a result of the roof being sealed.
Okay, so now this new section that was leaking, any mold reported at that area?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
The auditorium is what was brought to my attention just with the leak, and the contractor went and took care of that right away.
Okay, my next, going to the equipment in the Yulee Rivera and Claudio Marco in the kitchen. You said the equipment that I saw this summer is the same equipment we're talking about that needs to be installed, or they're going to be having new equipment? What's the deal with these?
There's new components that are going to be installed.
No, what I'm saying, when I was there this summer in a walkthrough, they had equipment in place. I'm saying we're talking about some other equipment or these same
additional pieces of equipment.
Or so
some that were missing, and also some that were there on site going to be utilized. For my understanding, it's basically new equipment as well.
Okay. So
the kitchen tables is new equipment.
Say that again.
The kitchen counters are new pieces of equipment. It's stainless steel counters that they're installing.
Okay. So these are none of the equipment that we saw this summer. These are all new equipment.
That should not have been there this summer, because it's my understanding that is being imported.
The senator is also speaking to the ovens, the brazen pan.
Well, there are new ovens for Yulee that's not on site. We have those secured, and once everything is in place, those new pieces of equipment will be brought to the site and put in place.
Okay, what I'm saying is, in Claudio Marco, you had a new stove already down there. Is it completed, installed?
All of that is in motion right now. The Claudio Marco.
Because I know Yulee Rivera, the stuff was stolen.
We're on Claudio Marco. You just asked me about
No,
Claudio
I'm
Marco.
just telling you. So I know for sure it didn't have a stove because it was stolen. That's Julie Rivera. But I'm talking about Claudio Marco had equipment in place. Are they already installed? That's what I'm asking.
Yes. Yes. Well, since Ms. Allen can further give information on that, but what is remaining on the contract to be installed at Claudio Marco is the kitchen tables and some other equipment. But the main equipment is there: ovens, the the kettle, and so forth and so forth. Those main equipments are installed already. What have to be installed is basically the kitchen tables and some other minor equipment, and then that kitchen will be finished.
Okay. Restrooms in complex, what's the status?
The restrooms were, in accordance to our report, the restrooms were completed. Bobby, could you answer?
For complex, we are awaiting flush valves and faucets. I have been told that they arrived, so we'll be installing that pretty shortly.
They arrived pretty shortly, time frame for that?
They are
We
here.
currently have
They
them.
are here
We
in the
have them.
territory, so we will be installing them shortly.
So they're going to be completed by December?
Yes, sure.
So
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Last Central High, same thing. What's the deal on the restroom? What's working, what's not working?
That's part of the ARPA funding that was on a different contract. And I've been told that has been restored. So they're supposed to start working that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. Thank you for your response.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. And I will ask a few questions and we'll end. It's been a long day. Eulalie Rivera, there's not a lot of work to be completed. It is just the plumbing area. I don't see that as 3 months' work. If the contractor has the goal that work should be done before school start back in January, why do we have a February date? Is the contractor at the school not working? The answer is no, right?
No.
So what is the start date for the contractor to be back at the school to work?
Cynthia Allen, we are waiting on the contract to be reinstated. The contractor has submitted for periodical estimates, which cannot be dispersed until it's under a new contract.
Are all your contracts current? All your contracts that were under ARPA or any of the other areas, are they current? Have you made sure that every single contract that you presently hold, that the date hasn't expired and you have renewed those contracts?
Well, some of the contracts have expired, and that's why they're at standstill waiting
Why
to be
were they allowed to
reinstated.
expire?
That was before our time.
No, it wasn't. That's
On
just
my time, it was.
Maybe before your time, but not before the Bureau time. When those contracts are transferred over, they weren't expired. Why were they allowed to expire?
So, back to Charmaine Myers. So at the time, the director of procurement at VIDE was actually the person that was dealing with those contracts.
When the contracts were, so nobody looked at the contract. The contracts were supposed to be turned over to the Bureau. Nobody was checking to see the date
So
if these
the
contracts were
contracts
expired.
were never turned over to the Bureau. They were never.
Are the contracts turned over to the Bureau now?
They're still not. We're working in conjunction with VIDE so that we could ensure that property and procurement are. We're providing the necessary documentation for property and procurement to renew, extend the contracts, those current contracts that have expired.
Were the contracts turned over to you?
I can't say yes, no. The contracts, what we are doing the job. The Bureau is responsible for.
We need to hold people responsible. So we need to know whether or not the contracts have been turned over.
They have not been turned over.
So who's managing the contract? Who's responsible to manage the work, the electrical work, the other stuff?
So the project managers on the Bureau side, we are the ones that are managing the projects. which of course include the contents of the contracts, right? So I understand where you're going, but as it relates to the contract itself and the expiration of the contract and what was required before the contract ended, the Bureau of School Construction was not tasked with that at that time.
So who's responsible now for making sure that all of these contracts become current? For all of those that were expired?
Well, via the BSCM as well as property and procurement, we're all working together on that.
Has the process been completed?
It's not completed, but it is in the process.
Why hasn't it been completed? Let me tell you the issues I have. We had access to a tremendous amount of money in ARPA. We lost access to those monies, and it was some, I think, $60 million that we lost access to. About 30-something million was in repair and maintenance, and then some others. The U.S. Department of Education changed the original decision and said, we're going to give all states, this was not negotiation with no one particular person. They came out because there was a class action lawsuit against US DOE, and they said, we are going to reinstate and we're going to give you an opportunity to spend those monies under ARPA, but you got to spend it by a time certain. That gave us opportunity to recoup some $30 million plus. In that process, we already lose some of those monies because contracts expired. I don't want any more to expire. I don't want to name which contract expired. But now we're fighting to find the money from the local government to pay that contractor so that a bunch of these schools will get back online because that is gone. So we can't continue that. We have these contracts, we don't know when they expire, we don't know this, we don't. Somebody got to be paying attention. We got $2.1 million in exempt position to pay attention to. That's the only job that you guys have, which is maintenance. That's the only job. It was supposed to be transferred from VIDE, and if it's not transferred, then you need to be writing correspondence right now saying that all those contracts need to be transferred to the entity that is responsible, because you're here and you have to answer the questions. So you literally have to demand that. The senator asked a question about salaries increase, and all of you guys are new. So a whole new bureau was created and procurement, blah, 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 blah. But when you look at the range of salaries for the position title in reference to similar positions within government, it wasn't normal. It was elevated. And that's what you're speaking to. It wasn't normal. And those that were transferred over, well, they say on the lower end of the totem pole. I show my engineer friend over there, who don't like to come to St. Croix much. He probably stayed on the lower end of the totem because he was transferred over. So did the engineer receive a raise?
So,
if the answer is yeah, then the senator was right.
We had a position for a chief engineer. He applied. He got the position, and of course, the salary was more than what.
You got to increase, and that's what he was speaking to. But I'm going to.
That's one.
And so those positions really get me really upset because it was just totally unfair in reference to the St. Croix district. All the positions are in St. Thomas, literally. They're all. Mr. Ferris, have no rank. He's here. Who we have? We have nobody on St. Croix right here at the table to speak on St. Croix demand, and people get upset when we talk this, but this is why we have to speak this way, because St. Croix must be represented. Everything, every position of leadership is on St. Thomas. There are reasons as to probably why Mr. Milligan isn't here. Look at how much flexibility or power he really has to do things for St. Croix. Everything is nickel and dime, and he can't get anything done. He got to go through. What's the reason why he's not here?
He said he was coming. He said he was. I would have to talk to him about it. I can't do it right now. We are here in a session, so I got to address him about that.
We're gonna close out after this point. So let's make everything very short, and we're gonna close out because we got a meeting tomorrow. Senator Joseph Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have since you guys have so much contractors working, how much do you monitor when these folks are on the government premises?
each of our projects have the project manager. We will have one project manager managing multiple projects. And his task is to be on site on a daily basis to check the status of everything that's going on and report back at the end of the week. We have a weekly meeting, all hands on deck, and we get an update about where we are with the project, what's going on, and that's just how you do it.
Before I close, the reason why I asked this question is because when we walked Central High, the excuse was either the tiles were up wrong, in the wrong direction, something was wrong with the tiles or the cheap tiles were used. So how does a contractor get a chance to put 3 bathrooms together before you catch on that you got the wrong tiles?
That work was performed before the Bureau was formed. We hold all our guys accountable. This is why we have a project manager assigned to these projects, and they have to keep the contractor in line. We give him a specification to follow, and we give him guidelines. All of that is established before you do any of our projects under the Bureau. And we have to hold you to that. If that is not done, you don't get your final payment until that correction is made.
Thank you for your response.
You check the project through different phases to ensure that doesn't happen.
Who's your project manager for St. Croix?
We have different project managers for different. We have Mr. Porija, we have Kwame Garcia, we have Mr. Ferris who watches over his projects as well. And yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Didn't the procurement officer for Department of Education turn over the projects to you guys? You never got no emails turning over the projects?
No.
Emails are pop back off or no? Senator Francis.
Real quickly, how many project managers do you have in St. Croix, you said?
We have 4 project managers here.
4. How many in St. Thomas?
We have 1, really.
1 project manager in St.
Yeah.
Thomas. And 4 in St. Croix.
Yes.
And you said that the contracts, I want to go back to the contracts real briefly. Those contracts weren't turned over to you. How can you be expected to carry out the scoping of the contract if you don't have possession and control of the contracts?
So I'm Dr. Charmaine Meyer, CFO. So once we received the necessary paperwork from the contractors and we input those information into the system for payment, this is following up. The contract is a part of that package. Yes, it's a part of the package. Yes.
A part of the package that you have in your possession?
Yes.
So you do have the contract?
Yeah, we didn't say that we have the ARPA funds, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't say that we don't have possession of the contracts. We're saying that we weren't
We weren't given the
responsibility for the
of
contract.
the
It wasn't the responsibility of the Bureau. So let me just go, I could go back just a little bit. So when I initially became a part of the Bureau, one of the questions I asked, because I thought the responsibility would be on the Bureau side, if we would be responsible for those contracts, and I was told no. So at that point, I took okay, that's not our responsibility approach. But when just have to be careful in my words. When that individual left, the conversation came up, as it was literally our responsibility when we were literally told that no, that is not in our wheelhouse. The only portions of the contract that we had to deal with was the actual work that the project managers were doing, and not to manage the actual, the components of the contracts, whether it's the financial part to extend the contract, to ensure the contract didn't expire and all of those components. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Who was responsible for the payment on the contract?
So one of the persons in the Bureau, she inputs the information in the federal ERP.
From the Bureau?
Yes, on the Bureau side.
So I'm finding it hard to understand why we do not be responsible for the contract when you have the responsibility for ensuring the scoping is carried out,
Yes.
ensuring that the payment is being made, right?
You're right.
So then how
And I
do you
told-
not have control or authority or responsibility for the contract?
At the time, it was told to me that that was not our responsibility. The project managers, yes, they managed the project in which the contract that guided that project was. However, the ins and outs, and I'm referring more so to ensuring that the contract is extended. I can't say that the communication was or wasn't had between the project manager and the procurement arm for VIDE. I can say that our contractors were managing the projects as it relates to the scope of work. But when it comes to that component that the contract had to be extended, that portion was not our responsibility based on what was told to me.
So who then will be responsible for the extension?
Well, right